So let's state your name and age and your year of birth.
Marvin Nolin, February 11th, 1946.
Where were you born at?
I was born in Dover.
And who were your parents?
Noel Nolin, and my mother's name was Virginia Nolin. Well, my father started out fishing. He fished commercially for years. He fished on the river, and he stayed there on the water most all the time. He was a fisherman. That's all he did was fish. And he fished nets, lines, snag lines. Snag lines are outlawed now. They don't have them. But he fished all the nets, every type. And my mother made them all. She crocheted, made them. And him and my uncle Ryman Jacobs and Cordis Underhill, Dumas Belton, and all the people that fished back in those days, this was before the days of nylon. There was the only thing that they could make a net out of or a line out of was cotton string. Cotton string rots. And it rots a lot faster than nylon. Nylon don't rot. Well, my father and my uncle did not believe that there was anything such called as nylon. And nothing would do without rotting. And so they told them about it and gave them some. And I remember them telling me about it. Said, we're going to show y'all something. We're going to show you what a rot. We fish with stuff that we have to replace every year. And said, it rots and it breaks. And said, you're going to see that this won't hold up. It will not hold up. And so they took some of it, and it lasted a little longer than they thought it was going to. And they looked at each other and said, this stuff is pretty good, ain't it? And so they said, well, I know what let's do. Let's get us a can of water, and let's put it in the dark, and let's put it under the house, and maybe it'll rot pretty quick, or it'll get to where we can break it. And so they put it under the house, and about every week they'd go around there and they'd get that string and try to pull it, but they still couldn't break it. And that's how they found out that we need to quit making out of cotton and go to nylon. And that's when all the fish gear went to nylon. They started selling balls of nylon cord, pound balls to the whole thing. And then my mother started doing the tying of the nets. And she tied the trammel nets, the wall nets, the gill nets. She tied them all.
What was your earliest memories, your earliest childhood of living in the Land Between the Lakes area before it was taken over and flooded?
Well, my brothers, Rudy, he's the oldest, and then it was me, and then it was David, and then it was Barbara. Well, it's kind of like just two different families. Barbara and David were younger, much younger than we was, and me and Rudy was older, so they didn't have to work as much as we did, or I didn't think they did anyway. But because Daddy would work at the locks, that was when he had the job with the Corps of Engineers, and he had a farm down in the Land Between the Lakes, and that's where he done all the farming. And he would clear new ground. What he meant by clearing new ground is they didn't have bulldozers and stuff like that, so the only way we cleared it was he had a 49 model case tractor. I think it was a 49. And he had cable, and that's all we had. And a chopping axe, the crosscut saw, and we'd go clear new ground. Well, he would take a cable and have a long chain on it, and when we started clearing the new ground, it was all trees growed up everywhere. And he cut every tree or pulled up a tree up. He would drive the tractor, and me and Rudy would hook all the trees. And once we'd hook a tree, we'd hook it, he'd pull it up, and he'd pull it right over, pull around in a circle, and he'd put it where we had buried a cable. We'd have to first take an old turning plow and plow through where we just cleared, and would bury a cable into the ground. It had a loop on this end and tied to a tree on this side over here. We'd pull all these trees. We'd pull a tree over, hook a cable up high, pull it over, break it out of the roots, and pull it out of the ground. We'd make a big circle with it, and he'd come back around and pull it across where we buried that cable in the ground, and then unhook from it. And then we'd go get another. We'd do it until we'd reach like 100-foot cable, and just start leaving them right side by side, right side by side. And then we'd fill it all up. He'd say, "Okay, y'all, come on, get out of here. Let's go. We got to roll those trees up." So he'd go to the far end, get the cable, pull it back over the top of all them trees. We'd have to crawl over everything we put up, just go all over the top of them. And they were just laying in a long road, be longest from here, 3 times longer than this shop. And we'd come down the other side, and then he'd take that old tractor and start pulling them. Well, he'd start pulling the cable out of the ground. And when he did, he'd take this tree and he'd roll it over, and that and roll it over. And he just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And he'd roll every one of them trees together. And that's pull the cable out and take it back to the tree and tie it again, plow another stretch and put the cable back down. And we'd have to do that again. But he would work at the locks, and he got off at, if shift that he worked at, what he liked to work at was like morning or day and night. They'd swap him up all the time, but he would work all the time, so it didn't make no difference. We would get ready to go to work. He'd say, "Now look, I get off at 4 today, so we're going to work from 4 to midnight. And then next week I work midnight, so we work from midnight until up in the day the next day." And he said, "That's when you and Rudy going to work." So that's our job, was to do that. And so Mama would always put her meals together. She'd fry egg or fry fish or fry something that she'd get out of the smokehouse, or that we had already had killed, or hogs or whatever. But
so nothing from the market. Most
no,
of the stuff
it was all
yeah.
It was just as homemade as you could get it, because we would kill hogs, have the cracklings, cut the meat up, salt it down, hang it in the smokehouse, fry the lard, cook the lard. There was your grease, there was your Crisco. Times had changed, We didn't get no car. I didn't have a job good enough to get a car, so we didn't get a car till, gosh, I guess I got 58 Chevrolet was my first thing. It was wore out. Had to put a transmission in it, and made a straight shift out of an automatic. And I think Rudy's was a 57 or 56 Ford. You just had to use whatever you could get. I always wanted a 57. I thought them was the very ones, and sure enough, they was one of the best ones. So, but I never did get to have one. So, all I run was just whatever somebody else would get rid of. So, and it was a 58 Chevrolet. And as a matter of fact, I don't remember getting nothing else other than just old junkers, just to ride till I could get enough jobs to where I could afford to buy something. And then I'd borrow a little money from my grandmother if I could, because Mom and Daddy wasn't too good about giving money. Mama would always, she'd try to help us a little bit. Then I kind of got mad at her because she gave Rudy a cow and he traded the cow off for a car. And I said, Grandma, where's my cow at? And I never did get a cow, so I never did get to trade no cow off for a car.
Now, what was your grandma's name?
Grandma Letty, Miss Letty Nolin, or I called her Mama. And so that was my daddy's mother. And my mother's mother was Miss Hunnis. She was a cook, and I'd go down to see. I'd ride down sometimes with my Aunt Ruth, and I would run all the way from the Trace Road all the way to that house back in the woods where we went before, just to get to go down there and get to eat and play. And that's about what I did. So I'd go with grandfather, and he would be maybe corn picking time, something like that. Mama would go down.
Grandfather's name?
Henry Crutcher. I'd go down and help pick corn when it got corn picking time. We'd go down and pick corn and pick by hand. And I'd either get the down rows or, well, whichever one that I could get, but I got behind on all of them because he could pick it and stand up and pick it and throw it in. And the rest of the people could that was grown that I was trying to keep up with. And then if I got the down pile, that's where the horses went, And so most of the time that's what I was doing, down on my hands and knees and throwing it in the back of the wagon. And the horses was good enough that they know to pull it all the way up to the next pile. And my granddaddy could tell them to, okay, and I forgot their names, but he'd call their names and they'd take off pulling the wagon. They'd stay in the row and they'd knock that row of corn down. Well, then I had to pick it up and get it in the wagon. And they would pick 2 rows on this side and 2 rows on the other side of the wagon. So that was 2, 4, 6. So 6 rows of corn at a round through the field is what you was picking up. So, but that was when I would get to go see my grandmother and my grandfather. But I don't know what time I come out of the land between the lakes. I don't know why. I know I spent a lot of time going backwards and forwards.
So, aside from being an American, do you know any about your ethnic background, where your family came from?
Oh, I do not know. I have, man, if they come any further than Katie's, Katie's or Hopkinsville, I was lost at it. I didn't even know where that place was. So
who would you say you were closest with as far as your brothers growing up? Who did you spend more time with? Would it have been Rudy or?
Well, hey, Rudy when we was there but we fought all the time. We had my daddy bought a 40, 41, 42 Willis Jeep from a whiskey man made whiskey. He made whiskey, and Daddy bought it because him and Cordus and Dumas wanted to go muscadine hunting, and they would go fishing, and he drove a Jeep, and we didn't drive because we didn't have nothing to drive. Daddy would not let us drive the Jeep unless the only reason we could drive the Jeep is when we were dressing fish. We had about, I'd say 10 or 12 commercial fishermen that fished for us because Mom and them sold fish, dressed fish, and they delivered fish to people. And we fixed fish for cafes, when they fish steaks and all that. We'd have to cut them and dress them, and we would dress fish all day. I started dressing fish when I'd stand on a 5-gallon can and take a chopping axe and cut their heads off. That's all I could do. But it had to be, to get to the chop block, I had to stand on a 5-gallon can. And I'd cut fish heads off all day long. And you smelled like a fish that night. But anyway, that's, I guess, got me started in the fish part. Who did I fool around with the most? I'd say Rudy, because, hey, we both was wanting the Jeep. And most of the time I lost. But we have had some rounds with it. We'd come back from fishing and came back, and we started back, and Whitford's hog pen was going down in Land Between the Lakes. They would buy hogs to go to the slaughterhouse. but they could only sell on certain days. And they bought any kind of hog. It didn't make no difference whether it was boar hogs, sows with pigs, sows that was going to have pigs. Well, they put hundreds of them down there in that field. And while they were unloading them, and before they could get a load to go to the slaughterhouse, they would have babies. Maybe an old sow would lay down and have her babies. Well, we got to coming back from fishing and saying, well, hey, look at all them little pigs. They ain't going to kill them. And so Rudy would say, hey, give me the dip net and I'll run them and you throw the dip net over them or I'll throw the dip net. Okay, that's good with me. Let's go. So we would catch pigs that were small and we'd put them in the back of the boat time till we got home, and then we got enough finally to build a little pen. We didn't have nothing by the water with, but anyway, we built a pen where we could keep a hog apiece. But then they got to come in more often, so we could get 4, 5, 6 out, So we'd catch a whole bunch of hogs, little babies, and then we'd raise them up and then breed them. So that's how we got started and got our money, really, was raising hogs. But we've had twofold purpose there. We could feed them fish guts, scraps, the heads, everything. When you dress fish from about 15 commercial fishermen, you'd have tub after tub of just nothing but fish guts. And hogs love fish guts. So, hey, that's good food. So we didn't have to buy near as much corn. We didn't have to pick near as much when we were raising it. So we just started raising hogs. But that brought one vehicle in that was to move, and that was the Jeep. And hey, we fought every time. I'm driving today. No, I'm driving. I'm older than you are, and most of the time he won. But one day, I guess and remember, I'll never forget it, an old colored fellow by the name of Sherman Gentry. My daddy worked. I lived right in front of the national park up there at Dover. Our house was right in front of that house. You go right off from our house and go to the foot of the hill. That's where Mr. Sherman lived. He lived down there. And he tilled gardens for people and stuff like that. And it was a big, long hill. And Daddy bought the Jeep and he parked it right there. And he said, I don't want y'all on that Jeep. Leave it alone. I have to go to work. I don't want you driving it. Okay? Because I guess we'd drive it if we got it going, run it out of gas, and then he wouldn't have nothing. But he didn't keep that much gas in it anyway. So me and Rudy, we got out there one day and we'd done got by with it several times. We know that Daddy worked down there, and when he got off from work, he come right back up that same hill by Sherman's house and right straight up to our house. And ours was right in front of the National Cemetery now. If you come out right when you cross the road there and go into the old highway, that was our house. And it's the trees, shade trees still there. But we'd get into a fight on who was going to drive the Jeep. And man, it was a knockdown drag out, and most of the time I lost. But a few times, I mean, if I could ever get my hand, broke the keys one time, but then the other time I got it and I could outrun him. So I had him whooped in. He couldn't drive it because I had the key. And of course, then we'd got on to when we did get home, and there was fish guts over all of us, and I was throwing buckets in there, and he was throwing fish heads at me. And it was a real mess. But the one day that both of us got into it, but really we didn't get in, we would have, but we decided, let's go drive, let's go in this Jeep. I said, okay, you drive something, I drive. Okay, we're both going to jump on this. Daddy's gone, he ain't going to be home till 4 o'clock. We got plenty of time. We can ride all everywhere. So let's go. We got out there. We couldn't get it started. Rudy said, well, all we got to do is roll it off his hill and it'll start. So, okay, so here I'm pushing it and we got her going. And here we go, we got in there, and of course, He rolled it all the way hill. We got halfway down that hill, and I said, hey, wait a minute. Now, we ain't got too much further to go. We're the the hill, and this Jeep ain't hit yet. He said, well, we got to get it started. We can't get it back now. I said, oh, no, man, this is going to be rough. So maybe it'll start. So we looked at it and tried to check it over, and the mechanics we was not too good. So we tried it again. And the next thing I know, we went right by Sherman's house. He was sitting out at the porch, on the porch, and he had his old ice truck sitting there where he delivered ice to all the stores and stuff. He's sitting there and he said, what y'all doing? He says, well, we tried to get this Jeep started, but we ain't got about one more chance because his driveway to the foot of mud, but, oh, shoot, 50 yards. If it didn't start then, that's all she wrote because there's a long way back up that hill. Well, we went off down through there. Well, it didn't start. And I looked, I said, man, son, we getting ready to total whooping. We're going to get a beating. And he did. He didn't mind beating. So I said, ooh, it's going to be bad. And I was littler than he was. Rudy, he just wanted to get more mad than scared. I was scared. And so I started back up the hill, and every time I'd take a step, I'd look going up that hill, from here all the way up, uphill all the way, steep hill. And so I got started crying I had about a third of the way up the hill. Well, Sherman was sitting there. And meanwhile, Rudy he had a watch, I didn't, but he kept looking. He said, well, Daddy will be here in another 4 minutes because he gets off at 4 o'clock. And we will get beat to death before we get to the top of the hill. I just cried that much more. He said, what's the matter? And he called me little buddy. Little buddy, what's the matter? I said, my brothers rolled this Jeep off down the hill. Didn't mention me. And it won't start. And we can't get it back up the hill before he gets off. And he's off in just a few minutes because, what time is it now, Rudy? And Rudy said, about 3 minutes till 4. And I'm still crying. So I said, well, I know the whooping I'm going to get. So he said, oh, try to hold on, little buddy. Hold on a minute. He said, how long will it be before he comes up the hill here? Rudy said, I don't know, but it won't be long. And he said, well, hang on just a minute. So he went around there and grabbed his old horse and grabbed the collar and throwed it over the horse. He just got down back with it from doing a garden for somebody. He pulled all that in the wagon, and the disc was behind the horse and wagon, but he just put the horses up and fed them. So he had to get them thrown back out there, and he had that one, was all he got. So he said, we'll get it up there before then. Come on here. And it's Coley and something was his name. One of them was Coley. But anyway, he got the old horse, got him saddled out, and backed him out to the back of that Jeep and throwed it around that trailer hitch on the back of the Jeep. And come on, let's go. Hey, man, that old horse started pulling that Jeep up the hill backwards. Rudy was guiding it, and I was beginning to quit crying then. So, man, we might get out of this, And surely enough, we got it all the way back to the top of the hill. And he pulled it up there, and then I run out and got a concrete block stuck on the front wheel, just like Daddy left it. But it was right in the same spot. Rudy guided it back in the same spot so he would never know it. Well, we put that there, and boy, I'm just, whew. But now then Sherman's going to he'll tell Nolin, because he said he'd always talk to him. So, how you doing there, Mr. Nolin? And well, sure enough, he did. He was putting the stuff back on his horses and got it back on there and was turned around getting ready to go back down the hill to his house. And Daddy come up the hill. He said, how you doing there, Mr. Nolin? Oh, I'm doing fine. How you doing? He said, well, I said, what have you been doing today? Oh, I've been doing some gardens for people over and around. Just now getting off and getting ready to go down and rest for a while. And I thought, oh, man, this man is a lifesaver. And we got out of that whooping. I mean, it was slick. But we didn't get to ride the Jeep either, though. So most of the time we'd drive her about empty, and then we'd pull it back, have enough gas, because we didn't have enough to buy any. So, hey, we'd use him. he'd run out of gas quicker than he thought he did. But we kept the old Jeep for a long time. So that's how first thing I learned to drive was a Jeep. And I got one today, and I still like it. And it ain't for sale. Well, my father started out fishing. He fished commercially for years, and he fished on the river, and he stayed there on the water most all the time. And he grew to like the water. He always stated, I don't care how deep you put me under, as long as I have both feet on the ground. So that meaning he never flew, and living to be 103, he still never flew. And we tried to sneak him down there to get him on a plane, but we didn't. Me and my son Marty, but he wouldn't go. So he always said, I don't care, which at the time he wasn't a diver. At that time he was just a fisherman. He didn't mind going underwater to work on his nets and lines and stuff and back up, but he'd never done diving. And Mr. Avery Powell and Jess Langston come and asked him one day, said, why don't you work for the Corps of Engineers? So he got a job for the Corps of Engineers, and they started talking about all the riggings on the walls and stuff, and said they were having time working on the things that was needed working on under the water. He said, well, I'll go down there and work on them. I don't mind going. So he said, well, you ever been in the water? He said, no. He said, and so they called him out on the Duck, which that was the boat that they went in on. And they explained to him, told him, said, now, you know, this fellow here, he's one that's going to be pumping your air. Yeah, well, I don't mind, as long as he keeps pumping. And so, and they said, now this is your shoes that you be wearing. They were lead shoes, and they were big, heavy things. I used to try to pick them up, you know, just one at a time, but and I was real little. Of course, I'd go down there with him when he was diving. Every time they'd let me go, but sometimes they wouldn't let me go, but most of the time.
How old would you say you were?
Oh, gosh. I guess I started going just as soon as I was big enough to go with him. And then I got to going where I really enjoyed it and was watching him. You know, I'd watch him, and they'd pick him up when he got heavy. If you had a deep well suit on, you had a big helmet, they screwed it on your head, and then had a big cable here at the top where it picks you up and bring you out over the water, and then they drop you down into the water, and you would go down in under the locks, like at Lock D, where he worked, and Lock E, and all the locks up and down the river.
Now, just for record, what river would this be?
Huh?
Well, for record, what river was it that he worked on?
Cumberland River in Tennessee. He's been all over. We carried him at a later date, my son and me and Rudy, my brother. We carried him on the Cumberland River. We went to the head of it and went from the head of it to where it empties into the Ohio. And he knew every inch of it. He knew where all the old dams was that was flooded. He knew right where they was at. And I thought I'd catch him, you know, so, hey, you can't remember all that. It's underwater. He'd remember every bit of it. And he'd tell me, I'd say, now, Daddy, you don't know this. You don't know that this is where that was at. Oh, yes, I do. And I'd say, show me what you got something. I don't see nothing right here, but pull in the boat. And he'd ride the boat. He'd shove it into the bank. And he'd say, go up on that bank. Just keep on going up there. You're going to go up there and you're going to find 4 rocks up there somewhere, because that old lock house was sitting on 4 rocks. And they were big rocks. And he said, you'll find them right up there in that field. I went up there, and sure enough, there they was. So I come back down. I said, well, you won that one. so yeah, he knew he really had his mind all together. My father had that from I guess when he was born to the day he died. I don't know, he didn't forget nothing. So, and we tried at different locations. And one of the times that I broke him down to getting him to just tell me actually what he did do was diving on the locks. And he dived down here at Dock D, and of course he worked in the diving suit, and they put him in it, and I'd go down and sit on the duck and watch him. And they were experimenting with radios. They always did use tugging. They'd tug a rope, would tug on him to let him know that, hey, something's happened. You know, the oxygen man has got sick, or we got to get you up, or you got a leak, or you got something that needs to be done. They done that by tugs. So many tugs meant, you know, you need to come up, or you're doing good, your cable's gone wore out or gone out as far as you can go, you can't go no further. But he'd go down, and at Lock D down here, there was a square hole about the size of those garage doors right yonder, a little smaller maybe, and it had a set of steel ladders. It was in the concrete. That was when they poured the walls, and they go back into the wall. And back in there was the cogs that opened those big gates that opened up and closed. They were first opened and closed by people pushing these things and turning them around and around, and they'd open them up by hand, pushing around and around like a mule in a sorghum press. But then they come into air. When it got to be air, well, that's what Daddy had to dive a lot for, to keep grease on them and to make sure that they worked. And so I would sit down there and watch them. And Daddy and Mr. Jess Langston was the divers. One would dive a wall, and then the other would dive a wall. And so they would go down there and under the water and work on those things. And they were expressing about where fish was. And Daddy said one day that he was down there, and of course, I was on there, Duck, and I wanted to know if it was fish there because I was wanting to go fishing, you know. So somehow they got mentioned about fish. And he says, no, there's fish here. He says, I can feel them. A lot of times when I'm working, they'll swim right by me. And they asked him, said, well, Mr. Nolin, how big was it? He said, well, I didn't really pay no attention to them. They don't bother you. They just slide right on by. They're just slick, and they'll go right on by you. And he said, they're pretty good sized fish. One of them said, come on through, and he slapped up against the helmet, and I could hear it popping, you know, as he's going out. And he said there'd be several in there when he'd run them out. And so the people asked me, said, what did you do? And of course, Daddy said, well, hey, it didn't bother me. I just keep on working because fishing don't bother me. I don't care how deep underwater I go as long as I keep both feet on the ground. And so that was his motto, and I guess he died with it. He never did go off the ground. They were coming up with a way to talk to the people underwater instead of the tugging thing. And they said, we need you to put a radio on where you can talk to them. I remember being, 6-year-old, 7 maybe, and they were trying with him to talk to them. And they were experimenting. I think it was something like a CB. Now, they didn't tell me, and at my age, I didn't care. It didn't make no difference. Did he find any fish? That was all I was interested in. But they did talk to him, and from my understanding, he, I guess, tried the first radio underwater for the Corps of Engineers. And that's when they put him in the suit and they talked to him later on. He started using it more often, but now at this time there was no OSHA, none of that safety stuff. I went right on down the locks, and I go on, get on the boat and back out there and set up on the pile of cables and wires where they let him up and down. Watch him take him, and I'd say, hey, he ain't got his shirt sleeve button and he's sticking out the case of his thing. Does that make any difference? Nah, not the Noel. And his sleeve would be out where it wouldn't be buttoned. And they'd have it screwed on, and his sleeve would be outside. So, I mean, I seen that several times. Of course, that was the way you found Daddy. He just went like he was. So, and I stayed with him as long as I could. And Then I guess at a later date now, after times got on past that, why, and Daddy got some age on him, Corps of Engineers got to wanting no more information about him. And they asked him, said, can we interview you? They were asking him about what he did and how he did it. And he said he'd sounded for locks. He goes down, and who was listening to him was all the modern divers of today. I mean, I was a grown man when this happened. And they would ask him, say, well, Mr. Nolin, how did you do this? Well, I'd go down and find a place and sound it and say, well, okay, this is a good place to put the bedrock to try to start building a locks on or dam or whatever they were working on. And the divers could ask him questions. And I remember one of the divers, or some of them, had said something to him about, well, hey, how'd you get that dynamite down there with all that stuff on? Your shoes weighed, I think he said 50 pounds apiece, and you gloves and the old big suit and the big old screwed on helmet, and he said, well, so you just put your hands out just like that right there and grab a hold of these two leather thumbs and turn it right there and said, they just piled the dynamite in. Says, well, what did you do with the fuse? Stuck that right in there with them. And then they'd pick me up and set me down, and I'd walk out to where I was at in all the water. And when they found out where they wanted to blow, and that's when I'd set the stuff off, set it all down in there and put the fuse in it and come on. And one of the divers that was there today said, well, what about OSHA? And he looked at him and said, who's OSHA? And so he didn't know that you had to do stuff different ways. So, but that's how he done it. And so that made then he turned around sometimes in that conversation, he turned around and asked that diver, said, well, what's them big old bottles you got on your back there? He said, well, Mr. Nolin, that's the air that we use. Oh, well, I had mine pumped to me. And said, it was fresh air. And said, I didn't like to go down unless I had that old, and I can't think of his name, but he was a person that all he did was hard to just pump this thing. And he never stopped. You have to keep pumping, because when you stop, you had so much air, and then that was it. That was why I always liked to go, hey, it was interesting any time he was there. And a duck, it would just drive in the water, go out to it, work, and come back. And all I had to do was sit on a big barrel of coals, wires, and cables, and air hoses, and watch this colored fella just pumping air all the time. And I'd try to even talk to him. He said, I got to keep your daddy air, man. Said, I can't stop. This is my job. So he'd just keep a pumping. And I thought, right now, I'll tell you what, that was just it. He had a hard job, because it was not easy. Of course, I wasn't very big, but it was hard for me to turn that wheel over. I mean, he'd just keep going like that. It was just, but I mean, I'd try. And of course, he helped me there, gave him air for a while one time, about 2 rounds, and I was ready to quit. So, and of course, that's when they had a steel cable in the top of his helmet. And then, of course, at one time, before they could talk, they could pull strings to tell you what 3 or 4 tugs pull, hey, move me back, or I'm hung, or like Mr. Jess went down one day and he got turned upside down. And of course, his suit wasn't completely airtight, so he started leaking, and when water got up about his forehead, he told me, y'all gonna have to get me turned back over. He said, I'm gonna drown. So they had to straighten him back up to turn him over. And of course, Daddy was laughing at Jess all the time, because they was always laughing at each other. So they made a joke out of everything that they did with the Corps of Engineers. So,
did he ever tell you the scariest thing that ever happened to him while he was down there? Was there any?
I don't guess he ever told me being scared underwater. Not one bit. Not one bit. Now I would say he was pretty well careful, from doing it, because hey, he's still alive. He had more guts in him than I did. I just don't think I'd want to do that. I'd rather go up and put it on something than I had to down and put it on something. So he began telling, said, hey, what all he done and all that. And then he said, I'd worked on the Cumberland River. I've worked for the Fort Campbell, or Camp Campbell. That was when it was called Camp Campbell up here, and they tried to make a crossing of the Cumberland River out of some of the bridges they'd made where they could cross the Cumberland River. Like I've used in Vietnam, I mean, you know, but they put it across there and something happened and it come done and it dumped all the vehicles in the water as they were training up around Lock C, I think it was. And several soldiers were killed and drowned, and they got Daddy and Jess to go dive for them, to, you know, cover their bodies and hook to the jeeps and the stuff that went off over the side. And he talked about he'd done went and tested every spot, all the dams up and down the river, and I was the one carrying him, and I was where you're at behind the camera. And I'm saying, boy, I wonder what all he's going to ask him. And so I said, Nolan will tell him anything that is the truth, and he don't hold nothing back. And I thought, yeah, you know, I've carried him, and, you know, I got a job to blow the dam up. That was my job. And I said, maybe not. He broke that in, and that's when it kind of embarrassed me or made me feel like a heel. Said, yeah, I said, I tell you what, that boy, asked him something about how he got down there or something. Said, that boy of mine brought me down here. Said, yeah, he's always, where I'm at, always. Said, he's always giving me problems. He said, you know what? He said, all these locks I've sounded and worked with and been around, and said, right down there at Lock D, he blowed them up. He said when they flooded the river, he got a job to go down there and blow it up. And said, beats all everything. Said everything I've ever put together, he's tore it up. So that made me kind of laugh, but then I just kind of shrugged. They looked at me at that time, you know, and they were talking to him. They were taping him to find out exactly how the water was and how the water was underground or what items there was. That was it, I guess, all the way through the Corps until I got up, and that was my job. I took a job with Massman Construction Company, second largest construction company I understand in the world. By that time I was up, graduated out of high school, 1965, and went straight to work for that boat company. And my first job was unloading the dynamite on Lock D and was going to Lock C. The dynamite, that was my job. I was the unloader, but that's all I done. Just pack dynamite all day long, case at a time. And when I was working then, of course, I was big enough to start working, and of course, I kind of liked it. And Mr. Arnold Corse was the man who hired me. And so that's all I done. I had the worst job there was there. And then there was a day that I kept looking at the other fellow, and he was running the big air compressor that they used for the track drill and all the other stuff was there. And he said, he would just keep the drill running all the time, all the air. He'd change the oil. He'd do everything to the air compressor because he was a fellow that liked to drink a lot of times. He'd get drunk and he couldn't come to work the next day. And so when he didn't come to work, Mr. Arnold would say, hey, we ain't got the other worker. They take three of us. You had a man who run the track drill and a man who run the air compressor and a dynamite man who packed them all to dynamite. But anyway, he didn't show up. And he was down there one day and thinking, well, what, are we going to just quit and go home or what? I said, well, I watched him do that. I believe I can do it. He said, you think you can keep that air compressor running? I said, yeah, I believe I can. So he said, well, get over here and then let's see what you got to do. So, hey, I got over and I started doing the same thing. And got it running. That thing was running, and of course, there were a few things he had to tell me, like here's where the oil goes in this hole and that hole. And I said, well, that's fine. So I started doing that. And Mr. Arnold come by and he said, man, you know what? He said, you just took that man's job. I don't care where he comes back or not. I said, well, hey, does it mean more money? And he said, yeah, you get some more money. And so I was tickled to death. So I had a job then, and I was batting in tall cotton. Of course, meaning that I'm with the air compressors from the hoses here, and then I seen the track drill right over there. Well, the track drill's over there, and I look over there, and I said, yeah, hey, well, I'm waiting, and everything's doing good here. All the gauges is okay, so everything's okay. And I'm looking over there, and I'm watching him. He's running the track drill. That driller, and I cannot think of his name, but it was another person that he got to where he was not showing up for work, and he was a track drill operator. And I kept saying, well, I told him, I think I can run that too. And he said, well, let's see. So I got out there and I started running. And I was doing what he wanted done. He said, hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. So you got a job. So keep it going. Don't worry about him. And so I run the track drill. But, before I got much of that done, I kept getting rumors that I might have to go to service. Well, my name's Marvin Nolin, date of birth, February the 11th, 1946. We always liked pets, so we went out and caught us 2 groundhogs, and so we had 2 pets. And I've had 2 beavers, but the beavers bit me right there in the finger, and I had to let them go because I thought I could train them, and they don't train too good. I had them on a leash, and they were walking, doing good, but then they'd cross. They one would go over there, and one go over there, and they'd cross. I'd pull them apart. We'd go a little further, and they'd cross again. And about the 3rd time, well, I said, I'll break that. And so I just reached down and grabbed one, and I slapped him right on the head real hard. And then I drew back, and I slapped him one more time, and then my hand wouldn't come back because he was hung on my thumb. And that broke me. So I said, you know what? You're not made for this collar and chain. So guess where we're going? To the river. And so I carried him down by Mr. Charlie Crow. That's where the plantation's at down there now. That's where Dr. Charlie Crow lived. That house burnt not too long ago, or that building he lived in. So I went right down there and throwed him in the river.
The old home place?
That's the old home place. It's built right where that fire was. It burnt part of that place up, but it was, went right there. And then I guess another thing I wouldn't have got a whipping, but I guess my mother and daddy finally let me go fishing. I don't know how old I was. I wasn't very old. I still pull a wagon. And my mama said, well, now you can only fish from the bank, and you make throw lines. 3 to 4 hooks apiece, and that's all you can fish. And you can only fish 2 or 3 lines, So I didn't have about anywhere 8 to 10 to 12 hooks maybe, but all I'd have out. And I'd get my bait them. What did I use for bait? The old peppermint worms that was on the riverbank, and you don't find them anymore. They were great, big, long peppermint worms, and it smelled just like peppermint. And that's where where I get my bait at. And every once in a while, I could catch some of them. Daddy would be gone to work, and we'd go down and get some mussels out of some of the shells that he had for bait. And we'd bait then. Of course, he wouldn't let us have them, but we'd sneak in and get some of them. And so I was doing pretty good. I had, I think it was 20 hooks, 15 or 20 hooks on all the lines that I had. And I run into a real problem. I went down and put them out, and I said, well, you know what? I believe they're going to hit today, because I run 2 of them, and I had a fish on just about every hook. And the next thing I know, I went to the next one, and I had a fish on every hook. And come to find out, when I got ready to go, I was having so much fun catching them and getting them in and putting them in my little wagon that I got to look at it, and I said, man, I've got several dollars worth of fish here. And I said, there's 1, 2, 3, there's $1.09, you know. And I went on up to it, and I said, wait a minute, I can't go in there. I said, I got more fish than I got hooks. So that scared me, because see, I wasn't supposed to have but so many hooks is all I could fish. And I way had more fish than that. I was catching 2 fish on 1 hook. And so I had several pounds of fish, about all that little wagon. It was a bunch for me at that time. And so that's when my mother and daddy found out that I was fishing more than what she wanted me to fish. So that's when they told me the game warden was going to catch me and all that. And of course, I'd already started making me a fiddler basket, which was illegal, made out of wire. And I'd get cottonseed cake from down there from Mr. Some of them come from old man George Watson. And get some, and I'd bake my fiddler baskets with. And I would have to walk down. I'd pack them or haul them in the wagon or whatever down by Dr. Charlie's. Had a path all the way down to the river. I pulled them things all the way down there, and that's when I didn't have a boat, and I was throwing them out from the bank. But I wasn't catching too good because they just wasn't getting out further enough. And one of those days, I guess I'd fished like that for a month or so. And then we got a rain, and the water come up the Cumberland River, of course, and the locks was still there in action. So, and I was above the locks, about halfway between where the locks was and where the bridge is. And I looked up the river, and I said, yonder comes a boat. And it was floating, just coming down the rivers. It had broke loose. The water had got up, and it broke loose. And I said, man, that's my dream coming right yonder. And I knew I had to swim out there and get that boat and get it back to the bank before it got to the dam where it was going over the dam. And so, and I did. I swam out there, got in that boat, and there was an old board laying down in the bottom of it. It wasn't no paddle, it was just a board. And I got up on the head of the boat, and I was giving it that number there, and it pulled me all the way back. But the old boat was full of water because it was made out of poplar wood, or I guess it was poplar. They'd had put cotton twine in it and tar for make it hold the water out. But that was all about wore out. But I pulled it to the bank. The water was high, and I tied it up right to the tree. And then when the water went down, it's left hanging just like I wanted it to hang. And so I put cotton string in it and tarred it, and took a putty knife and pushed it down into the cracks on the boat. And that was my boat that I got. So it was one floating down the river, and I really got big in fishing then because Mom and Daddy said, well, you ain't gonna stop him, he might as well to go ahead. And so Bo French was the game warden. He was just got here, and I was scared to death of him. and I was fishing illegal baskets. And I knew that if I could get down there and get them out, I'd try to run them and be able to get the fish out of them and get it back to the house and never get caught. So I went down my doctor's and I was packing the basket on my back. It's a big old long basket. It's about, I'd say, close to 5 6 foot long. And I'd pack it on my back. It was real light, just a big wire about 3 foot diameter with a big funnel. And because it's built just like what Daddy and them built, because he fished illegal too. So, and so I was going down, and I had my bait in there. And of course, I didn't have a truck to drive, didn't have a license. So that path is my way in and out. And so when I got down there at the river, I was looking, and I said, well, that's a good place for me to go. And so I got in my boat, got out there and put it out, put that net out, and I heard a boat coming somewhere up the river. I couldn't see it because I couldn't get out there where I didn't want it to see me with my fiddler net in the boat. And so I came back to the bank, and I said, well, I got to get my fiddler net out of that boat, because if he comes down, I'm hung. And I said, so I was getting it out, and I could hear him coming on down the river. And I said, oh, no. So I said, I'm going to the house. So I took off running, packing the fiddler basket. When I went back up this path all the way close to where old Dr. Charlie lived, where the place is at now, and I was afraid he was catching me. I was afraid to look back. And I just finally just took the net and just pitched it off down in the ditch. And I just kept trucking. Boy, I could pick up speed then. And I got to the house, and I outrun him. I guess that was him. Now, I'm not going to say for sure it was, but I believe it was. But so that scared me from fishing a fiddler net for a while. But I went about 2 weeks, and I said, I can't stand it. I'm going to go back with that net. I'm going to go get my net. And I said, I'm going to go back down there. Well, I went back down there, and look, there was my net, and a possum was in it. He went in there and eat the cottonseed cake. And then he couldn't get out, and all of his toes was wore off where he's trying to dig through the wire, and there wasn't no place for him to get out. And so that's what I went through before I could ever get it out. And then when I got it out, well, I went ahead and meanwhile, Bo French never did know who it was, but he knew somebody was fishing down there because he had seen a sign where I'd been going up the bank with it. And he said, I know from where he's worked, it's a water basket's what it is, but I don't know where it's at. And so my Uncle Ryman lived up where the Surrender House is at Dover, behind CEMC there. And he lived right there. And so I went down there one day, and I was getting ready to go run my net when I got back to the house. And he told me, he said, boy, I'm going to tell you something. Bo French been sitting right over yonder in a boat, the other side of the bridge, looking right down there where you get your old boat at down there. And now, if you've got something out that you don't need to be fishing, you better watch out. And so that scared me. And I thought, well, of course, he had field glasses. I don't know why I didn't think, hey, he probably got field glasses, but I didn't have none, so I didn't figure he did either. But anyway, he seen me with the net. And man, I took off, and his little motor was buzzing down there to catch me. And son, you talking about moving, I moved. But I was in front of him enough that he never did know who it was. He never did know it was me. And again, I throwed that net in that hole, and then I could really pick up speed, but I never did go back to look for the net or go back for that fiddler net again. I said, it's not worth fishing them fiddler nets when you ain't got no way to get out there and get back without out the game warden sitting up at the bridge pier watching you. And so that's part of my fishing career.
How old was you when you had the...
Oh gosh. I seemed like I was 8, maybe 7. Anybody else would have been able to go to the river, but I was going to the river before my mother ever knew it because I was making the throw lines. And then I come in with more fish than I had hooks, or I had more fish than I had hooks. And she knew then. She said, "What are you fishing?" I said, "They're throw lines." "Well, how many are you fishing?" Well, I'd get some hooks from her and hooks from Daddy and all them, and I'd come up with my lines. And I had throw lines all up and down that riverbank, and I could catch way more than I could make dressing fish for them. All the fishermen that come in and brought fish to us. We had about 15 fishermen that fished for us, and then we dressed all of them and sold them to Spring Grill. That was Harm and Maudrey Wallace's store. They sold fish there, and we kept them on fish.
What could you get a pound for selling fish?
It was 40 cents a pound dressed when I was probably that age, but it wasn't long till it went up to like 50 cents and 55 cents a pound is what I remember when I remember the most about it. When I worked in the dressing the fish, and because we'd dress out, we'd end up with 3 or 4 tubs of guts, like I said earlier, what I'd feed the hogs, because we'd feed the fish to the hogs, and then we'd sell the hogs to the market. But I bet they taste like fish.
Did you live in Fox Hollow at the time you were throwing fiddler nets and all this, or was
No, I was in Dover. I had came to Dover. We'd moved out of there. I don't know for sure when it was. All I can remember about Fox Holler was when I was big enough to really go to work. I was probably getting ready to start school, or maybe started school, 6, 7, 8-year-old maybe, because we cleared ground, and I wasn't able to do near as much as Rudy could do, so I'd have to do all the pulling of the cable, and sometimes I'd get back under where I could get into. Rudy would send me the cable or through there, and I'd drag it on back to the tree. And he would always tell me, hook it higher, that way it'd take it harder to pull out. If we break 3 cold shuts, we got to come home, because that's all Daddy would carry, 3 cold shuts. And he'd wake us up at midnight, and we'd pull bushes until about 1 o'clock in the morning, something like that. And then he'd quit, go home, rest, and then go to work that evening and get off again at midnight. And so that's when I run into the episode with the Jeep, and me and Rudy was always getting in trouble. But yeah, I had several rounds with it.
I know you were really young when you lived in Fox Hollow, but is there any other memories you can think of as a kid?
Most of my life, I was probably living in Dover, going there to the farm. We went back and forth to the farm all the time. Daddy had bought a place in Dover because he could sell fish to the town of Dover, and he sold us. And so the closer, I guess, that we got to them, of course, they drug us kids wherever they wanted to go anyway. So he was ready to move out, and him and Mr. Ray Nelson and Mr. Porter Herndon went together and drilled a well so that we could get water down to our house. In front of Fort Donelson today, National Cemetery, that road goes right through the middle of our house from the back to the front. The front door was if you stand in the middle of the road that's there today at the big elm tree to the right, and you look straight in front of you, you will be directly on might say, the yellow line of Fort Donelson. That's where our house was. And the only way to Fort Donelson is you came in from the old cafe, took a right, and went to Fort Donelson. If you went the first right, went to Dr. Henry Crow. That's the road I walked down to do all my fishing. And I went from there to the river. And I'd walk all that for. Right, we traveled to Fox Holler, and I have stepped every inch of it all over. All of those pine trees that are down there now, I set some of them, and the Boy Scouts, that I wasn't big enough to be a Boy Scout, but yet I went and set trees. As soon as I could get big enough to join the Boy Scouts, I joined the Boy Scouts. But I don't know how old you have to be to join. I don't even remember, 12-year-old maybe. I don't. But I wasn't big enough. But I was packing seedlings and setting the trees. And when we go down there for the walk, there's one or two of them trees that's probably that big around. I'm gonna say I set them, or me or Rudy or one of us set the things, because that's where we put all the pine trees. That's in that area right there. So.
Are you familiar with them renaming the Boy Scouts to Scouts of America?
No, I am not, until I think you told me they said they changed it. Yeah. But they changed everything too.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
It ain't what it used to be. I used a boat to carry my father in where there was a spring when they lived in Fox Holler. 1937 was when they lived, and I think went back and forth to the spring, and that's where they got their water at, back to the house. And that was the year of the rise or the flood when I was older. And years after that, in the river here, we had a flood at Dover. And I had my own boat. I was grown, even married then. So they asked me, wonder what was the highest water ever got. And I told them, I said, I don't know. I said, it's pretty high. And I said, I heard Daddy say something about if he could get to one spot, he'd find out, because he knew where the spring was that he got water from. And I said, well, let's go down there and get it, and get the boat, and we'll go. And so we took a boat and a chainsaw, and I'd saw them down. We'd just keep going up in the woods in the hot backwater until we got all the way up. He'd say, go over this way a little piece now. And I'd go over that way, and then right up here is where it was at. And that is in part of that where we make our loop going around. There's one place there where we trailer drug going across. Now, it was right in that area somewhere where that spring was putting water out, because it still runs. I think maybe it may be underground now, but there's water always stands in the thing. But that was when, in 1937, and when we looked at it, best I can remember, Daddy said, you know what? Said, I don't believe it like but about 2 inches, being as high as it was in 1937. About that far, he said. He just stuck his finger out. I said, well, I said, I had never seen it as high as I seen it just then, down there. So, of course, but that's how I found out where the spring was and go into there now. But Fox Holler, where we camp out now, I've got a by any can hanging down there, hanging on a piece of aluminum wire in an aluminum can. And every time I go down there, I look for it, and I've found it every time. It's still, and I hung it, and I was sitting in the boat when I tied the wire it on the tree. And the tree was about that big around then, just a young tree. It was right in the top of it, and I tied it on there. And that's been there ever since then nobody could get it. Nobody ever did look up at it, but it's been there all that time. And all the paper done rusted off. It was just an aluminum can with a piece of wire tied around it. And I'm the one who put it there. And I done it sitting in a boat. And I was looking, and it was probably 15 foot down to the ground. It was up in a lot of water. So I said, well, that'll always, as long as I see that, I'll know exactly where the water got to. So, and it's amazing to see it now. I always look for it every time I go down there to camp.
From my understanding, Fox Hollow, when we go down the river on the Cumberland and we turn left to go back into the Fox Hollow, that
Yes.
used to be a field.
That's where we done all the clearing. And
Is that where you took the trees up?
that's where we took the trees out, put the cable in the ground, and we cleared a great big.
All of that.
All of that.
All of where the water is, that used to be trees.
Trees, honeysuckles, copperheads. There was everything there. And we would start in there of a morning when he gets off at 12 and he'd wake us up. And Mama would always fix us something to eat for breakfast, so we could take a break and eat down there. And of course, this is, and I'm people won't believe it, but anyway, Rudy and me, we got either sausage or bacon or something, cut out of the smokehouse or where you get it. Just we'd eat that, and they would fry it, and Mama would put that in a little lunch box, homemade lunch box. She'd first eat, and she'd take Daddy, and it was a regular old big coffee cup. And when she got through cooking and all that, she'd pour all the grease into that coffee cup, put a piece of tin foil over the top of it, and take a whole onion. And that was my daddy's lunch. And it would be nothing in the world. And I've sat and watched him eat onion, take the onion and peel off a big piece and run her through the grease and then start eating the onion and the grease. But me and Rudy, we was real satisfied. We got to meet. And so, but yes, he really did. And I told that to the lady when he had a light heart attack, and they put him in the hospital, and I was staying with him. And I was, like I said, Daddy was up in age, I'd say probably about my age or something, when he probably had the first heart attack. And they put him in the hospital, and he went to St. Thomas Heart. That's the hospital that we was at. I don't know where it was. That was the name of it there then. And he was in the hospital, and they brought him breakfast. And I remember getting his breakfast out, and I said, "Here, Daddy, eat this breakfast." And he took a bite of it, and he just shoved it back on that tray and said, "I ain't eating that." I said, "What's the matter with it?" "Hey, man, that ain't worth a dime. Just try it." I said, "Well, hey, I've eaten stuff before. That's egg, man." So I got a piece and I bit into it, and it was pretty rough. And I didn't say much more about trying to pressure him to eat, but I did try to get him to eat it. He wouldn't eat it, and just kept pushing it back. And I said, "Well, wonder why that tastes so bad." And he said, "I don't know, it tastes just like sawdust." And I said, "Well, I don't know what sawdust tastes like," but I said, "I sure don't taste good." Well, that woman, nurse, the head nurse, came in, and he was supposed to be eating his breakfast. Well, he wasn't eating. And he done told me, he said, "Hey, I'll tell you what I want. I want you to go down there, that store right over yonder," and we was on, I think, about the second or third floor of the hospital. He said, I want some greasy French fries and a hamburger, and I want a lot of grease on them, and I want you to go get it." And I said, Well, I will in a few minutes. But anyway, she came in. He was telling me what, getting ready to go get it. She came in, and Daddy didn't say too much to her. She come in and said, well, how you doing, Mr. Nolan? Well, doing pretty good, I guess. And of course, I just sat there and didn't say nothing. And he said, I got something I want to ask you. He says, where y'all keep the wooden hens? And I said, oh, no, surely not. He's not going to start that. And she says, wooden hens? What are you talking about, Mr. Nolan? Well, I figure you got wooden hens because I'm tell you what, them eggs taste just like sawdust. And she looked over there and pulled a little cover off his thing. Mr. Nolan, you have had a heart attack and you've got to eat right. Now, what's wrong with the? He says, I told you they taste like sawdust. And he said, there ain't a bit of grease on them, not a bit. And she said, well, Mr. Nolan, you're in a heart hospital. Well, he said, I don't give a care where I'm at. I said, I tell you what, that's just terrible. That's terrible food. And she said, well, you sure do need to eat that. He said, well, I'm not. And she started telling her about how important it was. And she said, now I'll tell you why this needs to be done, why you need to eat this. And he looked up at her and said, she was a young girl. She said, I tell you what, when you get as old as I am, you can tell me. And until then, we're going to just wait and see. She said, now I done told that boy, that's me, done told you that boy right there, I done told him to go over there and get me some French fries and a hamburger and make sure they poured the grease on the French fries. And she said, you can't do that. And she looked over at me and said, are you going to go get that? I said, yes, if my daddy tells me to go get it, I'm going to go get it. We're going to have, I guess, greasy French fries because I'm going to go get it. I learned right quick to do what my daddy says do. I went and got it, and we ate it. And I tried to hide the sack with all this grease. There was a brown sack, but it had grease coming through the back sides of it. And he was sitting there grinning with grease dripping off his chin. And I was trying to hide the sack so she wouldn't say any more about it. And she did come back in there, but I got it all stuck in the waste can and everything covered over the top of it. We was sitting there, and all he had was a greasy chin. And she knew he got some. So that's how the hospital part goes, but that's how we ate when we was down there. He would eat just grease, just pure white lard.
Well, they must have got something wrong because he lived to be 103.
That's right, and that's what I have often said after that is I would tell somebody that, well, hey, it sure got him. He died at 103. His heart attack, I was trying to figure it out. I had my heart attack a year ago, the 16th of March, and I believe he had his. He was mighty close to my age that I am now when I had my heart attack. And I just wonder why it was close. It was somewhere right about my age. I might ask Rudy or David or some rest of them see when he had his heart attack, but I think he was about my age now. He kind of looked just like maybe I looked like. He wasn't all that old, but he was old enough that he told that girl, said, hey, when you get as old as I am, I'll listen to you. But he was letting them know to say, well, hey, you ain't going to live as long as I do anyway. So, and sure enough, I don't imagine she did. Because he lived to be 103. After we cleared the trees up, then we started raising corn. And we done all of our gardening there. We have a garden that was just right on the riverbank, and the row of beans is half a mile long. So And of course, Daddy had a 49 model case tractor, and that's what was parked down there. We had the disc and the plow and the bush hog and all the stuff it could farm with. We went over to the Kentucky Lake. They had moved a light off of one of the light poles that's on the Kentucky Lake, where they got cables around the light poles, and there's a flashing light on it with batteries on it. They moved that off and just left the cables around the poles and still tied together. And my daddy and Dumas and me and Rudy went over to Kentucky Lake and took them poles down and tied them to a boat and pulled them in. But they were so long and so big that we had to end up putting one end on the boat trailer and the other end on the bed of Daddy's old flatbed truck in order to get it from Kentucky Lake to come out Birch Creek Holler and down around, and went down there to drop the poles off for the poles to go across the creek to where we would run backwards and forwards across where we were clearing, where David got hurt at. So, and of course that's underwater now, but where we cleared was underwater. We'd raise corn. This happened, I guess I'll tell you something. I won't tell you no names, but we started farming, raising corn. Well, the only way to that was to going across them logs that we tore down out of the lake and brought down there to make a bridge. We put boards on it so we could get the tractor across the creek to the good spot to farm. It was good, rich ground, and the trees was gone, and we plowed it up and started farming it. And it was probably, I'm gonna say, about like a football field. And it was just a spot going around it. Well, you know, had a road going, had to go down on the bridge and cross the bridge and up on the bank, and then you was up in that where the field was at. We planted corn there. And me and Rudy had some hogs at the house. We had to save some of the corn. Then we'd eat the roast ears. It was just regular old field corn. We'd eat roast ears out of that, make roast ears out of some of it. And then we'd feed the hogs some of it, which wasn't a whole lot because we fed mostly fish to them. We planted there one year, and me and Rudy had to go back down to hoe corn. And we had to take care of the corn. I don't know, we went down to see how it was growing. It done growed and had some roast ears on it. And we went back down to get some corn to bring to the house. And we rode in the back of the old International truck, and he had cattle sides on it, and we'd just ride down there, and then we'd get out and do whatever he had us to do. And we were supposed to pick corn and bring it home, and Mama would put it up. Well, we went down to get it, and me and Rudy was riding in the back of the truck. We could see over the truck, and we were sitting there watching, and we looked over there when we went down on the bridge, and then we come up on the bank, we seen a truck coming around the bank. And there was somebody just throwing roast ears everywhere and gray sacks plumb full of corn off over the bank, rolling off down the creek bank, and just kept on. Well, I won't say who it was, but he stopped, and of course we was learned not to say anything. You don't talk and interrupt grown-ups when they're talking. And they were talking, how you doing? Oh, doing fine. Just thought we'd come over and get just a few roast ears, if you didn't mind. He said, oh no, go ahead. And I said, well, I guess I better get on over here. They said a few words to each other, and then they left. And me and Rudy looked at each other and says, well, hey, they must have been really hungry because they had a whole bunch of roast ears, because I know them. I seen them roll off down the bank. Some of the sack come open, and it was this thing slinging roast snares everywhere. And he reached around there and said, Daddy, did you know that they's throwing something out of the back of that truck right up there? Oh, y'all seeing things. No, you just stop right up yonder. I can show you something. And I said, yes, sir, we can show you a whole bunch. And when he got up there, he says, we stopped right here. Yeah. I said, well, some right over yonder too, because I seen them throwing that out. Got to looking, and there was probably 6 or 7 gray sacks full of roast snares, or what didn't come out as they were rolling down the bank. And he looked at them and didn't never say nothing to us. And I thought, you know what? They just about picked off our corn. And he said, yeah, we're going to have to go over and see how this happened. So, meanwhile, y'all pick all that corn up. Put it in a sack. Put it back in the sack. Okay? Well, we at least won't have to pick none to go to the house anyway. It's already picked. But it's too hard. Every bit of it was too hard. He'd feel of it. He'd say, that's too hard. You can't eat that mess. And so I thought, well, we can feed it to our hogs. That'd be good. And of course, we didn't question him at all. Never did say what he's going to do. And we went over there looking at where they went. They had come up under the field. And like you said, now the river's over yonder on the back side. And the road and the only way to it is across that bridge. Well, when you cross the bridge, you go over there and there's a down road where you just straddle it with the truck. You just rode over the corn. Went all the way down to the far end of the field and then turned and come about halfway up the field and then turned, come right out in the middle of the field and picked in a circle. They picked all that corn in a circle. That was our field of corn, and they picked all them sacks full of corn. I'm going to say it was a half of a pickup bed full of corn. And, of course, that was what we didn't say anything else because we just stayed quiet. And, well, Daddy got in the truck. Of course, when we headed home, I said, well, I guess we can feed this corn to the hogs maybe, or maybe we can eat some of it. You know, it was just some between, some too hard, some. And so all of a sudden I noticed him. We went right on by. I said, uh-oh, where are we going? Well, he went to that man's house. He knew where he lived. And he went in, and so didn't go in. He got out of the truck, went in on the yard through the gate where they lived at, called his name and said, hey, I brought you something. And he said, boys, bring that corn up here. So me and him drug it up there. After we'd picked it up, put it back in the sack, pulled it up the hill, put it in the truck, carried it around. He said, now there it is. And said, I don't want to catch you back anymore. And I thought, well, we could have fed that to our hogs. But we didn't get to feed that to the hogs. And he told me, he said, there it is. I don't want to catch you back over there anymore. And we never did. We never did. At about the same time that we were farming that, we had peanuts out there, we had a garden, and we had rows of beans and peanuts, you name it. They raised everything we could get. Well, Mama always worked the garden. And so Mama and Daddy went down there. David wasn't big enough for school. And he rode down there, and he'd always ride the tractor with Daddy. And Daddy had a bush hog on the Case tractor. And the bush hog is right out there in the field right now. The bush hog that he was run over with.
Does David kick it every time he walks by?
Yeah, he probably. I told him, I said, hey, and I asked him one day, and I think he told me, he said, yeah, that's the bush hog. That's the very bush hog right there. That it was pretty well new. But he was riding on the fender, and there was a limb. He was going around the edge of the road, coming back around the bank. It's a bushes, kind of just one limb, just hit him and knocked him right off. Well, the case was a case tractor with a suicide clutch on the side of it. Well, Daddy tried to stop it, but when you pull that thing out of gear, if your bush hog is running, it just keeps pushing your tractor. And so that's what it kept doing, pushing the tractor. And it pulled it over him 3 times. And the first time it pulled it over him, it hit him in the center of his back, and it cut one of his lungs out, come out right up here in front. And then the next time it run over him, it hit in the center of his back, cut his hip bone off, and come out right up here. And then the third time that it went on, it just caught one arm, and it split these 2 fingers and this all the way up to the elbow, and these 3 fingers here. And now you imagine they're in a old truck, gravel, 32 mile from Paris, and down there on the rough gravel road, across the rough bridge, you got to get out to get somewhere. You don't have no ambulance to call. Paris was the nearest hospital it could get to. And so they came out, and my mother said she remembered riding, and was holding, and he's still at himself. He knew what was. I guess, I don't know how bad he was hurt. Maybe he might have been so bad that it just numbed you all over. I don't know. Shock, probably, because, and she said she was holding, of course, Daddy was driving, and 3 of these fingers was in her apron, and 2 of them was hanging down here on her side, where it just split his arm open. And they got to the hospital. Of course, again, they were more in shock. You got an emergency exit, a room where you go for emergencies, then you got where you go in to visit people. Well, Daddy just drove right up in front where you just go visit people. Well, he got out, and they grabbed David, but he wasn't nothing but just a blood ball. That's all he was. And was packing him, and she with her apron on and trying to get him. And there was where people were waiting and coming to the doctor, that they were going to see sick people. And he come in, and with that he was just tore all to pieces. And it shocked the people behind the desk so bad. Said, you can't come in here. You've got to go to the emergency room. You've got to go to the emergency room. And they run them back out. And they had to go around to the emergency room on the backside of the hospital to bring David in. And Dr. Ray, I think, is one of the doctors. He's dead probably now. He said, hey, he came out and said, there ain't no hope. He said, it's running out of him as fast as we can put it in him. And he said, but we are trying. And of course, Mom and Daddy and all of them was all upset. But he said, when we get a leader, we'd push it on and do this and sew it up, the ones that was really squirting a lot of blood, but they couldn't get enough. And if I'm not mistaken, I may be wrong, but I don't think I am. I think one of the doctors said, you know what, we don't even have this sample, that what blood it is, what type he is. And I think they got some of it off of the top of the truck seat out while they was working on him, just trying to keep him alive. And the doctors finally come out and told him, said, you know what's it? It's a wonder he ain't done dead, but said we're still sowing, but we're feeding. And said if he can make it through tonight, I believe it was that night, he said you might have a chance. Not even a 50-50, but just a chance that he'd live. And he said, meanwhile, I was him, Dr. Ray, and 2 or 3 other doctors sewing on him all the time. They were sewing on him, trying to patch him back up. And they did that, and finally they came out and said, hey, he's stable, but we're not banking on much. It's just too much. And said, but let's see. And it was like probably for a week, expecting him to die any day. And he said, well, one day he come in and said, you know what? He's almost got a 50-50 chance. And it went from there all the way up. So, and then he got okay. And he don't limp. And he ain't short-winded.
Do you think all that stubbornness is what helped him?
Probably a little, I think his daddy says it's probably a little of that crutcher in him. Mama was all excited about getting a new house that she had got built, but Daddy never would take her. She didn't have a driver's license, and he never would take her when she was out working on it. We still lived up in Dover at the cemetery. The house that Will was building, he did finally come to my mother and told her, said, I can't get him to even come tell me what kind of floor he wants. He said, just build me a house. Build me a house. Well, what color brick you want? I don't care. Give me some brick on it. And so that's the way he wanted to do it. They had to run him down to every fight. And of course, Mama got mad and she wanted to have this cabinet and that cabinet and built, you know. And I can remember that being a real corker for Mama and Daddy. You know, that's when I hear quite a few arguments about it. Daddy said, well, hey, it's better than what we got. It don't make no difference. It's better than what we got. I was almost ready to be a freshman, I believe, when we moved into that house. I've got my picture when I left to go to service, out the front door. And it is the ugliest brick I've ever seen on a house. So I'll have to go along with Mama. He sure didn't, and you know, it was some brick that they didn't want, they couldn't sell. So it was ugly brick, on pink brick.
Now, is the same color brick still on it?
Yeah, same color brick, but it's still there. If you want to see them, you go there and look at them ugly bricks. They're ugly.
We'll definitely.
And guess what? I'm the owner of them now. Me and Marty's the owner of them. We got them ugly bricks. My life really started in Stewart County after I come out of Land Between the Lakes and graduated out of high school in 1965. My dad was a commercial fisherman. He fished nets, lines, and he also caught and sold fish. He also peddled them to Katie's Kentucky by crossing the river and going down. He would catch fish, dress them, put them on ice, and carry them to people down around Katie's and just across the river. From him and my mother dressed them. As they got them ready, they would pedal. I think it was once a week, or maybe once every 2 weeks. They would deliver fish to places across the river where they'd have to cross in a boat to deliver those. And the rest of the time was here in this area, all the way over to Kentucky lakes where they delivered fish to. Then they got started making lines and nets, and they were made for themselves at first, but then they got to making them. My mother got to doing it full time for all the fishermen. And they all would have her knit the nets. Some of them were what they call barrel nets, any from a 1-inch mash to a 2-inch, 3-inch, and up to a 6-inch. And which I still have some of the nets that we fished or they fished, and some that I helped fish. So she would sometimes have to stay home and make the nets while he was peddling the fish. And he did that for, I guess, as long as I can remember, because he was still doing the same type of stuff. When I was hipping, of course, I was too small to do a whole lot, but if I stood on a 5-gallon bucket and used a chopping axe, I could cut their heads off. That's all I was able to do. My mother would pull the hide off, and my daddy, and I would cut the heads off, and my brother Rudy would split, gut them, and throw them into a tub to be washed. And that was our day, and we had what fish we'd caught. And I think we had about 8 or 10 fishermen from that up to about 15 at one time, buying all of their fish, dressing their fish, and peddling them out. And she started to market in Stewart County, I'm going to say in the early 50s, and people would come to our house where she made a place to where she could sell fish. And so me and my brother, we had to dress fish, and along with my mother, and then my grandmother, which was my daddy's mother, she took care of us when we were small, while Mama done the fishing dress. But like I said, once I got big enough, well, I had to cut the heads off until I got big enough to skin and do all of it. So we done it for a long time, and it was still going, I guess, part of the time after I come back from service. So before she really retired and quit selling fish. They built everything that we had. They had a sign that stuck up Nolin's Fish Market, and it stuck up at our house. That's where people came to get it. We had everything, the scales that we had to have. We had where we weighed them. Had a refrigerator and a deep freeze if they wanted to buy frozen fish, or if they wanted to buy whatever they wanted to buy. Well, we had it. But we'd start dressing fish sometimes. Earliest fishermen get in probably 7 o'clock in the morning, and we'd dress fish sometimes till 11 o'clock of the day to get all the fishermen, because we had to deal with them with the amount of ice we had. And ice was a very hard thing to get, because in the wintertime it wasn't any problem. We'd go to Kentucky Lake at what they call Joe Gray Holler. That's on Leatherwood. And we'd go down and get out on the ice and chop blocks of ice just big enough that we could get to move. We'd get in a boat, chop our way out, chop off big blocks, and then we'd float them in and drag them up on the ice and load them into the truck. We didn't have a cooler, so we had to build one out of a box, and it was around 16 foot long, probably 4 foot deep, somewhere around 5 foot wide. And that's where we stored the ice, to ice the fish down to make sure that they wouldn't ruin. We'd have to cut it in blocks, load it onto a truck, bring it up and fill that box plumb full of ice. And the blocks of ice would probably be maybe 4 to 6 inches thick. And we'd cut it just big enough to where we could handle it, get it stuck together, and lay it in a box, solid, from the top to the bottom and all the way down to it. The box was insulated, had 6-inch walls in it, and it was filled with sawdust. We get sawdust from a mill close by, because you didn't get insulation and stuff that you could get back then, so you had to insulate everything the best way you could. We just put a piece of sheet metal inside and nailed it to the wall against the boards. The boards were 6 inches apart, and we stuffed it full of sawdust all the way around. Fixed a drain in the bottom of it where we could drain it out, and when the ice had all melt, and then we had to either buy it or shovel them out in a hurry. If you filled it full and just closed the lid on it, it would last probably 3 weeks, and maybe even more, because that was a block that was solid, as big as the box was. But then as you started using it, opening and closing it, naturally it started deteriorating and melting. We'd move enough fish, and when the fish was really biting, then we'd have to double up on everything. I mean, we had to double up on the amount of fish you dressed, plus what you put away, and plus getting them delivered from one place to the other. We did that for a good long while. They would buy timber along the river banks and people who had timber, and they would cut them. And the only place that you had to get rid of them was in Paducah, Kentucky. And naturally, you didn't have no 18-wheeler to do the hauling. They had to take horses and pull them out on the high point. One of them is on Kentucky Lake, where they logged out. If you'll notice, certain times of the year, coming back from Paris towards Dover, there's a real shallow spot out there that goes dry. A lot of times in the winter, you can see where all the seagulls and stuff will stop on that island. That was right where they put all the logs just before the water started to come up. And that way they had the logs right where they were ready to be put together for the trip down the river. I don't know for sure where it was at on the Cumberland River, because the Cumberland River, it rose a lot faster, to my knowledge, than it did on the Kentucky Lake. It was just more water, and I guess not being able to see it, but the river not being as wide, you had to really be ready. It was a chore to try to get from Stewart County to Paducah, Kentucky, on a raft. And before they rafted them, they nailed all of them together. One of the rigs that you drove the logs in, drove this end in the end log, and this one went around on top and drove it to the next one. And that held those together. And they're called the chain dog. Most all of them are a single hook on both ends. And that went in this log, and this one went into this log. Some of these chains were just a fraction longer, and it corners where a raft could tear apart, and if it did, you lost everything you had because there was no getting it back. If it ever broke and you wasn't able to stop it, then it broke your whole raft up because you were going from one spot to the other, hitting on the corners of the bank until it tore it all to pieces. So they had to make sure that these stayed in place.
How many of those did you use?
Oh gosh, I've got probably 200 still left that they used. These were got in Paducah. When you got to Paducah, they gave you either your chain dogs or more like that, which you had bought. So I mean, they'd have to give you more to swap chain dogs.
So
Or if you had to buy them.
When you got there,
Right.
they would take the raft and give you how many ever chain dogs you used so that you could get the next load.
According on how far we were liking for getting unloaded, if they had a chance to pull our dogs out, then they would. And this is the rig that pulled them out with, and it's just called a chain dog puller. I know exactly how it worked, but I mean, at that time, these long loops fit like this, and it went through your chain dog like that, and it would pull about any depth that you drove that in the log out in order to turn it loose.
So the rounded edge would rest on top of the log as you push it forward to pull the chain dog out.
Right, you'd have that, and this here helped hold itself up. This would hook down in it to make it where it wouldn't go any further. It's locked in. And as it's in the log, you push down on this end, and it would pull this out. And in order for that to pull it out, naturally it took quite a bit. They had extra pipe and stuff that they put over the end of it to give you the strength to get them pulled out. But if you had one soft, it's according on what kind of timber you was cutting, it's how deep you drove them and all of that. If you sold the logs, it's according on you buy every log you could get. And I guess that maybe explain it, and I would be guys that couldn't just get right on it, but a load of logs that you see today on a 18-wheeler, maybe $3, $4. Well, you count the number of logs that's on that, and I'm gonna say you would haul probably 4 18-wheelers, 3 to 4, according on how high the water is, how much current you had, and how long you had to get to Paducah, Kentucky. And of course, the main thing of that is like I said, you can't afford for your raft to tear up. I don't guess they had insurance as far as I know. If they did, they didn't tell me nothing about it, but in what you made, it better hold together. Before you ever left to go down the river, you had to have everything together. And I know the first one I started building, he let me know right quick, boy, you won't even get started. Your whole log, everything you got will be tore up. I said, how come? I said, man, this thing is good and square. I mean, but I got an 8-foot log, and then I got a 16-foot log. How am I going to get them together? They got to stick out there. Man, we got us a good flat spot in the middle. And he said, no, that's the worst way you can build it. All of your holes and gaps is in the middle where you live. Your raft is square. It has 4 corners. And the 4 corners are to hold it together, because you may have 16, 15-foot log or 16-foot log, 14-foot log that will be here. Then here comes up 8-foot logs. Well, hey, how do you get 8 foot in there with 16? And so they put those logs together, because they haul from probably 20-foot logs to 8-foot logs. according to what they were making. Strawberry crates was one, apple crates, baskets, all of that was made from what they went down the river with. And these rafts had to be square on all four sides. And you had what you called a gouge oar at one end and a gouge oar at the other end. That was so that there was no front to this here raft. It was square, oblong, whatever, but it was made to go down the river and hit the bank on one side, the willow trees, and she'd spin. And you had to get with your gouge oars and keep her going, so when it turned around, it was going sideways. And you still going down the river. And you didn't guide it. It guided itself. It went to the next bank, it would. It might be this side, it might be the other side, or it might be a bend in the river. If it's in a bend in the river, you had to hit the bank with that side. And then it would turn the whole rig around. And then you'd be, the back end is heading down the river because it was square. And you had your holes in the center. But before you ever left the bank, you made sure that you had about, I'd say, enough to pile about the size of that fan, 4 foot by 4 foot. Pile dirt out. Take a wheelbarrow and roll wheelbarrow loads of dirt and pour it on the logs with them floating. And then pour another load on the fire. And then get up there and tap it all down. That's what you cooked on all the way down the river. As you got something to cook, people would carry smoked meat, stuff like that didn't ruin. Wasn't no such thing that I know of as ice chest. So you had to eat what you cooked. When they go down, it never stopped until it got to its destination. And it bounced from one side to the other. And that's what I was saying. It had to make sure your raft stayed together. And in order for that to do that, all your short sides, if you had a 20-foot log or a 16-foot log, another 18-foot log, whatever length it was, I think it was 8, 12, 14, 16. I think they had some 20s. And once you put all those together, this one you might have 5 logs that's 20 foot long. And then you might have 5, 16. Well, you got a 4 foot opening there, you know. So, hey, you just let it go. And then you'll get another 20 and you put it together. An 8, 2 8s or whatever. And all your holes was in the middle of the raft all over. But the square part was still there. You had to stay out of that and cook on the logs that was together. And people, of course, that was my question, was why would you ruin that many logs and cooking, but you had to eat? So well, you never did ruin them. That was putting the dirt on, you get it thick enough that you cook, do whatever you want to do, and have a shanty to keep all the meat and stuff in. And then there was a man on the front and one on the back, and he guided it with the oar. As long as it was going straight, you could stand on the back and guide a whole 2 18-wheeler loads down the river like you see it go down the road. But it was just guiding it, holding it straight. You wanted to hit that bank at a spot. When it hit, you want one corner to hit, not nothing over here. And hopefully it would be wide enough, and they was all, you want to be wider than the river. Because if you did, you was in trouble. You'd have to cut your raft up. But anyway, that's where they started. They knew where the water was and how high it was and how swift. And the more rain, the faster your raft got to Paducah. Because you moved on. And people seen drift floating down the river today, seeing how fast it does go. And I can imagine, I've never rode one. And so my father had me build one, and I put it in I took it, and I set him down, and I went and cut logs from, big as a pool stick all the way. And I cut 8 foot, 12 foot, 16 foot, and I piled them all out on the table. And I said, okay, Daddy, build me a raft. So he built that raft, showed me, or he gave it to me, and I had a little chain. I was cutting it up in little pieces to make the chain bogs, and I put that thing together just like he would tell me to. Well, you got to do this and that one. This and here takes 2 dogs, to where that nowhere only took 4 dogs or 6 dogs to hold it together. If there's a long one, it took more of those chain dogs to keep it together. But every one of them on the outside edge had a chain. Every log had that in it. One in this log, one in this log. And they done that around the whole raft. And that's how they stayed together. No matter where they hit, when they were drove in there, them 2 logs stayed together. You hit that bank, the other end of them, it started coming around. But you didn't have everything 16 foot. You had them placed in different positions to where no matter where it hit, on which end it hit, it stayed square. And she'd spin. And when it spun, the person on the gouge oar would be back there, and he'd be fanning it. It was a big, long stick, probably 16 foot long, and had a big paddle, just like a sailboat paddle is. And you just started doing that right there with it to keep it straight. And as it was going down the river, just to keep the thing straight, because the further you could go before you hit a bank, better off you, the less work you had to do. And it would do that. And you ate there, slept there, the whole 9 yards until you got to Paducah. I can't remember how long, it's according on how much water you had, what the speed was, to how fast you'd get there. I know Daddy would be gone sometimes a week, or maybe a little over. When they got to where they were selling it, you say, well, how in the world did you get that many logs out of the water at a place to where they can saw it and put it up? And that was where they'd tie your raft off. They'd come out and get you, throw you a cable, pull your raft, the whole raft of logs in. And once they pulled that whole raft of logs in, as you notice, like I said, they were all chained together, just like that right there. Well, and they had what you call a splice pole, which was made out of a hickory, and it was around about that big around, 6, 8 inches maybe through, and up to 20 foot long, or as long as they could get that hickory, straight hickory. That's how they held the whole thing together. They had nailed, and as they went down the river, but that splice pole, they put that splice pole on there when they got down there. Say they needed, say one bunk that would fit on an 18-wheeler. They were ready to take that bunk off. They'd come in there with a saw, and they'd saw that in two. You pull a chain dog out of this end and that end, and just slide it right out of the raft, because it was all tied together. And that would be the 8 foot, 16 foot, all of them was tied together, but all the uneven ends were in the middle. They were straight on this side and jagged on this side. Same way on the other side. So it was 2 logs wide, be like 2 barges pushing stuff down the river. And as it went down the river, of course, when we got down there, they would ask for, they had a big chain and a, I don't know what you'd call it, but it just run on a conveyor belt all the time, just like the unloader does on a raft at Cumberland City or places like they unload the coal. It just keeps turning. And it's got spurs on it that comes up under a log. Well, they go out and they cut the raft that we carry down the river and cut it in 2. That would be 1 square. As many logs as they wanted to pull up at one time. All of them still chained together. And when you floated it in against that big chain, it just picked up the whole round. And you just wind it to the top. When it got up there, that's when you pulled all your chain dogs out and your logs were free. I forgot to tell you though about measuring them, footage. You say, well, how did they sell them? They sold them by the foot. and they done it just like you do it today. Only in measuring a log for a raft was different. Of course, I guess fair or not fair, I guess they figured it probably the best way. The fella floating them down there is going to get as much as he can get for that log. And you measure that log by the little end. In other words, if you got the butt cut and it's 12 foot long, 16 foot long, 18 foot long, that's where you measure to get your footage. Well, it's kind of what they had and what was selling. My daddy could tell you what trees that was not really good, which would be sycamore, sweet gum, was mostly made into strawberry crates, and it was sliced in thin, one-time things. And then they was gone because it was a cheaper log. The good logs, they brought more. This day and time, I'd shoot anywhere 30 cents a foot, 80 cents a foot, just according on what it is. That's how they got it. I was asked by the audience over here, I was asked about how do you get back once you get to Paducah with those logs. I think it was once a week, I could be wrong, maybe twice a week, the mailboat runs. And when the mailboat runs, it's going to run, just like it's always been. So you got to make way. Naturally, it didn't get to run when you was at extreme high water. Well, that's when you want to put in. That's when you can get the raft to your destination in a hurry. You get your money and get ready to head back. Well, the way you got back was by the mailboat. And that's how you got back. And you said, well, how you carry your chain dogs? Well, I said, you didn't carry them. They were sent to you when you got another strip of timber and you needed so many chain dogs. And they would bring that by the boat, unload it to the people, and they had to use them from right then. They took them from there and brought them back. But you had to have your set, or you had to buy them every time. And so that's exactly how you got back from where you were going. He had me cut to build a little barge that I just used sticks as big as a broom handle down to a colored pencil to show the distance and the length of the logs and how he laid them together to make a raft. And I might not be exact, but I'm pretty close. I can get one built something like that they built back then. And then if I wanted to really look, because he built the one that was at the Dover hotel up here, where all the artifacts are. It's her nets, his trapping, logging, and all of that. They donated a lot of pictures and stuff to them of how it was made. When my daddy was working at the locks, he couldn't fish. So he was having to work at the locks. But that didn't stop the other fishermen from coming in. We always looked at our fishermen as, well, I wish they'd hurry up and get in. Everybody come in one at a time. You got to go out and get the guts all over you, and you dress the fish, and you get them all done, you wash it up, head to the house, but here comes another truck in. You got to get right back out and start the same thing again. Why can't everybody come at the same time? Well, you had one like person by the name of Gordon Dunaway. He's dead, but he was the last person to come in every day. He never got there before 11 or 12 o'clock. And when he did, he never covered his fish up, and they were just as dry as they could be. You couldn't skin them. They were the hardest thing to skin that ever was. And I remember my mother saying, hey, one more time like that, Gordon, and I ain't going to buy you fish. Because when you try to pull the hide off of them, it pulls the meat. It's not ruined fish, it's just dried out. The hide will dry so that you can't skin it. And if you can't skin it, well, that's not good. Growing up, I lived off of everybody else's fish. I got fed out of fish that she got for nothing. And you say, well, what did they sell? Well, they did not use the head. And behind the eye on any catfish, there is a wafer of good meat. Just as good as like a T-bone steak. It's behind the eye and in under the gill and down. And it's about the size of a sausage patty if it's a fish 5 pounds. And so we cut every one of them off and fed the rest of it to the hogs and saved that to eat with. And a lot of people wanted what you call fillet fish or fish that didn't have bones in it. Well, my mother knew how to skin a fish to fillet a fish out. Well, I'll call it the pocket comb with a piece that comes down the backbone, and you've got to leave meat on it. And I still love it today. I love to eat a pocket comb because it's a piece of meat that fries, real quick. It gets done, and you can eat it, and it's good. But you can't eat the big bones. You just pull it right off of them. But other people can't do that. And they throw their stuff away, and we get what they throw away. And when you dress for 10 or 12 fishermen, ain't any trouble to get supper. But it's when you eat it 7 days a week, 4 weeks a month, it finally gets old. We didn't have to eat it, I don't guess that much. We dressed everything. We've dressed coon, we've dressed possums, we ate just about everything. I don't know of much that I ain't ate except the polecat. I guess I have ate just about. I've tried eating mussels that's in the river, but they're so tough. They're still good to chew on, but they are so tough you can't bite them. And I ain't been figured out how to make them tender, like you do a oyster shell or something that's got oysters in it. Anyway, we tried it all. That's about all that I ever know them doing. Is either making logs, getting logs, dressing fish, peddling fish, building nets, and fishing. And that's pretty well a full time for them. And then, of course, naturally, as Barbara and David came along, things was different. You could buy a car, it didn't cost too awful much, and everything was so much better. But in the old days, it was pretty rough on people that had to work every day. And mine was started from when me and my brother had to clear new ground with a 49 model case tractor and a long cable. No, I guess maybe the first time I got lost coon hunting was a scary time because I found out that my father didn't know where he was at either. And neither did Dumas Melton, the man that was with him. Why it made me scared? I thought, well, hey, if they gonna die, I am too. We're gonna all die here together. We're gonna all be together. Because we were coon hunting, they got in an argument on which way to go. The dogs hit and they ran. They got a tree coon. We went to it. We got the coon out. And got ready to leave. Cordy said, we go this way. Daddy said, no, you'll never get there going that way. You go this way. And me and Rudy sitting on a log. I was carrying the chopping axe we cut the tree down with. And one of us had the rifle and the other had the chopping axe. And they said, boy, we're going to have a long time getting to the house because it's a long way to no way. And one saying this way and one saying that way. And you wasn't allowed to say anything. So you just kept your mouth shut and sat there. So me and Rudy would sit there on this big log that we were looking at, and I had a chopping axe. I just kept chopping on her. And I'd chop a little hole out, and I said, boy, I wish they'd hurry up and get through arguing. And I'd chop a little more, and Rudy'd chop a little bit. And we finally had that log chopped 3 or 4 different places. Well, they decided that who won. So I don't remember which one of them won, but they both decided to go the same way. So we walked for about an hour, and I said, man, how much further is it? Oh, it's just over this next ridge. That's all it is. Well, we crossed 2 or 3 ridges and it still wasn't there. And so they got in another argument. So, well, hey, I told you was wrong in the first place. No, it wasn't you was the one who's wrong. You need to We just didn't say nothing. What we done is sat right back down again to start listening to the fight. Well, he sat there a few minutes, and I was smallest. Rudy was the biggest. And I looked over at him. I said, Rudy, they're arguing that one of them says we know where we're at, and the other said we're a lot closer. And I said, we ain't a bit closer. I said, look, there's a log we cut on an hour ago. There it is, where we sawed on. Rudy looked down there and he said, well, it sure is. Here's where I cut over here. We've been here an hour ago. We've been walking an hour to get home. We ain't got here. We ain't gonna make it. He said, I'm gonna tell him. I said, well, I'm not. Hey, I got more sense than that. I ain't saying a word. And he goes, hey, I think y'all are lost. What are you talking about? Well, y'all said we was going to get here in an hour. We was going to be close to the truck. Well, we are. I said, we ain't a bit closer. He said, what do you mean we ain't no closer? He said, because right here's where we cut an hour ago. We still sitting on the log. And come back and sit down on the same log again. And y'all sitting there arguing. I don't think y'all know where you're going home. I said, boy, you go get your head whooped. But he didn't. They looked at the log, and then both of them got in an argument. And I don't know what happened, but we started walking again. We come out on Kentucky Lake. That was a long way, but put out on the Cumberland Riverside and come out on Kentucky Lake. And he said, I know what's his name that lived down the road. When they finally come out, they come out at a fellow's house that they had coon hunted before. And they went in there and woke him up. He said, but yeah, I'll take you and the dogs home. So he got in the old car and got in the truck and put us in the back of the truck and drove from somewhere down around Birds Creek Holler all the way back across to the Cumberland Riverside. And that's how we got back. But now that's how you live. You didn't cross your parents, that's for sure. I couldn't get a date with a girl because I smelled like a fish. I didn't really want one, but I still smelled like a fish. You know, I guess I'd have to say I'm about the smartest. My brother done the dumbest thing. He said, you lost. I said, I'm not no fool. I ain't saying nothing. So, you know, it would have been nice if I could have been the winner on that, but I wasn't. So I guess the dumbest thing I ever was to sit there and never spoke and said, hey, y'all are lost. I got proof. But I still thought I knew what a whipping was, so I didn't want one of them. So, if you ain't saying nothing, more than that, you ain't going to get beat on. So I guess that's what I would say was the worst. And I stayed like that, I guess, till I graduated out of high school. Not with the highest honors either, but I did graduate. I'm not ashamed of it. It took me 4 years to get out. And I started a freshman year, and then I'd go all the freshman year, and I'd fail just enough. I'd have to go to summer school all the time, all through summer, in order to get to the next grade. Freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior. When I walked across the stage, I didn't even still have my diploma. I had to go to summer school before I got it. And so that was my education. I ain't got a lot of education, but I ain't never been sorry for not going to college. I've enjoyed doing what I'm doing. I met her in my senior year, and we dated probably what times I could go on a date, and I didn't have a car, had to get a car or whatever. It was very, very little, but it was my girlfriend at school and the ball games and bus trips or something, going to a ball game or something all the time. So right after I graduated out of high school, she was still junior. She was behind me. And I said, well, look, I need a vehicle because I'm out now. So I bought me a 58 Chevrolet. And I bought a trailer, went in debt for it to get a trailer, dug the field line and the septic tank with pick and shovel, and put it all in and got it ready. We was gonna get married. And I went to get me a job. And my Aunt Ruth told me, if you come over here, I'll get you a job at Paris factory, where she'd worked at. I went over there and I got the job. She got me on. I came back home and I said, hey, I start to work tomorrow. And I said, look, I'm riding with Mr. Hedges, who run a dry clean. And I said, you can drive your mother and family to the grocery store at Big Rock, and I can go to work, and I'll come back home this afternoon with Mr. Hedges. Well, next morning I rode to work with Mr. Hedges, and while, of course, I was gone, she went and picked her mother up and her two sisters up and carried them to Tommy Tomlinson's store up on top of the hill where the pizza place is at now, and got groceries, and they left carrying them back towards home, and they went to, the wreck happened right in front of just before you got to Dr. Lee's old clinic, where you turn at the foot of the hill to go up to that old clinic and towards the National Cemetery. That's where the wreck occurred. She was hit by a 18-wheeler. He had been driving, I forgot, had no record, a logbook, had no record of that. He left the scene of an accident. The wreck happened on the wrong side of the road, that he went across the line and hit both of them, killed all of them, instant. And there were two people hitchhiking, seen the accident. The sheriff took their episode. He said, she wasn't doing nothing. He just come across the road and hit them straight on. And the sheriff said, well, you're going to have to sign this paper that you're a witness and you've seen this. And they signed, and they had to get the address. So she gave them an address of a cigar factory in Florida. And they were headed home. So that one statement was from somebody that they can't even find. So that was a cut right there. But they found the driver 3 days later. They found him. And he had no driver's license and was driving without driver's license and no logbook, and a wreck on the far side of the road shows where the hit head on her side. She was coming due Dover, he was going out of Dover. And he hit head on, right down there where you turn to get back on the highway. That's where the wreck happened at. Well, I was working for the factory in Paris. I think it was my first day that I had the job. And when I was coming home, I said, man alive, who is that? It's somebody crazy. Somebody had a wreck somewhere. And he said, yo, they are. Here goes the ambulance. And, man, here come another. I said, my goodness. And I said, boy, that must be a real wreck out somewhere. So we never thought more about it. Drove on down the road, crossed Kentucky Lake Bridge, and going up the old road. You know how it used to be, going up the old road. All of a sudden, blue light come on. And they turned around and got the dry cleaning man, Mr. Hedges' thing. And I thought, well, he wasn't speeding. He said, I know, but I got to stop anyway. I said, yeah, pull over. So I said, well, I ain't going to get home in time for supper. And he walked over there and he said, you got Mr. Marvin Nolin in there? And Mr. Hedges said, yes, sir. Sure have. I'm bringing him home. He went moving this morning. He's coming back. And he said, well, I need him out. I thought, what for? He said, there's been a wreck in your family. And I need you to identify some that we haven't got identified yet. And he didn't say any more than that, except you're going to have to go with me. So he took me out of the car. We come back right in front of the fish market down there where it's at today. And that's where everybody was at. That was where I was at when I left Mom and Daddy going to work. That's where I left going to Vietnam. That's where I left doing everything. I come right back and got out at the same spot at the same time. And he drove back in. I knew my car wasn't gone, but he never would tell me who got killed because I don't guess he would, afraid he's going to get in trouble. So he didn't tell who it was. And then some of the funeral home people said, hey, I think we've got it. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, your wife has been killed in a car accident, and I had her identified. And we were going to have to take you to identify her. But said, we found somebody to identify her. The day before that, her father died with a heart attack. And so all of them was gone. She had no way to get the groceries or nothing else. So I said, hey, you got a car, you drive her. Go down there and get the groceries and take her back and then come on back out. She was 2 years behind me. We was the same age. Well, you graduate in school. You graduate in 4 years. So, well, I don't know how old I was in 1965, but she about 2 years younger than I was.
Roughly 17.
Yeah, 17, 18-year-old. I said, well, hey, with your father dying like this, I said, we ain't got no, we might as well just get married. I finally got a place to live. We get married, and then we'll start from here. But then all of that happened, and then she lost her two sisters, Roxanne and Bobby Sue, and her mother. And so that wiped the whole family out. The only one left was one that she told me about him, but she never got to see him. He was just never good. He would never show up. But when everybody got killed, he showed up for his money. That's what he wanted. Two weeks and 4 days. 2 weeks and 4 days. I remember that, yeah. 2 weeks and 4 days. It didn't take long to bring it all to an end. And so then I started trying to sue. And I sued, but it wasn't getting nowhere. They said, you'll never make it, you'll never make it. I did finally get approved for, I think it was $10,000. I just bought the trailer with $9,000 something dollars. And I just bought the car with $1,000 something dollars. So I lost every bit that I got in paying for the trailer. I owed for the trailer. I owed for the car. So I had nothing. I started with nothing. I had nothing.
What happened to the driver that hit her? You said they found her. What'd they ever do to him? Do you know?
I threatened to go kill him for a long time. But I didn't get a chance to because, hey, Vietnam was calling. And I mean, I left from there, didn't know more of the jobs. I started working, trying to get a job the next day or two. Daddy got me a job down to locks, blowing the locks up. And I went down and worked that, and it was around, graduated out of May College, June. By November, I was working there, and by December, I was getting AIT and training to go to Vietnam.
So just a few weeks after
Yeah,
the ditch
yeah.
was crashed,
I
you
went
were-
straight that. Of course, the main thing that was for was to keep it lawsuits end. Nothing goes any further. If you're drafted into the Army, you leave, everything's just on hold. And with the lawyers saying, hey, that's the wrong thing to do because you're not going to come out a winner, you're going to come out a loser. And I did, hey, I didn't get nothing. And it was proven. Of course, they went to try to back it up to find the cigar factory or find where this fellow lived, which was supposed to be his address, and it was the address of a cigar factory in Florida. So they couldn't find the people who seen the accident. And so it was just a loss from one end to the other. And so that was a short part of my life, which didn't last no time. What? I graduated in May, was in Vietnam by November, December. Yeah, I mean, it was just bam, bam, bam. And it just went from 1, 2, 3. And I left there and went over there. Well, by the time you took your basic training, AIT, jungle warfare, put you on a ship for a month, 30 days to get to where you're going, offload you, stick you in something, hit the bank. There wasn't nothing, what else? You didn't have time to think about nothing else. You just thought about, hey, I'm coming home. I had bought a trailer, brand new trailer, and I still owed for it. And I put it in, and everything I got, I had to borrow it. And I owed for it. And I knew I was going to have to pay that bill off. And I've got a trailer sitting out there that I kept a wife for 2 weeks and 4 days before she got killed. And I had one vehicle to my name, 58 Chevrolet. 58 Chevrolet, once her daddy died the week before they died, got killed, he died. And he was the one that was the breadwinner that would always go to Big Rock and get the groceries and bring them back for them. Well, they had nobody to go get their groceries. There was a Roxanne, Bobby Sue, and Dixie, and their mother. And that was all. So they had to walk to Big Rock from halfway between Bumpus Mills and where the barbecue place is at. They had to walk that distance to get to the store, to get the groceries, and to get them back to home. They had to walk. And I said, look, I just got my license. I said, take my car and you carry them. You go get your mother and you bring her to the store in Big Rock and then carry her back. And I said, you can do that. And I said, then I'll pick up my car later on. I told her, I said, this ain't getting it. I said, hey, if we're going to get married, let's get married. If we ain't, let's forget about it. I said, this living like this is just not worth it. I'm going home trying to dig a septic tank with a pick and a shovel and get it all put in, and then still living at the house trying to get my place ready to go. I said, why don't I just stop, get it ready to go, get married, and be done with it? So she said, well, that's all. I'm for that. And I said, okay, that's what we're going to do. Now we're married. I can go live in the trailer. And I said, I'm going down there with a turning plow on a 49 model case tractor, plowed up the field line, shoveled it out, put in a field line, which didn't have to be examined, but it was put in right, and put my whole system in. And I had a place to live. And so within, I'd say a week, maybe, I had it all completed. The electrical man had to come, and that took, their pretty day when they got ready to inspect it and pass it. And so I'm going to say somewhere in the neighborhood, a week and a half or 2 weeks was what it probably took to get all that to go through. And once all of that got lined up, then it went through. Well, it was somewhere around maybe 2 weeks that went by, so or a week and a half. And so I had very few days left before the wreck was going to happen, and I didn't know it. So I took a job with the Paris, Tennessee carburetor plant where they built carburetors. My Aunt Ruth got me that job, and I could live with her and go to work every morning. And I said I could buy me a motorcycle, and I could ride to work and still come home too. So I said, that's probably the best thing for me. So I bought a 300 Dream motorcycle. Had to borrow money to get that, got that. And I thought, boy, I'm getting in debt where I won't never get out. Because I owe for the trailer, I owe for everything I got. And I said, this ain't getting it. Well, I got off from work at the carburetor plant. Me and Mr. Hedges and his son, Jimmy Hedges, got in the truck and was headed to the house. I'd worked, and I'm going home because, hey, that's where my trailer's at, right down to the fish market there. And it's sitting in the field. It's a new trailer, and I just can't wait to get in it. And I said, that's where I'm headed. And I can put my septic tank in. I'll start digging, doing what I got to do. Well, about that time, we was about halfway home when, at that time, Paris Landing, when you went in towards Paris, they were up and down hills, the old road. And so that's the way you travel. Much slower if you're going to Paris than it is now. It's all so straight. But all of a sudden, there was a car come by. And it looked like maybe a hearse. That's how they transported people when they had to go to the hospital. They had transported them in a hearse. Windows closed or windows open. And all of a sudden, I seen a hearse come whizzing by. And I said, boy, and yonder behind it is a law, and here comes another one, and here comes another one. And I said, man alive, what in the world is happening? And about that time, the law turned around, the state trooper turned around and caught us coming home because he was looking for us or me or that dry cleaning edge vehicle that I was in. Well, when he located that vehicle, he turned around and went and like he's going to give us a ticket. Of course, we just looked at somebody saying, hey, somebody had a lot of problems. And so once that happened, well, I'm saying, well, hey, what did we do wrong? I didn't think we were speeding. I didn't know anything else to say, and I kindly forgot about what happened about the death because it wasn't unforeseen to see one because that's what they did. And about that time, when the blue light come on, they stopped me or stopped him. He was driving. I was just riding. And he said, you got a Mr. Nolin in here with you? Yes, sir. Sure have. Well, I need him to be with me. And I'm thinking, what in the world for? What have I done to make a person catch me? I ain't done nothing. And so I was scared then. I said, man, alive, what is this? What's this mean? I worked all day over here and I'm off of work. And I got a trooper stopping me. I'm done forgot about what I'd seen. And then he said, get in the vehicle. So we got in the vehicle and he turned around and that's when he proceeded to tell me. He said, hey, the reason I picked you up is because I was looking for the Hedges, I was looking for the dry cleaner truck, and it was going to Dover, and I knew that if I'd catch it right, I could find you somewhere between here and Paris. And so that's what he done. And of course, when he did, he said, I'm going to tell you now, before you get home, you got some bad news. He said, members of your family that is no longer alive. Well, I knew I didn't have nobody but David. Rudy was gone, Barbara, and I thought to myself, and Barbara told me later on, I didn't know this until Barbara told me not long ago, that, you know what, Marvin said, if I had been there, I was catching crawfish down there under the bridge. And I love to go with Dixie wherever she's going. She came by and looked for Barbara to ride with her to get the groceries. And, you know, she'd be back home, bringing the car back. But she couldn't find him. She went all the way down to the creek, but she couldn't find Barbara. Barbara was up the creek, I think catching crawfishes, I believe she said, or doing something in the creek.
With her cousins, I think she had.
Yeah, somebody, she was with somebody, and she was occupied to the point that she did not go.
Yeah.
And of course, that was the day that the wreck happened. Now, I'm at the wreck happening. I think I've told you about everything. And he told me, he said, hey, the reason you're going home with me, he said, we need you to identify some bodies. And I'm thinking, well, who are they? And he wouldn't say. All I knew that everybody I knew was home. My daddy, my mama, David, Barbara, and me. So I said, that's about everybody that's here. So if I'm going to identify a member of my family, it's got to be somebody. I didn't even have Dixie included in, because I didn't think, hey, this is
Right.
just that wouldn't even come to that point. But she was driving the vehicle. And of course, when the wreck happened, well, long story short, it killed all of them on contact, the whole family. And when that happened, well, naturally, I mean, that really blowed my mind. And that I've got to identify them. And I thought, boy, that's going to be terrible. But I didn't. By the time I got there, I think Mr. Lloyd Miles, the sheriff, said that he knew my wife. And he said, I can identify her. And so they identified her. I think it was him. I'm not positive now, but somebody right in that area came up and said, hey, before you get him to go and identify her, we'll take you. So that got me off the hook from having to identify her. And so then from that point on, everything went wrong. From the minute that the investigation was took on, from the minute the lawman talked to the first person, and for the minute everything kicked in high gear. I was due, and I mean I had to something constantly, and it wasn't but very few days that I had to worry about it, because hey, once all of that kicked in gear, Miss Janice Sexton, I don't know how, I think it was probably something crooked. I had placed a suit the next day for a $10,000 lawsuit. And at that time, that was a lot of money. But if you took out what I was lost in the last day, it wouldn't even make a pig to blanket on it, because, hey, I have owed for a brand new trailer and no job now. And I owed for all the supplies to get it put in. I owe for a new car now. I have no car. I didn't have nothing. So I said, I don't even know how I'm going to make it. He's willing to work, but you couldn't get to work. And it was just all gone. And I thought, well, what do you do? There ain't a whole lot you can do. I mean, you know. And I said, it's just no answer. Well, she called and she said, hey, this boy is getting ready to leave here. He's going to war. And that tore my mother up. She didn't like the idea, but I don't know what happened, but I really believe that when I went to the law and asked them, I says, hey, I'm looking here at this wreck. I've been over here. There's the accident. Here's your yellow line, and here is her side of the road, and there's two yellow lines there, and there's a collision right there. How come it's there? If she's driving down the road, and here's your truck driver over on this side, and here's Black Street going plumb across the road, going straight. And I said, the car's head on. I said, the truck hit the car. Car didn't hit the truck. And that's when I said, hey, well, they knew then that more than out, they probably leaned towards my direction. I just always felt that. I don't know what the idea was. But anyway, when they done the whole checking, he just said, hey, you know what? You're just gonna be on hold. You're going on hold because you're no longer gonna be here. You're going for 2 years, you're gonna be gone. So they've automatically put your everything on hold because you're not gonna be here. You're going to war. Well, if I'm going to war, I mean, hey, I can't. I got to come back and go to. Oh no, it's all put on post. It's all posted. You're on. They just got you in a lull until you get out of the service. Can't get nothing done. Can't find out whether you're winning, whether you're losing. Can't do nothing. And you'll be found out when you get out of service. Then you can have your life. But over a period of time, anything like that, anytime you can get further away from an incident, it's easier to deal with it. Easier to say, well, hey, you know, it's all over. It's done with. That's it. You know, no problem. And so basically that's what I've grown to know and find out. I mean, it's like I said, once I talked to a lawyer, he started telling me the same thing. So, man, we can't do nothing. There ain't nobody wanting to do nothing because ain't nothing going to happen because you're gone. You can't even come home to talk to me. So it's just all on hold. And Miss Denise Sexton, I'd always heard that she was, I don't know, she either accepted the numbers and the people's name when they come in, or she could pick them one. I do not know whether she had anything to do with it or not. But I mean, the minute that come in effect, I left for the service. I had to go. And so that was between June the 16th, June, July, August, September. September is when I left for basic training, AIT, jungle warfare.
And where did you go when they sent
I
you
went to basic training in Fort Benning, Georgia. The other training was taken in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. All my other training was there. And it was from there to overseas. Basic training was very, very similar to what everybody else does. They march you and worked you till you could drop, you know, see how much you could take. They hollered at you, you know, had you doing everything that was wrong, everything. I just know that they just kept on hounding you to see where your breaking point was. And of course, I had enough already on me, not knowing, because when I got to finding out about the law, the driver of Memphis Trucking Company He was driving without a license. He had no license. He was driving with no logbook filled out. He was driving on the wrong side of the road. And it was a proven fact that he hit on the wrong side of the road. There was 2 hitchhikers that Sheriff Miles asked them, said, "Hey, did you see this?" "Yes, we did." "Do you tell me what happened?" He ran over them. And he took their deposition and name. So now then we have him, no driver's license, hit on the wrong side of the road. I mean, leaving the scene of an accident. How many more things could you line up against a person to make him guilty? But it's not too bad if you're going to send me off to war and you're going to just let everything hold for a solid 2 years. Because you're not going to do nothing. That's just all hold. And so basically that's what happened. I feel like that I was short jabbed, and the minute I went to 1A, I'm going to say within hours, I got the phone call, where everybody else might be a week, 4 days, 3 days, because you was going anyway. But if we can get rid of you now, that'll hold everything. And I didn't even have time to get me a lawyer. And I didn't know where he was. It was 3 days after the accident before they ever found him. And he didn't have no driver's license. He was in Memphis. They went to look for the people that seen the accident, and they lied about where it was at. It was at a cigar factory in Florida. They went to try to get it, and they got down there. There's nobody of that name. Nobody worked down there. Nobody had been down there. So they had told a lie there. So that left one of my main investigators saying, yes, it did happen. We seen it. To where is he? Who is he? And is he anything to it? So, I mean, you had nothing. That was it. I was back down to zero. And I said, I'm gone. Hey, there ain't no telling what's going to happen. I'll turn around and being sued. Well, and I was. I was sued for the total of the truck and the trailer. I was sued by that company for that. That was after I done got back and I've done over all of this. And I had but it wasn't a long fight. I'm going to jump from there to where when I got back, nothing happened. Didn't take long. I wanted, at the time, I done told them $10,000. And I think when I got through paying for the trailer, owing for the car, paying the stuff I'd bought off, I don't know how much I was in debt, probably $3,000, $4,000, something like that. But I still had no vehicle. And so I had to get a vehicle. And I think I said, well, hey, $10,000 I thought would get me out of everything, but hey, it didn't. It just got me really further in it because then I couldn't get out. I paid what all I had. I lost everything I had. And I just said, hey, I got to go to the Army. I don't guess I'm going to go draw hazard duty pay now. Because all the time I was gone, I stayed in hazard duty country. I never did go to a Fort Campbell base. I never went to none of that place. I just stayed. When I went in, took all my training straight to Vietnam.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that journey.
Right.
You'd never been out of Dover
Nope.
before this point. Never been
Nope.
on a plane. Never been
Nope.
on a boat short of on the river.
That's right. Basic training, that was enough to get me in the Army and away from Dover. Which I couldn't make a court case. I couldn't make nothing. So the main motive for them to get me out of Dover. And to do that, I had 2 years I had to serve in service. And the war was going on, so you didn't know what was going to happen, how long I would be out, whether it be a day, and I didn't have to make a date if you appointed one. But they didn't appoint one because they knew there was no way she's going to appoint one. I mean, I was hung over a barrel. In other words, I wasn't going to go for 2 years. Just forget it. You ain't going to get out. So I had to stay for the 2 years. Shortly after Dixie got killed and the rest of her family pretty well wiped out, there was a big change in let's just say the whole world at that time for the trouble that was going on in Vietnam. Because when I was in school, I knew that I didn't have enough education to really keep me going with a big fine job. I knew I had to get out and work hard, just like whatever I could get. I wasn't going to college. I knew I wouldn't make it. And the old saying is, when I was going to high school, I went 4 years. That's 4 full years. I went all summer and then failed, and then I'd have to go to summer school all summer, and then I'd go back to the next grade. So that's how I got through school. Football helped me get through school, and so that's basically what I was looking like to get through high school. And at that time, Vietnam was very high on the TV, very, very high. The rate from people going from 1A or from one, whatever the letters are, 1A was the highest. In other words, you are getting ready to go to the service, whether you like it or whether you don't. When you got in 1A, it was Katie barred the door. Your job was cut out for you, you might say, for the next 2 years at that time, because there were so many people going to war at that time that nobody got out unless you proved you was crazy or something. There's a lot of people tried. There's a lot of people left. They went out of the country. Definitely stuff that I couldn't do or wouldn't do. And so I knew at that time I had just got a real good job. And I had beat just about everybody out of that job of going from the bottom to the top. And meaning that I started as a person who just unloaded and packed dynamite for blowing a wall out at Lock D in Dover. And that's all I was hired for, just a regular flunky. And I didn't mind that job. I enjoyed the work. But as time went on, the people who ran a track drill, ran the air compressor, ran the tugboat, ran all this stuff, they were operators. And I was just a worker. I done whatever I was told to do. Well, okay. One of them wouldn't show up for work, then I'd always take his place. Can you run this air compressor? Yeah, I can run it. So I'd take over and run the air compressor. And I was doing as good, if not better job than what the fellow that was doing it, because he was not at work and failed to show up to work when he needed to. That same thing happened from the air compressor to the track drill to the whole, from the driving to the boats and stuff of what I would be doing. And he found out that I was doing because I was raised on the water. I knew the water. I knew the area I was in. So it made me automatically know a little more than somebody that had never been fishing, never been down there on the water. And it put me ahead because I knew what I was talking about. And he would always find that out. And that's why I went from bottom to top in a very short time. So, but now listen, I've just got my ad that I've got 1A. I am now in 1A, and that's when all of that took place, around the death and everything. I had went from 1A. Right shortly after that, I went to 1A. Miss Denise Sexton was the people that, or a person that worked in there that you have as a classification. And so I was going to 1A, and I can't remember where I went just before or just after I went to 1A. I don't know that if you didn't pass, it had to be health-wise, something wrong with your health, or something that caused you not to pass. And I don't remember exactly how that went, but I had to go be examined to know what issues I had of getting me out of having to go to Vietnam, because that's what everybody was looking for. I wasn't looking for a place to get out. I was tickled to death with the job that I had, working for Massman's Construction Company. I think it was the world's third largest construction company. And that meant to me that, hey, they were everywhere doing big things, and I'm already hooked in. I'm looking to go with this bunch. And Arnold F. Corse, I think was his name. And I'd gained his confidence. And hey, you can depend on him showing up. You can depend on him doing the job, no matter what it is. I don't care if it's running a boat. I don't care if it's doing the air compressor. I don't care if it's running a track. Hey, it doesn't make no difference. He can take every bit of it off. He had told me, he said, hey, man, said, I'm going to tell you what. He said, I know you're in 1A. I said, yes, I had just found out that I'd went and passed, and I'm now in 1A. And I asked the people where I was at in Nashville, I said, well, I've got a good job, and I sure do would like, I want to hang in there. And the fella at Nashville said, I'm going to tell you something, fella. You may be lucky to make it back home before you have to leave. Now, that's just how it is. We need people. And so that busted my bubble as far as me being able to go. So that night, my mother, I think we were going to work on either Thanksgiving Day or the day before. I can't remember exactly what it was, but my mother said, here, I'm going to bake a pecan pie, and you carry it up to all the people that working down there and have dinner. When you sit down to have dinner, well, you can have a good homemade pecan pie. Oh, that tickled me to death. And it did the boss and everybody else. And so that's what she planned on doing. Well, she worked the pie up within the next day or two. It was less than a week. And she got the pie fixed, and things got hot, and I got my classification in 1A. I know that now then, hey, I'm due to leave at any minute. And it was somewhere, oh gosh, I wouldn't even attempt to say what day or how many days it was, but it wasn't long. You're drafted for 2 years. So you know that 66 and 67, which is on my coat, or 68, 67 and 68 is half of this year and a piece of that year. September's when I got home. And I cannot remember the day that I left or where I was at, but it was real close to that half a year. The draft station was 2 years. That's what you got. I got my notification that I was due to go in. I had to leave. The pie hadn't even been made. I got home one day and my mail come in and Mama says, hey, you gone. You're gone. They've called you. You got to go. Tell you got to quit today. You work today and that's it. You know, when they done give me my orders to where to go, my first set of orders that I got from the government was, hey, you've passed, you're now going to service. So it was as if I was already working for them. The minute I passed and went from to 1A, meaning I am nothing wrong with me, you're ready to fight. So I knew then I was going. But to me, it didn't seem like that's what I was doing because, hey, I'm not there yet. And it might be a dozen different things I might do. I might not even go overseas. I might be working somewhere else down in some other place. Because there are soldiers that never did have to go. Maybe I can be left out and I won't have to go. But I didn't know that. But that's what my mind just went to myself and said, hey, I know that's what's going to happen. I ain't going to be able to go. And so that's the way I wanted to feel. And I went with the pie that next morning. I said, Mr. Arnold, I said, I'm sorry, but I've got to quit this job, a job that I really wanted. And he said, what are you talking about, boy? I said, I don't have a choice. I got to go to the Army. I've been drafted into the Army, and I got to be there. And what month or whatever, I guess I could look on my records and see what it is. But I said, I got 24 hours to pack up and get out of here. So that meant that I can't come back to work tomorrow. You ain't going to have no, whatever you plan on me doing, I'm not going to be doing because I won't be here. I've got to leave. And he said, well, he said, I'm going to tell you something. When you get back, and I said, wait a minute, when I get back, I said, I'm not for sure. I said, I may be in the States yet. He said, yeah, and you may not be. If you're living, when you get out, you have a job. All you got to do is contact me, and you will have a job. And I said, well, that is great to know that I'm going, knowing that, hey, but I told him, I said, I've had so much trouble lately. Everything has went against me. I said, from the death of my wife, which was June the 17th, that was just the same year. And between June and December, buddy, I was gone. I had so many things happening and passing every one of them. Then when I got to be, they turned my name in for the draft that shot me up from classes 1A or C to whatever your class was. I mean, it just zoomed me right on to the top. And then bam. And so once you got to the top, you got the call. Once you got the call, you got the bus ride to Nashville. And buddy, they didn't take you long. Because when I was up there, I kept saying, every time I'd go through a test and I get back, I'd say, well, have I passed? I said, well, that'll be let you know, you'll be notified when you pass or when you don't. I said, well, just your thinking, what do you think I am? I mean, you think maybe I'm not doing something right and I'm not going to get the job? You know, it's like being interviewed for a job. And I didn't know because I was a dumb kid, really. I didn't want to face what I knew that I was afraid was going to happen. And that's what everybody else is telling me. I said, buddy, you're a gone booger. You're a gone. And I didn't know whether it's talking about, yeah, when you leave, go over there, you ain't coming back. But I had, in my mind, that I didn't want to look at that part. I just refused to see that part. But he said, if you get back, when you get back, that's what he said, when you get back. And I'm saying, if I get back, I've got a job. That's a plus. So my whole motive is to get back. I'm making more money than I ever made in my life with this fellow, and I don't even know what it was. More than most people was making, And so I was just tickled to death with it. But I said, well, anyway, my mother's baked us a pie, Mr. Arnold, and I said, I want to give everybody here a piece of pie. And we had the meal. And he said, I want you to know that, hey, you keep in contact with me. I said, okay, I will. But I said, now look, I am in the middle of a war with the government and a lawsuit against me. Basically, that's what I grew to know and find out. I mean, it's like I said, once I talked to a lawyer, he started telling me the same thing. So, man, we can't do nothing. There ain't nobody going to do nothing because ain't nothing going to happen because you're gone. You can't even come home to talk to me. So it's just all on hold. And Miss Denise Sexton, I'd always heard that she was, I don't know, she either accepted the numbers and the people's name when they come in, or she could pick them one. I do not know whether she had anything to do with it or not. But I mean, the minute that come in effect, I left for the service. I had to go. And so that was between June, July, August, September. September is when I left for basic training, AIT, jungle warfare. I went to basic training in Fort Benning, Georgia. The other training was taken in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. All my other training was there. And it was from there to overseas. Basic training was very, very similar to what everybody else does. They marched you and worked you till you could drop, see how much you could take. They hollered at you, had you doing everything that was wrong, everything. So I just know that they just kept on hounding you to see where your breaking point was. When I went in, took all my training straight to Vietnam. Got basic training, that was enough to get me in the Army and away from Dover, which I couldn't make a court case, I couldn't make nothing. So the main motive for them to get me out of Dover. And to do that, I had 2 years I had to serve in service. And the war was going on, so you didn't know what was going to happen, how long I would be out, whether it be a day, and I didn't have to make a date if you appointed one. But they didn't appoint one because they knew there was no way she's going to appoint one. I mean, I was hung over a barrel. In other words, I wasn't going to go for 2 years. Just forget it. You ain't going to get out. So I had to stay for the 2 years. But at that time, I was kind of a very dumb person. I hate saying this, but anyways, they told me, said, hey, if you want to find out where you're going, this is when the basic training was over with and was getting ready to be shipped out to some place. And the sergeant said, well, go down to the thing down there and you'll find your name on the board. Out from your name, it'll tell you where you're going. Well, the whole time, anytime I heard about it, are you going to Vietnam? Are you going to Vietnam? Or you're probably going to go to Vietnam. Or you'll be in Vietnam. Don't worry. Just Vietnam, Vietnam. And I said, man, nobody wants to go to Vietnam. I said, hey, I don't want to go there. I'll go anywhere. I don't care where it's at. And so I looked at it and I run my finger across it. It said US 533-84450, Nolin. Restricted area overseas. Hot dog, I made her. I don't have to go to Vietnam. And I said, that's all I wanted to know. And that fellow said, what are you talking about? Where are you going? Restricted area overseas. He said, we don't have but one. I said, what are you talking about? He says, Vietnam. I said, oh. I said, bad luck again. And so there's where I was at. I knew what I was going to do. I knew it was done tied up. Government was related in it enough to know that, hey, there wasn't nothing going to be done until this was all out. And then they'll bring it back and things will be settled easier. My mother gave me an Instamatic 104 camera and told me to make sure I wrote and to make sure I took pictures of where I was at. And that's how the camera got into the whole picture. I got on a bus in Dover at the Chevrolet garage, and when I sat down on that bus, I struck out to Nashville. After I got to Nashville, got onto another bus, and I'm wanting to say that I forgot where it was going. Seemed to me like I got on the bus and rode it for a while, and then ended up on an airplane and went to Fort Benning, Georgia. That's where I started ranking up now. I'm service, and that's the first thing I got is I went to take my first jobs over on, I was E1 or E2, no stripe at all. E3 is, I think, a stripe, or was it back that time. You got your first stripe at an E3, I think. I was like an E2, so I didn't own a stripe yet. But I was getting out of service, which means my stripe was coming because I passed. And I'm already headed to Vietnam. And then they told you you don't wear stripes over there. That's how you get killed. You don't wear stripes, you don't wear brad bars, you don't wear lieutenant bars. After I went to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, I was trained there on a 175 howitzer. That's what I took my training in. And I was to get into that unit. I got on a train, left Oklahoma on a troop train. It wasn't a train that you go take a fine, pretty scenery, it had nice box cars and all. You had a rough road to hoe. You was headed to California. Every town we went through, people were protesting any kind of service train that went through. If it had soldiers on it, then they was protesting. Nobody liked you.
And you didn't even have a choice.
You didn't even have a choice. It didn't make no difference. And so we was almost to California, and a helicopter came out. We didn't know nothing about it. We just riding the train, and all of a sudden it stopped. Well, what happened? We got there, got to look, and it's on a long track, and you look way up yonder, and yonder's the train stop. Well, what? Hey, ain't nothing down here. I don't know. Maybe a town up there they're in, but ain't nothing back here. What's happening? Well, said we got a flare down. Yeah, they put a flare on our track. Helicopter come and dropped it on the track. And it's worded that it does not move until that flare goes out. So we're sitting there with a flare burning. How long we're going to be sitting? Oh, no. When it goes out, we can go. So we had to sit there. I can't remember how long it was. A pretty good while. Then finally burn out. Okay, we headed to, well, when we got there, of course, up the echelons, up the big rigs, the bigger people said, hey, man, we're running into all sorts of trouble. Said, hey, so we are, it's got us going into California. We got to get these troops off of this train, into a bus, into the port, get them onto the ship, and get them out of here just as soon as possible. They're protesting something terrible, the war in Vietnam. And you got to, what are you going to do? You can't just wait for them to tell you when to load. They had us all set out there just waiting, and then about 2 o'clock in the morning, I think they gave up and went home after we would never come out of the train. Everybody finally went home about 2 o'clock in the morning. Once they went home, man, we was just hornswoggled, just like running sheep off of the train. But anyway, just right off of there and run strictly onto the boat. I mean, there wasn't no pushing you. I mean pushing you. I left California on the boat, It was a ship. General Leroy L. Teenge, great big ship. And the cots was that we had to stay in. There wasn't nice cots. You had a ladder, crawled up here, crawled to the first cot. It was a big 2 pipes. You come out here, made that, and just looked like a pallet, looked like a cot, only it didn't have no legs. It just had a chain on it. your cot would just fold down. It was automatic bed.
In the wall.
Yeah, it was just strapped up against the wall. And you undo the 2 chains here, and it let her down, and it helped by 2 chains. Then you had your ladder coming up the outside edge, and you hung your steel pot right there. That's the puke in. Because everybody got seasick when they was out riding, especially if you had sauerkraut and weenies, which didn't bother me a bit. I could eat sauerkraut and weenies all day long, but when you start standing in line and you're hungry already, and you see somebody running back down to they're running trying to get to the edge of the boat so they can throw up, and you got sauerkraut hanging out through their fingers like this, and a weenie half stuck out, and still gagging, and then they're heading to the thing, and you say, you know what? Am I really hungry? I don't know where I'm hungry or not. So everybody else got seasick. I never did get seasick. I was used to the water. I never got seasick, but I seen everybody else. You had 2 lines, one going into the cafeteria, and you go down through it, you pick up your food, you get the same amount of food, and they throw it on your plate. It don't make no difference. I mean, hey, they're definitely not cleanliness looking, but you throw it on your plate, there it is. Eat it or die. I don't care. It don't make no difference. And that's what you got. You either eat that, or you could put it on tray and make this circle, come back out, and you get in line with everybody like this with trout hanging out between your fingers, and say, well, I'm not hungry, and I'm just not going to eat it anyway. There was a few that tried to starve herself out, I guess. And so, but me, no, I'd eat mine, come on back out. It didn't make me sick, but it wasn't what I really wanted. But, I wasn't used to having everything I wanted anyway, so I didn't get the opportunity. That part wasn't really bad for me, but when I went under the Golden Gate Bridge, somebody said, well, there's Alcatraz right over there. And I said, boy, oh boy, am I any better than they are? I've just been sentenced to 2 years, and I didn't do nothing. And I'm going, would you like to swap places with that prisoner over there? And I thought, I wonder how he's treated. I wonder how I'm going to be treated. I said, so far I ain't found nobody that likes me. So, there ain't nothing, it just ain't nothing. Well, the next day I said, well, how long we got to ride the ship? Okay, I go to asking him questions. It'll take 30-something days, 32, 33 days. I just say a month. Vietnam is exactly on the other side of the United States. It's all the way over there. So it's got to go halfway around the world. And that's how long it's going to take you to make your trip. I think it was about 30 miles an hour. But then I got on the boat and I started riding. And every day it was sun up, sun down, sun up, sun down. They kept you doing something pretty well all the time. Now, they was a lot easier than the average after basic training because they knew where that you were going. So they didn't press you on all of that, but no, you didn't get no pride and joy. You liable to get puked on. Your steel pot was not there just so you know where it's at. It's there for you to puke in, and there was 8 in a row. Now, you could be on the bottom bunk or you could be on the top bunk. You had to fight to get the top bunk. Or if he was on this end and his pot was on that side, well, I don't feel like puking on that end, so I'll let him puke on my feet. I'm going to go to the other end. And I'll try to get, that's all there was to do. You didn't have a whole lot to pick from. It's either there or stand up. And if you had to go to the bathroom, the pipe come in the front of the ship, and it had a commode seat on a pipe about that big around. Had a commode seat on it and 2 handles. And the pipe come in the front of the ship, made 3/4, 33 degree, come like that in, and then heads down. It'd go about from here out to the highway, nothing but commodes and handles on each side. No handles to flush, no nothing. It was in the head of the ship. You rode her up and down while you're going to the bathroom. If it's rough, it was rough. If it's smooth, it's smooth. but you just, that was how you went to the bathroom. Water come in this end, there was no end in it, just a pipe, open pipe. Come all the way through here, go all the way through to the far end and dump her back out in the river. And that's how you went to the bathroom. You went to sleep, you got on the cot and hoped that nobody put any crowd on you, because that was the main thing. My dealings was very whatever. I think one day I had to do potatoes, peel some potatoes. The rest of the time, I really can't remember what I'd done. It had me doing something, but I didn't even think about it because I thought where I was going. And when am I going to get there? We wasn't too far from Vietnam when all of a sudden our ship stopped. And I said, well, hey, what in the world? Ship has stopped. I don't see nobody. The land is so far off down there. The ship can't even get into the bank. Wonder why we stopped. Wonder if the motor's messed up. Something happened to it, but they don't tell you nothing. He sat there for a while, a few minutes. A fella coming around, he said, yeah, and he was on radio or whatever it was it's talking on. I'm sitting there listening to him. I said, well, he about know more than I know because I don't know nothing. I'm sitting there listening to him. I said, well, he about know more than I know because I don't know nothing. And he said, yeah, everything here it's still tied down on the ship. Well, we went through the Luzon Pass, but we had a few ropes break, but said, hey, we got her calmed down enough to where we got everything still tied on. Yeah, tied on here. And I'm sitting here on a big pile of, I thought was burlap bags. That's what I thought it was. And I'm just sitting there and I thought, well, what in the world is he going to do now? Then I seen a big, about a fourth the size of this shop. And it was closed up and locked. And then I seen the burlap bags. Then I said, well, man, what is all this stuff they got? This is a waste. We haven't used this for 30 days. We don't need this mess that's on the boat. Why don't we have a little room to move around? And of course, I didn't get no answer. Tell you what it was a ladder. Yeah. It was a ladder. And that ladder was stowed over the side of a ship that might be 30, 40 foot to the water. But that's how you got from there down to the boat to get in the boat. But then the next thing I know, I said, well, they had called everybody to me. Hey, you're going to be called out here on the bed of the ship. Everybody on the boat. So everybody ended up on the boat, standing up. I wonder what in the world we doing out here on a boat in a stopped area. Well, that fella come back. He'd go by and he'd check this big building, door, make sure it's locked. Everything was locked. Everything's prepared. Everything was ready. He'd have all that stuff. This burlap bags is all covered up. I thought, man, you must be proud of them burlap bags. I said, that's nothing in the world, but so I didn't say nothing because I never even dreamed nothing. I didn't know what it was about. But that wasn't nothing to use. They didn't let you know nothing anyway. He said, President Johnson has called and said he needs some volunteers. Well, you need some volunteers. I said, by the way, I said, what is all this thing? So you keep coming, rapping on that big Connex right there. And I said, I've been sitting here on these gray sacks. He said, them ain't gray sacks. I said, what are they? He said, that's a ladder. Something you're going to be using. I said, I ain't got to use no ladder. I'm out here in the middle of the ocean. I ain't going nowhere. I'm already on a boat. He said, yeah, you're going to use them. What is that? I said, he said, you ever see a war movie called World War II? I said, yeah, my grandmother, she got a TV. And I said, you know what? That thing was black and white. What are we here for? He said, they need some volunteers. That's all I know. I said, well, that's bound to be something that I don't want to do, so I'm not going to volunteer for nothing. About that time, he come in and said, well, hey, President Johnson, it's okay to us to have so many people volunteers. Now, there's about 4,000 of y'all here. I want to see somebody that's volunteering. Well, I didn't see anybody. Some of them said that there was something down the line down there that volunteered because they'd puked about every day on a boat and they was about ready to die anyway, so they didn't really care. But I didn't volunteer. Nobody had a volunteer, and they didn't accept the ones that did volunteer. And the man had us all formation, and it was just rows, line of people, 4,000 of them was on that boat. And he said, "All right, everybody fall out in line right here." And he started walking down the line. He said, "You." And he had a man walking behind him, writing down his name, his number. You. Finally picked them all. And we got them all picked. He got his bullhorn and says, "Fellas, I appreciate y'all coming down and standing out here on the deck." Said, I think everything's pretty well settled, so I'm going to dismiss y'all and go on back to wherever you were doing, whatever you was doing. And we'll holler at you later. The ones that y'all have just picked here said, "Just hang loose just a second." So he turned the rest of the people loose. And then he turned around and he said, "Fellas, first of all, I want to commend all of y'all for volunteering." I said, "I didn't volunteer. I ain't stuck my hand up. I ain't going nowhere." He said, "Yeah, you did too." I said, "Oh, no." I was the one they got. I was one of them. And I said, "Well, okay, what's the next thing?" "You got to go help the 3rd Marine Division. They're in a bind. And it's in the DMZ, which there wasn't no DMZ at that time, between the North and the South. That's when the North was fighting the South, and you had a line, just like North America and South America. That line was where a lot of the war was going on because they was coming over it every way you could think about it. And so they needed to stop it. And said, "You're going to be hooked up with the 3rd Marine Division." I said, "Well, I'll be dogged." And I was going to shoot a bullet that would go 32 miles, and I'd at least be that far from the enemy. I was going to be able to shoot 32 miles. Hey, what are you going to do with me in Clarksville? And I'm sitting down here in 1965, and I can shoot that far? Hey, man, I wouldn't be really scared to go. Hey, that's the only way to go to war. I'm thinking, that's my thinking. Because I can't imagine shooting 32 miles. Can you? I say, "Well, hey, I'll take that any day. I know I've done practice training. I know what to do. You cut the powder bags. You cut the powder bags at the distance the gun travels, makes the bullet go." And I said, to get your elevation, all you do is put the elevation and get the reading from the FDC and fire it. And when it gets there, it's got a fuse on it. And once it goes over 32 miles, it explodes. Hey, that ain't nothing wrong with me doing that and shooting the courthouse down in Clarksville. There ain't nobody going to shoot me. So, hey, that's what I need. But no, that's not what I needed. That was not what I was thinking anyway. So I said, "Well, hey, how are we going to do this on the ship? They tell me you can't get within so many feet of water." He said, "If you go over at the edge of that ship and look off down there," said, "you'll find some little boats." That's what woke me up. I said, "Yeah, I seen that on black and white TV. My grandmother had a TV in black and white, but she bought her a new TV. It was snowy, but I could see them boats." And I said, "The front end would fall out of them." And I said, "These boats that's down there have the front end that would fall out of them?" He said, "You got it." He grinned. I said, "Oh, no." I said, "Ain't we got anywhere since World War II? I mean, here we are. Look here. World War II happened a long time ago. What do I do?" And I said, "Need to think before I do anything. Don't go jumping to conclusions. Just think. Because it didn't have a lot of choice. And my room was pretty well cut out for me. I was getting in the boat. I was going to get off. There wasn't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It didn't make no difference where you went left, right, up, or down. You're going to get off. When the front falls out of it, you go get off. You ain't got no choice. And so the first question I said, hey, which end of this boat falls out? In my situation, I was really lucky. He said, you standing in it. Oh, boys, excuse me, I had an M14. I said, I'm out of here, boys. Let me get by. Let me get by. I'm heading to the back. And then when I got back there to the back, I said, okay, if he didn't lie to me, that's the one that's coming out, and I believe it is, because I seen that cable going up yonder on the big roller, and I seen that one going up on the big roller. And it looks to me like they're hooked to a thing. I don't know why it ain't leaking there. It's leaking a little, but not bad. But that looks like a solid door because all your slats are going this way. And I said, that means that they're going to unload the tracks here. They unload vehicles here. That's coming out. That's for sure. He didn't lie. I got it. That's where I'm going. Now, what am I going to do? I asked him, I said, what are we going to do when y'all put us into the bank? He said, hook up with the 3rd Marine Division. So how do I hook up with the 3rd Marine Division? I mean, there's a war going on out there. Huh? You run out there. It's Red Beach Da Nang. I said it's got that name from blood that was on the beach. That's what it's called, Red Beach Da Nang. And you run till you find the 3rd Marine Division. They're out there. They're done fighting. They're holding you a spot to help get you to them anyway. And they're fighting them off that way. And then you're going to pitch in and help them. I said, well, which one do you go first? Where do I go? That door is as wide as them 2 doors. Do I stand in the center? Do I stand on the left side, the right side? I can't see out. So ain't nothing but all looks the same. You don't know what the beach looks like. You don't know how far it is. You don't know how deep the water is. When it opens up, you got to run. Well, what if I ain't tall enough? Well, what if I'm running beside a 7-foot fella? I'm not going to run very fast. Good Lord, I just do the best I can do. When I got in her, it started. Of course, they tell you on the bull on it, when we let her go, so it'll just fall out like that. And I don't know where it's radio controlled. I don't know where it vibrates or collects the bottom and then falls down to a stop, or whether it just goes so far and you step off the end of it. I don't really know. I remember stepping off I don't know. I'm gonna say probably that deep. Probably, but the door was probably that thick. So you stepped down, then you stepped in sand, like walking on the ocean floor. And then you started running because you had to get to the beach where you had some kind of a dome, and they had built some kind of a domes. Wasn't they that great, but you could get behind them. But you knew there wasn't nobody from the ship to there, so your safe zone was back here, your danger zone was where you got to go. And how soon can you make it, or do you lay there? You got to see. We know we got in a line, and I got all the hand grenades you wanted, and then all the ammunition you could carry for your rifle. And by the time I got all of that, I couldn't pack nothing else. I said, man, I don't want to get hit myself, and then I'm going to blow up like a doggone. You imagine hitting a bunch of hand grenades? There ain't nothing left. And I said, you know, I'm going to take a few of each one, and I'm going to just back up. I had a thing, and I taped, of course, we'd done learned what to do. So I taped 2 clips together, back and front, you know, bam, bam, you know. But anyway, I know what I'm going to do. I just don't know when I'm going to do it and how I'm going to do it. And Of course, once the beach hit the thing, it was better than I could ever expected, being bad. They are holding them off pretty doggone good for us. There's a few people got killed while they was trying to make it to the bank, but out of probably 30, maybe 5, maybe something like it, maybe 6. Most of us made it to the bank. And so once we got in with them, do what you got to do to stay alive. That's the main thing we got to do. We got to keep people from coming over the line trying to come to the south. They took my M14 away from me probably a week after that, because I got over there. Again, this is a time of year, and they were working fast trying to get the 16 that was jamming replaced with the other one that wouldn't jam. And they had just began figuring out what to do to keep it from jamming. It was one that jammed. You just had to watch, stay out of the salt. The water wasn't a big deal, but stay out of the salt. Stay out of salty or sandy ground. It would jam on you. Keep the gun out of the ground. And I knew the 14 I passed on my test. 2 clips, well aimed, can outdo 60 clips or 60 rounds just firing out there. Because, I'm not trained in the M60 or M16. I said, well, hey, I went and tried to get my M14 back, but they wouldn't let me have it. And about 2 or 3 days after that, they called me and they said, hey, we need you to take a major as a gold leaf. That's what he had, gold leaf major, I think. He was not a colonel, but a major. They had to find somebody that could get this colonel back into where it was safe, because he wasn't safe. We had to go dig him a hole and bury a Connex. That's one of them green boxes out yonder. Bury that Connex in the ground for him to stay there a couple of nights. And we had to lay out there and dig a foxhole and sit in it. So we knew good and well, hey, he was important. We weren't. I wish I knew his name. But anyway, he had been there. He was the main one that was over our whole area, what we was doing, what was our motive for taking that area. And I had been picked to clear the DMZ, which was, I'm just guessing now, mile-wise, 38, maybe 17 mile wide, maybe 2 mile long. That was from ocean to the other country. 17 miles across there. That was the shortest distance to divide the North from the South. And you'll see that when you find North Vietnam, South Vietnam, Hanoi and Saigon. That was where I was at, right there. That was what I fought for. Mostly the whole time I was there. Is that 17-mile stretch was no man's land. So me being the first ones there, the first thing we had to do was go into those towns and say, hey, just like walk into your door, knock on the door and say, hey, you got to leave. Please don't make it hard on us. Right now, we don't know whether you're a friend or foe, because you're on the north. That's it. You're right in the north. Look, if you'll go down south, you will be given new shiny metal. And your houses are built out of sea ration cases now and elephant grass. You will be given the metal, and you can take it and build the house you want, which would be like you getting a brick house when you did have a board house.
Yeah, yeah.
They would have metal that did not leak. But now then, that's where you didn't know. I don't know whether you would get mad or not if I come to your house down there tonight and say, hey, you got to leave. You got 5 minutes to get everything you got and get out. I ain't giving you 10. You got to go. Now, if you don't go, we'll burn your house down. I'm sure I wouldn't rank the one happy person. You say, you know, hey, you're my buddy. Come on in and have a Coke with me, you know.
Yeah.
You're not going to do that. But I don't have a choice. You got a job you got to do. And if they didn't leave, that's tough. That was tough. It didn't make no difference for you.
Did you have to force them out?
Well, hey, flamethrower, burn their house down.
Or did they get out if you burned it down?
Some ran, some didn't, some cursed you, some done everything that they could do, which probably would be like I would do or anybody else. But, you know, I didn't stay. I was too worried about leaving him and not getting shot in the back because I'm putting out a silk pajama man the same way I'm putting out a good person that is there because he's just living there, he's working there, he's for the South. He is part of the South, but you don't know your enemy. You do not know who you're dealing with. He could be friend or he could be foe. And as she showed in lots of the things, when you seen all those gooks sitting there with the mask pulled out, it's a sandbag pulled over their head, and they're sitting there just like this. It's hot, and they ain't breathing good. But, I mean, hey, you get your head blowed off if you ever pull that mask up where you can see what's happening or see anybody or see anything. You are there to be carried somewhere else to put through a traumatic test of telling what you know. What's there. We want to know everything you know. So they either went willingly, got their medal and leave, and go down and build a house at a spot that they've told them that they have to build in order to be protected. That way they're protected by South Vietnam and the United States government. Now, I'm sure there's times where they weren't, and I'm sure there are times when I know that for a fact that there were people that were on our side that was cruel to people. But in a way, I can understand it, especially if you've lost somebody that you think a lot of, and they killed him. But at the same time, there's a lot of people that are doing the best they can do to do what they're told to do, that still lose their life. Some of them were questioned, and some of them were put on a helicopter and they were carried straight up. Hey, question them. Hey, how many's down there? How many are you? How many's in your hut? No, don't know. Pick him the door and kick him out, and he's gone. One tried to shoot puff the magic dragon down. 1 round's all it took. And buddy, the minute it picked it up, that Puff the Magic Dragon was watching this whole bunch of soldiers out there. He just spun her around just like that right there, and when he opened it up, it was just the awfulest gun right you ever seen. Just and it was just bullets going everywhere. Couldn't miss you. It could not miss you, and it knew exactly where it was shooting. And when we get up to the people, they're on the ground. Some of them are dead. One of them is laying saying, I shot that, yeah, bro, and they're beating on the ground, and he was so mad and so upset. And I said, what in the world is he saying? And that's when the interpreter is called. He's got an interpreter with everybody there. Well, what's this fellow saying over here? He walks over there and he listens to him, and he's laying on the ground beating his hands like this. He's just laying there on the ground and said, I've told them once, I've told them 1,000 times, don't shoot at Puff the Magic Dragon. Don't shoot at Puff the Magic Dragon. And that's what he done. He had shot at Puff the Magic Dragon, which killed about half probably of his group. And the rest of them was captured as prisoners. And they're in the ones with the sandbags over their head in a hot climate and sitting there waiting to be pushed out or pushed in. Now, I don't know. You hear of a lot of bad things that happened in Vietnam, and American people done it. I don't know. I'm going to plead on the fifth. I didn't see any. I didn't know of any for sure. But they say there was a bunch of them pushed out of airplanes, and they talked and told everything they knew, then still pushed out. I don't know that happened. It could be true, or it could not be true. I have wondered myself, why would anybody, if he spilled his guts to you and told you everything you knew, that you wouldn't try to let him have at least a little freedom?
Give him a chance.
Yes, yeah. If he turned against it, I mean, it was like them, hey, you can't, we've got to burn your house. We don't have an option. You have got to leave. We're going to give you enough metal. That's almost like giving you enough to build you a house out of metal. But we're going to tear this place here down, and you got to leave. We were supposed to learn it, but hey, some people didn't have time to learn it, especially me. That's where I shouldn't even had to win, because I couldn't learn it fast enough. I got the book in there. It tells you every word. Right? I can go by and if I look at it, but I don't know how long it would take me to tell you hello, or I don't like you, or I'm going to try to help you. But it take me a long time. You ain't got enough time for me to tell you that. You'll probably get shot while I'm trying to tell you. So, I mean, that's over my head. I done what I had to do.
You got to
Pretty
tell
close.
us about a watchtower and a helicopter that would bring the watchtower.
That's what I was marking in the book in case somebody was here watching it. If they seen it, I could tell them what the hole was. If they seen the flying crane, they'd know what it did. They made the things down south. Of course, we was as far north as you could go, so they made the down south, and the flying crane would pick them up and bring them up there after we dug the holes on our hands and knees.
How big was the hole? How big the hole had to be?
Well, it put you up. I'm gonna say it was a good 50 foot up, a good 50 foot, because there were 4 of them that went together and they kept bracing them as it went up. So it's somewhere around 50 foot, but you didn't want the top to get too big. If you get so big, a good mortar man can make it hit on top. And if it hits on top, you're gone.
How many
You're
people-
50 foot off the ground, and you ain't got no place to hide.
How many people could you?
Well, just only the people that was on duty that is overlooking the area with glasses, finding out, and a few of the modern stuff they had that I don't know nothing about, of trying to locate somebody moving in or something moving out there. They would get a feeling of where it was coming from, and then would anchor in on it, and the best of their glasses and the stuff that they had, most of the time they could figure it out, or it was a human or it was an animal. And of course, they had got to where they were slick enough to where they could herd buffalo together and drive them through an area which would set off a flare, set off a warning device.
Now, are we talking about the Vietnamese? Would
Yes,
drive the buffalo through
right.
the
Would
south?
run them up there and get them to set the things off.
So that
And
would
if
give
the
them-
buffalo would go through, sometimes when they go through, they'd go through 3 rolls of concertina, which all they had to do then was just run through it.
Yeah.
Of course, it cut the buffaloes all to pieces, but then they had a way to get through.
Yeah.
And so that was what they would watch for. And that's where you sat on this pedestal
How
about,
many people could you fit on the pedestal up high? Just
I
one
think it
person?
was 4
4 people.
people, 3, most of the time 3. According on how tight things was and what they were looking for, as to find somebody coming in on our fort, because our fort is where the one time that you see the book that I've got, it shows you, kind of dressed in a uniform. You don't have a vest on. You can take your hat off. You can lay your gun down. That tells you how bad it is out there that night or that day. So if you're having a hard time fighting and keeping them drove back that day and that night before, they're going to have you up there on that pedestal watching to see if they pick up any kind of movement through water buffalo being rushed through it, where they can cut it, where they can explode it over here and come through over here on the dark side. I mean, they had many slick ways of trying to get you to not find them. There were snipers there. I don't believe they were as good as what we had, but I mean, we had some good snipers, and from what I've seen on TV now, they're even better than what we had. Of course, again, everything was better.
Yeah.
We didn't have radios. We didn't have a phone that you could pull out of your pocket and talk to somebody. We'd had to be stretched wire. All they had to do to get it tore down is tear the wire down, cut the wire. Then you're cut out. You can't communicate very far with a CB. Like CB thing, we had the number 1 CBs or whatever radio they had to make the comm. They did have some of those over there. Your point man would probably carry the best radio, which fit on his back, that he could tell them where his 10 or 12 men.
Was the kind that was did it have, was it a
Yes,
telephone?
yes, a telephone piece and an antenna on your back, and it was just going like to the far direct center. It didn't have to communicate with everybody. I would ask you the same thing that they're asking me. What do you do when you line up a deuce and a half, 5-ton, and a couple of 175s and a few 105s or a 155? Those are all, and you're trying to get them a little closer to the north. Now, we're in the DMZ. We're as far north as you can go. So if we go north, we're getting in to no man's land and out of no man's land into Hanoi or North Vietnam. And of course, when I'm dropped off there, that was nothing that I had really took training in. I mean, I took training in a 175. That's the reason I know what they weigh, how they go. For instance, like they were first manufactured, and every one of them that they sent over, it'd blow the hood off in about 4 rounds. blows the hood off of it, sucks it off of the cannon. And it had a big bulldozer blade about like a D7 or D8. And you had a pad that you sandband around, all around it, 3 bags thick, sometimes more. And it was just enough room to raise the barrel and turn it around. You just spin it around. And it was spin around on boards that was laying down into the sand, because you couldn't spin it around and stay on target or fire direction. And if you spin it on those big 2x2 pallets, just like a track hole would use out on, that goes out across the mud.
Yeah.
That's what you had out there on your, you pull the gun up on it and get it headed the right direction. Well, but let the blade down. It's got teeth on it. And you back her up, son, until she won't go and bury no deeper. And then you hear, far forward direct. In other words, far forward direct. Meaning, put a round in it, load her heavy, and let drive at something in the north. That told them that you're getting it lined up. The first round or two, it just drives the tank backwards. And then if it's still moving, he'll just hold her down there and they'll let another one go. But most of the time, in about 2 rounds at the most, 3, she's back as far as it's going. So it's your shoulder, and it's stationary, especially for long distances. And so that's how they worked that part of it. To fire was not just a one person got to do it. It is a crew of, you can count them on one of the things. I haven't counted them, but I'm going to say it takes, if you were in a hurry, pushing you, 3 people could fire one.
At the very least.
But I think it's about 4 to 5 people, because the rounds are so heavy, you don't just, one man don't grab one of them and put it in there like you would a shotgun. You got a man back here that's taking it off a pallet, and only 4 rounds on the pallet. And them 4 rounds, when they come off the pallet, then they're ready to go. And they're all, and I don't know how that works. I just know that I've got the rig, the actual rig that sets the fuses. And you say, well, what's setting the fuse? Well, you set the fuse where you want it to go off. It's time-delayed fuse. You can have one that will go plumb in the ground and never go off for a few minutes, then he'll blow. You have them that will start down on their descent, and it'll go off 50 yards above, 50 yards up, 100 yards up. It'll have a radar, like it'll detect it, and it'll explode way up here. Then you get a lot of coverage of what you're shooting at. Set it on the point, you twist it, flip her down sideways, and it punches little notches in it. Of course, your bullet spins when it leaves out. And I don't know how it does, but once it picks it up and starts down to the ground again, it's going to go off when it gets so high off the ground. Yeah. Or if you don't set it, you just break it, don't set it off, it'll go off when she hits, just like that's where she's going to go off at. So that's how that worked. When you ask one man fire anything, I don't guess really the person that aims the gun is probably in the hole with all of them directions for this gun on this system. It's 3, you got A battery, B battery, and C battery. And each one of them, they've got fire direction center for A battery or D battery. And all of them is to go all the way around you. They're ready for anywhere. And it tells you what battery it's going to be firing in. Okay? Therefore, you don't know how many is there, so you've got several people. Now, the only way they can find out, I've never been in that situation, come close to it, but never been in it, is when they get so close to you that you don't have time to put the round in, they use the 105. And that's the canister about this big around, about this tall. It's got 7 charges in it. The bottom charge is your explosive charge, and it sets off the other bags, and all the bags are tied together. You lift them out, and you just lift up a string of bags. First bag you pick up, it'll be a fairly good size weight, but you just pull out. You want 5 charges. If you want 5 charges, 3 charge, 5 charges, you pull it out, drape that over the side of the barrel because you've took them out. So you wanted the first 2 charges out. You're not firing as far. They're closer on you. And you want her down and getting there as quick as you can. So you pull 3 of them out. You're told on the FDC what to do, Fire Direction Center. Pull them out, put it in that machine, and one man closes the breech. They hit a button, and that thing comes up, picking that heavy bullet up, turns it sideways, and runs her around to the tube. The other man will open the door, and it's sitting there with the point ready to go. And then he'll give the signal. And this plunger plunges it into the barrel. And then it comes back out. You close the wrench and tighten her down. That's closed the butt of the rifle. It's ready to fire. Now, Fire Direction Center, meanwhile, is watching everybody that's moving, everybody that they can catch, and get the biggest wad together. That's where you want to go. And that's what they do. And sometimes it's been to kill the water buffalo to keep them from tearing all of it down. Sometimes it's strictly at people. I haven't been that tight, but there are some people that I talked to that they got so close, the enemy got so close to coming through where they drove water buffalo, they were coming on in our direction, and they fired direct with nothing but powder. That's all they had. That was fast firing. And it would blow big balls of powder out if you fired the whole thing. That red bag on the back, son, it went off. It come out there. It's like shooting somebody with ice cream salt. So, and once it ignited, it just like a shotgun. But it wasn't but from here out to the gravel pile out there, I mean, he'd Katie bar the door, son. I'm gonna tell you, many a grain of burning powder is on its way.
Yeah.
And so you could get that in the gun and ready to go. But on the 175 firing 30-something miles, no, you couldn't. I don't guess I've ever heard of one being fired direct without a round in it at all. And that the 175, you just think about it, for the power that it has to send something that distance, it's such a large kickback that you imagine how far you could bury a D8 dozer, back it up, and just keep on and back up and then stop, and then fire it 2 or 3 times and get her backed even further in. You can imagine what kind of round that is, but now it had to send that heavy booger off. You could only put 4 on the pallet. And you could only fire it 300 times because it would rip the rifles out of it. And they had to come barrels being brought in all the time to us up where we was at. Get the barrels that we needed. And for accuracy, because you also do that for your people that you don't want to kill. So nobody probably really knows on when they do. It's like anything else. I got hung with the 3rd Marine Division. Now it was a little more direct there, but it's according to what situation you put yourself in before you got. So just take an aim at any one person. You're aiming at several. But you are not the only one.
Oh yeah.
There's somebody else over. Bow, 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 bow. Well, hey, you really don't know what damage you might have done. You might have done all of it, and you might not have done none of it.
It's good to have it in your mind that you don't know how much you did.
I am just so thankful that maybe I don't know, except for maybe a few times where there would be one person maybe standing still, and you feel like, well, hey, I know I can get him.
Yeah.
Then you think, and then you make your mind up. Well, there's three standing right over yonder, and they're a bigger target. But you make up your mind at that minute, and as soon as you pull the trigger, you probably pretty well know, but you're not for positive, and that makes a good side feeling that you don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did, what I didn't do. I know they didn't come no further.
So, did you make a lot of friends when you was over there? Did you just...
Yes, I made a lot of good friends, especially when the president put me with the 3rd Marine Division, because we went looking for them just like they were, might say, looking for us. They were needing help. And we had the cannons up there, but we didn't have them mounted yet, and they were going to need them. So, hey, they had us out there with them, and they were doing as much as they could do and was losing all the time. But when you got somebody out there that can stay back there and call around in on you,
They were in a lot more.
they was a whole lot more, they made a whole lot more succeeding about getting in on you. To ask somebody about if you did ever kill somebody, I'm not going to say, but the sniper was the only one who could come and tell you, yes. He didn't shoot but one person, one shot, and that's all it took. And I've talked to them. I watched them train. I watched them. They'd come to our camp, and they would practice shooting while I was there. And
They didn't miss.
they don't miss. I mean, hey, they don't miss.
Did,
I don't give it to here, from here to that tower down there, son, they can shoot that light out in just a minute. Bam, it's out. One time. Then they've not give their position away.
Did you ever have to experience any close combat, any hand-to-hand, or any? Did you ever have to pick up the rifle and shoot because they were moving in too close?
No, I have not. No, I did not. As close as I come, which I have some pictures of, some that we captured, the ones that shoot the puff of the magic dragon, but hey, they were in no shape to capture or do anything to anybody. I mean, when you got the head man beating on the ground saying, I've told him once, I've told him 1,000 times, don't shoot at the Cobra, and he done lost half of his group, and the others was not in no shooting range anyway. And the ones that wasn't were nabbed that minute, and sandbags went over their head to where they couldn't tell where they was at or where they was going. I don't care hot or cold. You just pull the sandbag over and tie it on. If you take it off, you're dead. And you'll breathe through one of them. And they're carried inside our fort to where they can carry them out. One picture where there's got a bunch of silk pajamas on, they're all black, and they got their feet up on this case, and they're in a little town. And their feet are setting up on pallet after pallet of rounds of ammunition, hand grenades, the whole thing. And we are going through there to set up camp just on the other side. We know what's going to happen. We ask, can we hit these people? Can we go in and take them? No, not if you're not fired. Once you're fired upon, you can. Now, that happened over there, and people didn't do what they were told. And it saved a lot of military people's lives. You see it's a threat, you know what's there. First of all, we could have took it. If they wanted to fire back, it's an even fight. Don't fire unless you're fired at. That's part of the stuff we had to do.
And that's a hard order.
That's a hard order.
To keep from a man.
But he gets first shot.
Yeah.
Now, I will admit that sometimes he didn't have to pull the trigger. When he done this, it's time for me to let go.
That's enough. That's enough. Yeah.
I mean, I'm doing my same thing too. Now then, I just pull the trigger faster than he does. I thought he was going to pull it. You gotta, because they made it to where it was impossible for us to win a war. And it was the most impossible thing there was. Why am I here?
Yeah.
I've asked that to myself thousands of times. And I have found so many people that protested me all the way from a train. They left out flyers that there was so many people protesting the war that we can't even get you close to the ship to get you on, to get you out from under. We went by Alcatraz, the prison. I wanted to see that during the daylight, but we got stopped in the desert out there and couldn't put us out until like 3 the next morning. When everybody else finally gave in, it was slight enough that they could just herd us out, just like animals, and shove you on that ship and get her gone. It's the most cruel thing and a killing of people that I don't know. They didn't have a chance. We could have walked through it. We could have walked through the place in no time if all we had to do was just kill them.
Go in and take.
Me, did I take care of myself? Yeah, I like to take care of myself. It's got a mortar round sitting inside sandbags. I sandbag mortar round in too because I don't want it hit. And my hole's right here. And my rounds is down in the hole with me. It don't take me long to go up there and poof, poof, and back down on the ground. I don't want to give my position away. And when it leaves that tube, it's supposed to do its damage when it hits. I'd first thing say that Vietnamese people were very, very crude people. They would work tireless. In other words, how long would you go right out there in that hard gravel road where trucks is up and down the road all day? But every time there was nobody coming, you were going out there digging a little bitty hole, enough to bury a mine. You just dig a little. Somebody's coming, you're back in the bushes. You may sit there, and it might take you 2 days to dig a hole in a unpaved now, just a hard road. There was a lot of traffic, a lot of army stuff going over it. Never pay no attention to it. And you just get just a little bigger, a little bigger, a little bigger. Once it got big enough where they could get the mine down in it, that's where they set it. Right in the track. Just like you'd set a steel trap. And cover it up and back up and look at it and make sure that it's unpredictable. And wait for somebody to run over it. Now, whether it was just a Jeep, whether it was a semi, but once he stopped it, if it had a load of ammunition on it, guess what? They got it.
Yeah.
And what do you do when you see field after field, force from here to the tower, say at least probably a half a mile or a quarter at the least of nothing but straight road through a rice paddy, and there's a rice paddy on this side that's in water. Rice is sticking up through it. You go down there so far, and there's somebody pedaling a bicycle with cups on the spokes, picking it up and dumping it over into the other paddy. And they do that so that the rice water stays over the rice in order to get water all the way down yonder. They ride a bicycle with nothing but, and never get nowhere but just his exercise bike. He just picked it up in the bucket over here and dumped it out. Picked it up and dumped it out. Picked it up and dumped it out. That's how they would put a lot of it in. Of course, a lot of it ran in. But now you picture, you got to go from here to that tower in open. You got to get down there.
Open ground.
Open ground. And it's so wide. And there's water on this side. Four-wheel drive ain't gonna go in it. Water on this side. Four-wheel drive and it ain't gonna go in it. And they can get the farthest one over there stopped in the road. If they can hit him, blow it up. And then get the one back here to hit the last one.
Follow them.
The far one. Now, what is everybody gonna do in the middle?
You're stuck.
You're stuck. Where we've got it, where I liked it, is naturally we learned right quick when you're that far north. You're in a place you ain't supposed to be in anyway. You call for support, which support was supposed to be give to certain people when they need it, according on how many people they had out. Well, if you've got a whole A battery, B battery, C battery trying to move a set of guns to another location, just think how many people you got to move, how many guns you got to move, and how much ammunition you got to move. And you got to get them there. And what are you going to do when you get the first one hit and the last one hit? No turning around. There ain't enough room to turn a deuce and a half around on the short road. You ain't got but one choice. That's fight. Until you get a jet, helicopters, air support comes in and helps you to where you can get out. I mean, we got plenty of stuff to move a Jeep, move a truck, if that's what we need out. But we're sitting in there with all the ammunition. Of course, we got smart enough to be careful on how the ammunition was carried, where it was carried, no two trucks together. You spread it out to where it was harder and unmarked, and some of it was, even put on the guns themselves. Just anyway to get them there because they're wanting to get rid of the ammunition. If they get rid of the ammunition, they can't be shot at. If they can get rid of the gun, they can't shoot the gun. If they can get rid of both of them, that just tickles them to death. So when you get caught in a situation like that, it's more or less, I guess, say every man to himself. I mean, hey, the closest man to my truck was the closest man. That's the man I was after. Now, if he got by the first truck, the second truck, and I'm the fifth truck down the road, I'm sure trying to stop him before he gets to my truck. And I'm sure that fellow's the sixth truck. He's even happier for him than he is for me. Now, somebody's got to stop him. No ifs, ands, and buts about it, because I know what's going to happen if you don't. What am I over here for? That's a question I ask myself. Why am I here? That is a time when I think everybody put the when fired at over to the side. I don't think that ever got back to the United States. Only time that ever got back to the United States that I know of is some lieutenant that's somewhere else and told somebody else to go into some village and kill all of them that was in there because they were all Viet Cong people and kids and all. And that's the ones that I've heard about on TV. Not those that were out working, tried to do what they could do to kill our soldiers and let them come back home in the body bag. I draw the line at the point of, hey, I'll do what I got to do
To get home.
to get home. And I don't want this. I don't want to see my sister, Barbara, shot off of a water buffalo. That would be no good feeling.
Yeah.
She wasn't doing anything. The little girl just sitting there.
So let's go. I remember you telling a story about a guy who came in, I guess, after you did, and he was always smoking a cigarette.
Smoking of the cigarette. Man, don't smoke that cigarette. Man, I've been here almost 2 days and ain't nothing happened. I've got out here on this and this is better than ever, man. You ain't got nothing to do. All you got to do is sit here and watch out for something that ain't nobody around, man. There ain't nobody. set up on that cigarette and smoke them cigarettes. I smoke cigarettes, yes sir. I smoke Winston's. I'd get down that hole, smoke one. I'd be up like this and look. But when my time to get off of it, I wake him up. And you got two people in that hole. Then there's a distance between here and the church over yonder before the next man and the next hole. Should be two over there, and then two over there till you make a whole circle. And that's when you're outside the surrounding fence. And you got to be able to pick them out and do something before or call and say, hey, it's no problem. It's water buffalo. No problem. It's somebody going the other way. No. They cut the first roll of wire. Okay. That's far that right then to me. When they put the pliers on the first roll, they're coming after me.
I'm along this morning.
Yeah. And so I'm not going, I'm going to defend myself. He knows not to come through it. He just don't know I'm here. Hey, I tried to protect myself. Hey, sometimes they're 3 and 4 sandbags thick, and I'm down in a hole back in under all that. If a round hits on the other, it's going to have to be a delayed explosion to ever get me. It ain't going to kill up on top of the ground what they're wanting it to do to kill everybody on top of the ground, because I'm down in the hole. And when I see it down in the hole, that's when you say, hey, it wasn't a chance anyway.
Yeah,
and it did. There's some of them. I had one that a good friend of mine was in. It was down in the hole. And the round hit right in the hole where you go. And hit on the sandbag right behind him. And he never even, he had a bulletproof vest on, had his rifle. He was ready, loaded, ready to go. Of course, once it explodes, you know what happens to sandbags. Yeah. They just all riddled. And they just run in on you. Well, it's enough to knock you out, because knocking out, you come to. If you just wait around a while, you'll wake up. It's just a large, hard shock. But then when you start trying to wake up, hey, Ziegler, get up, and reach and grab him by the bulletproof vest and pull up on him, and his head comes up, and half of his helmet comes up, and his brain pan is still laying down on the ground. Now that's a sorry situation, if you want to say.
Now, were you close to his hole, or were you?
Yeah.
Did it knock you out? Did you ever get knocked out?
Hey, I've been idle to where I didn't know what it was doing, but like you said, I guess the worst part is staying there until, because you're now in war, and your help is gone. And you are asking, hey, I need some relief. I need somebody out here. Well, we'll get them there as soon as we can. We'll get them there as soon as we can. They're not going to come out there when she's at a full skate. They're going, hey, it's just up to you. Take care of it. And, of course, like I said, it wasn't that he wasn't told time and time again. This probably didn't happen until 1 o'clock in the morning. But, hey, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, you seen this bright light in the same spot all the time. 10 to 11, you didn't see nothing. 11 to 12, you seen that bright light, same spot all the time. And he just got out. I just laid down, and he gets up to smoke a cigarette. Up on the sandbag, he lights it down in the hole, gets up on the sandbag, and starts pulling. About the third time, that's all she wrote.
They got him. What did hit him with?
What to hit him with? I don't know what kind of.
Was it an explosion or a bullet?
I was bullet. One bullet. That's all. But I don't know what it was.
So he was your relief man.
Yeah. No, he was.
How many days was he there with you before he died?
Well, that night was just one night because it was just outside the perimeter. It was one of the better places that you'd want to go to because you had a lot of reinforcement right straight behind you. It was good behind you, but when you get trying to be overrun, it's
a bad situation.
it's a bad situation when you're in the front, and it's a bad situation trying to maintain.
You had told him on multiple occasions.
Times, no, don't do that. Don't do that.
And he did it anyway.
And he did it anyway. He said that he had been out there, I forgot, and there was several times, and hey, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. But that's exactly what they did. They were very patient. They knew when that cigarette lit up, it was in his mouth.
Yeah.
That's all they had to do. Is this made this shot about like this.
Like that. Yep.
So now then, if you've seen it light up, where was it at? It was where you was pulling on it.
Yep.
It got bright. And he could see it move. It'd be real bright, and then she'd get dim. She'd go out, and you get bright again. And that's. I'm sure that's what happened. Get your brain together and say, hey, all I got to do is go home. That's all I want to do. And I wasn't asked to come over there. I didn't want to go. I had a good job. I had everything rolling me just my direction. And our good Lord blessed me, let me live through it. And I got to come to the house. And that's about all I can say for as far as you do what you have to do when it takes care. Now, it does make it easier when you see people you know, that is your friends, that you talk to, and they're dead, and they're being shipped out to their parents. And several I would like to know that I knew that went home in a body bag, and you could wish that you could just talk to their parents, their mother or their father, and say, hey, I knew him. I talked to him last. And he was extra good, or hey, we done things together. I mean, hey, it was just, when you didn't have nothing else to do, you could talk. You sat down in a hole and you wasn't on duty, you were off.
So you talked about downtime now. Is this when on your downtime you were able to record the tapes to send back home to?
That's how the whole thing got started. I didn't even know where I was going when I left. I carried a set of wingtip shoes. I carried an Instamatic 104, a camera, a couple of rolls of film, and I said, hey man, I don't need no bullets. I'm not going to fight nobody. I'm probably going to work in somebody issuing somebody something. I'm going to be stringing concertina wire. I'm going to be doing something else. I just would not let my mind say I was going to be trying to fight somebody. Yeah. And Eliza knows how many pictures. It's where the bridges is out, the roads are got out, there's cannons on the side of the road, there's airplanes on the side of the road. Hey, it was just a non-stop war. And to get back to civilization, you got to the Army's got to bring their big rubber pontoons and make a bridge to go all the way across it where you can haul guns in and haul ammunition in and food in. And, it's just waiting for the next chance for somebody else to try to do something to you when you're just sitting there wanting to go to the house. And that's the feeling you get. And I'll never forget when he asked me, I was inside a hole, off duty, sitting in a bunch of water that was just water, but it was Agent Orange. He said, hey, they coming up, me down in Dong Ha, would you like to go home? Your ETS is up. As a matter of fact, you're about 2 weeks late. I said, yeah, I know. I left my mother's letter. I told her, I said, well, I was supposed to be home this week, but I see I'm not going to make it because they can't get to us up here. He said, yeah, well, hey, we're going down the hill after a while. You ready to go? I said, yes, sir, Ray, I'm ready to go. And he said, you got 5 minutes to get everything you got and get out there. I said, what do you want me to do with the other 4? In other words, I'm gone.
You were ready.
It didn't make no
it took
difference.
you 60 seconds. How did you get all your letters and your tapes? How did they
Oh,
get
everything was free.
Well, when
That's the
when your
only
mom would
thing
send
when,
it to you,
right.
what process?
She would send the little tapes. They brought it in with the mail. It got there when you could get it. Sometimes it was a week late. Sometimes it's 2 weeks.
Did
Sometimes
somebody walk around and hand it out to you? Or
it
did you
came,
go-
well, they had a little place. It was I guess you'd call it the post office, but nobody worked it, or I mean, it wasn't called the post office. Once they could get it together, they go, and of course, naturally, it came to me like everything else. If you live just outside of Nashville, now you can get any kind of pizza you want. You can get any kind of food you want. But as you get further out away from a town, until you get all the way back here in Dover, or you get all the way up into North Vietnam, the only way they're going to get you something is by dropping it out to you. It ain't got no mailbox. They're going to just drop it to you, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Just drop it up there and let somebody find out what it is, and maybe they can all get something to eat, because most of the time that's about all it was, or something. That's how I got some pictures that I took by just sticking it out like this, doing just what I said I was doing, putting the mortar round up in the middle of the hole where you're at, and fighting back at you. You done everything you had to do to try to stay alive. Wouldn't you want to bother nobody else? I just don't want nobody bothering me until I can get my year over here. And I was offered a 2-grade promotion. I believe it was 2-grade promotion, 2 weeks at home, if I would re-up. 2-grade, I believe that's what it was. Been a long time, but anyway, I was promotion and money to get, if I would just, and go home for 2 weeks. Yeah.
Going home forever sounded a lot better. Though,
Yes, sir. Hey, 2 weeks, and I've done been over here probably 8 months. 9, 10, 11, 12, 3 or 4 months to go? No. I don't give a care if it had been 6 months to go. I'm gone. I ain't going nowhere. When I leave here, I ain't going to leave nothing but footprint. I got a letter, and it stated, we are sending you your clips to your address at home. And we would like to offer you an opportunity to take all sorts of pictures with that no charge. If you will give us permission to use your pictures, we will furnish you with the film, develop the film. You'll be sent some pictures back, and send every one of the pictures to your home. So I said, what's this going to cost me, to myself? And then further on down there it says, this will cost you not 1 penny. We will furnish that to you for just the right to use your pictures in the papers, the newspapers, books, TV. That's how it was. Everything was, it's weird how it all come together. A lot of that was, I made it because, hey, that's what I wanted to do.
What was the one thing that sticks in your memory more than anything?
Well,
That was really rough on you.
I guess, Keith, the worst thing, I really can't think of anything that bad other than my most challenging thing was to get home. And I wanted to focus on what do I do? how do I do it and able to get me home? I know that I'm not shot at. I often feel like I was after I got home, but to the point, at least they didn't shoot you. They might throw rocks at you, spit at you, but I didn't know it at that time. It wasn't quite that bad because all I do was went to school with a bunch of kids that I'm for it or I'm not for it. I'm for it. And I don't know what happened to the society where I was at, and I don't know what happened to the people that protested me so much that they stopped me out on a train out in the desert before I got there. And that's the worst thing that I can think about is how my own people treated me before I left, and I didn't even ask to go.
Yeah, you didn't
I didn't have a choice. No, I did. It was, hey, I was hoping that the ship would turn around and send me to the house. So that was the most hurting thing that I've seen is to come back to my own bunch. Of course, they wasn't shooting me, but they run over you in a car before they give you a ride. And like, I don't like you. What did I do?
Right.
I had to do what I was told to do. And if I'm going to send me to somebody that hates me, and that's what they did, they sent us over to a place that they did not like us. Or they didn't like the big people. So
Was that the hardest part to adjusting to civilian life when you got back? Was the people?
yes, yes, it was. It was hardest I had found because
How did you? How did you readjust? What got you through when you got back?
best people I know always bad about backfiring in a car, somebody shooting a rifle. It really give me the shakes for a while, but I finally got used to it. I just getting me back is the people, my friends I knew said, "Hey, Marvin, I'm glad to have you home." There were the friends that you had that, that helped me get me through the people that didn't like me. And it's the same opportunity that I got, ain't been a week ago, till a person come out and just up and bought my dinner. Just bought my dinner. And didn't say a word to me. And come to find out, he said, "You know what? I've tried to see it. If a person got a Vietnam," he said, "I didn't have to go to war." And he said, "I want to make sure that I thank this fella. He lives right on the Oklahoma border. We were on a motorcycle ride. And he bought my dinner and Marty's. We were out strictly to ourselves. He didn't tell us he was going to. He thanked us for my service. And he went straight to the counter, told the nurse to give them what they want, and I'll be back to pay for it next week." And he left. Well, when I got ready to go, they brought the ticket out here, paid in full. I said, "How's this paid in full? You don't know me, I don't know you." She said, "Well," I said, "Hey, somebody paid it for you." I said, "Who paid it for you? Do you know them?" I said, "Yes, I know them. They're a person that comes here all the time." I said, "Ma'am, I got to find that fella." I said, "I've never had that happen to me before in my life." They bought that from me. And bought Marty's too. And I said, "I'm going to find him." And I said, "Ma'am, what do I have to do to get you to find him for me?" She said, "Hey, you don't have to do nothing. I can find him for you, and he'll be here." And I said, I think it was, I pulled out $50, $75 that I had. I give it to her. I said, "Hey, you give him that, and if I just had me a card or something, I would write on it." And I did, wrote all over it. The card. It's Nolin's Landscaping, if you need it. That's what it was on. So I wrote it on there. And we went and left it to him and the money. And I said, ma'am, I would appreciate it. I know you don't have to, and I don't know you, but I feel like you'll do that. She said, yes, sir, Ray, I'll do it. And she sent that, or kept it, and when he came in, of course, I made our trip, we come on back home. And I asked Marty, you reckon she'll ever? And the next thing, son, you know, I got that phone call. I get a phone call about every week from him. And we talk, we've never seen each other. And we talk every 2 or 3 weeks. And I've got his phone number in my phone right today. And he says that he's coming to Tennessee. He always wanted to see where the Civil War was fought. I said, well, that's what you need to be is up here. I can see you. So that's the kind of fellows that I meet that I like today. When I got off the plane in Nashville, I started hitchhiking home. Okay, I got off the plane in Nashville, and I didn't have enough money to get home. And so I walked out on the street where the taxi cabs were coming by, and people would come by, and people that got off that had money or whatever, they'd hire the taxi cab, and he'd pick them up and drive them somewhere. And when he dropped them off, then he'd come back. Well, I'm just sitting there thinking, well, how am I going to get to the house? How far is it for me to walk home? Because I'd never been to Nashville really, and so I said it's a long way to the house, I know, but I said, hey, I can walk it. And so I sitting on the thing thinking about it, and I got kind of down in the dumps, and just sitting there thinking, boy, I got this close to home after spending a year over yonder, being shot at and living in a place where, and then finally they flew me back home. I've landed here, and they gave me a brand new uniform to put on and turned me out. And so I just went to the curb. I think it was $3 and some few cents is all I had. And that wasn't going to get a taxi cab, and I knew it because I'd seen other people come in and taxi cab, and this taxi cab, this one person I seen driving it, and of course I can remember it because I sat there long enough that he'd carry this one person somewhere else. He would drop him off, and then he'd come back empty. And when he pulled back up, he'd drive right by me sitting on the curb. And after he'd done about 3 or 4 trips, and I'm just sitting there looking and just thinking, well, I was trying to figure out a way to get to the house. And I said, hitchhiking is the only way I can get there. And about that time, he come back again, and he slowed the taxi cab down, and he looked at me and said, "You've been sitting there the last 3 or 4 times I've been by here. Boy, where are you wanting to go?" And I said, "Home." And I said, "But I don't even know which way to start." And he said, "Where do you live?" I said, "Well, I live in Dover, Tennessee, but you probably don't know where that's at." But I said, if I could ever get to Clarksville, Tennessee, I would know my way to the house. And he said, how much money you got? I said, I ain't got no money, $3.27 or something like that. Later on, learned that maybe if you went and signed up and knew when you were coming, but I didn't know when I was getting out. See, I was supposed to done been home. But when I was in Vietnam, we couldn't get out from up there, so they couldn't get us out to go home when it was time for me to go. And so I had to stay there until they could get me out. And then when they did, I didn't do the part, I guess, to where if you do qualify for money, they'd pay you, because I didn't spend none of my money, didn't have nothing to spend it for. I'd have it sent home. And so when he stopped by, and I told him what I had, and he said, "Where do you live?" And I told him, when I told him Clarksville, he said, "Well, I know where that's at." And he said, "How much you say you had?" $3 and something. And he said, "Get in here." So I got in the car and I went out to started driving. I had no idea where we was going. He asked me about Vietnam, and he was a very nice taxi cab driver. And I went out to Highway 12, where it goes into Cumberland City, and it also went into Ashland City. So that was how he knew to get to Clarksville. And of course, I didn't know where Ashland City was, but I said, "When I want to go to Clarksville," he said, "I'm going to carry you a straight road back down there." And he carried me out on, I believe it was Trinity Lane, at a little old hamburger joint, and he just pulled in and said, "Now, son, you get out here, right here." I think it was called Highway 12, and said, "You just keep walking on Highway 12. And if you just keep walking, the first place you'll come into will be a town called Ashland City." And he said, "That's the Highway 12. You just go straight through it. Now, you'll have some roads that turns off each way, goes into houses and stuff like that, and there's a lot of roads, but you just stay on the main road and go straight up and just keep it going." Well, so he let me out at the hamburger place just outside, about city limits of Nashville, I guess. And so that's when I started walking. And I started thumbing, trying to get a ride. Well, nobody want to give me a ride. And most of them would holler, "Baby killer, we despise you, try to spit on you." And I said, "Man, you know what? This is brand new uniform here, but I don't think I need this thing on, because ain't nobody like somebody that's been in the Army." And so I said, "You know what I'm going to do?" I was trying to hitchhike, but the first person that picked me up with no trouble at all was a fella driving a tractor and trailer truck, making a delivery in Ashland City. And so he said, "Well, I'm going right down there. I'll turn off just before we get to Ashland City, but you can ride with me down there." So I got in the truck, and he was a very nice fellow. And we rode down there to get about to Ashland City, and then he put me out. I was probably 5 miles out or something like that. And so I started humping it again, So I said, "Well, this is slow-mo getting home, but I'll get there." And so I just kept walking, and then I'd stick out my thumb, and some of them looked like they're going to run over you. They just come in and then go back out in the road, whoop the gravel all over you, and you'd get out of the road. And then you'd see another car coming, and you'd look at the car or the truck first and say, "I just wonder," you look for somebody maybe like an old person, but nobody liked anybody that was coming home from Vietnam. And so I had to just go out, pull my shirt off, and just had me an old T-shirt like kind of what I got on now, and no, definitely not something like this. And got back out on the side of the road. Well, they already knew, and that might have been one out of every five that would have seemed a little better and just drove by and waved or something, but never give me a ride. And I just keep walking. And then I got into Ashland City, and I got a ride with somebody went about 4 miles down the road, wouldn't even get out of Ashland City, dropped me out. So, but hey, every bit I got out was some of it. And I walked, I guess maybe did that 2 or 3 times. And the next time that I got anybody, one out of every 5 people or 6 people that I'd stick my thumb out, either try to run over me or spit at me or something like that. And so it got to where a lot of times if I seen them, maybe the same car, turn around and come back, I'd get off the road because I didn't have no weapon. I didn't have nothing. I was just off with a discharge in. So I just kept walking and rode with the people that could. And I got off the other side of Ashland City. I don't know, it's a pretty good piece out of Ashland City, and started walking. And the old truck driver told me, said, you'll meet some people there, and a lot of my trucks that deliver to Clarksville. And he said, maybe somebody will pick you up there. But I never did have no luck there. So I walked on into Ashland City, and I said, well, I know where I'm at. When I got down to where now the Harley Davidson store is there, and it was the outside of Clarksville where the CEMC building was right at in that area. And it's Highway 12 come down the hill and went into the city of Clarksville. Well, I knew where I was at. And I said, man, I got it made now. I can get to the house. So I started hiking it down 41, down by the riverbank and all that, and turned and headed towards Dover. And I'd walk and rest a while, And when I got almost halfway to Dover, I would say somewhere around Red Top, in that area where the highway was straight, but it was up and over like this, just hills. And you could see a car go out of sight and you'd see it on top of the next hill. Well, you could do the same thing when you're watching for somebody coming. You're trying to say, well, is that a good one or a bad one, And so the one that really drew my attention was my kin folks. And his name was Everett Watson. He ran the Western Auto Store in Dover. And he had left to go to Clarksville at the train depot to pick up a load of refrigerators in a pickup truck and a trailer. I think he had a trailer with him. That's how he picked up his supplies at Clarksville, as close as they got to his store. And so that's where he was coming home, and I was hitchhiking. And I first seen, looking down the road, waiting for somebody to give me a ride, and I seen this big white blob come over the hill. Well, it was before the refrigerators were setting up in the truck way up over the hood of the truck or the ceiling of the truck. And you could see them setting up. And some of them had boxes and stuff on, but you could tell, I didn't know what it was. And so I said, man, I don't know where to try to thumb him or not, So I sat and waited. And I knew when he'd go down this hill, it wouldn't be just a minute till he'd top in the next one. I said, man, that man's moving on. Boy, I could get home quick if I got a ride with him, but I'm not sure I want it. I said, I've lived the life I've lived for a solid year, and here I am going to get killed less than 30 miles from home. And I said, I don't think I want this. And I seen him coming, but I said, hey, man, it's a truck, got something else on it. And I said, maybe he'll slow down. And so I stuck my thumb out. Well, man, he went by me. I didn't stick it out till it was too late because I guess he was probably running 70, 80 miles an hour when he come by me with all those refrigerators on. And I thought, my goodness, who in the world is that idiot? And I sat there and I got my hand back in and I run off the road, jumped the ditch, and boy, he went by. Because he's trying to get the truck stopped, and he had all them refrigerators on it, and he didn't want to spill them, so he went plumb over the next hill and out. And I said, whew, boy, I'm glad that's out of here. I'd rather walk. And so I didn't know who it was, but I was glad he went on. And then I heard this racket, and I started hoofing down the road. And next thing I know, and here he was backing up 79 highway now in a truck, backing that load of refrigerators up over the hill. And I seen them, the first thing I seen was refrigerators. I didn't see a truck, I just seen refrigerators. And they were coming back, then the truck come into view. I said, oh no, oh Mo, I don't want this man to pick me up. And he backed on up, and I just stood there. And he come on back up. He looked in there. He said, boy, what are you doing out here? I said, I'm trying to get to the house. And he said, do you know who I am? I said, I sure do. You're kidding to me. You're Everett Watson. You got the Western Auto in Dover. And he said, you got it, boy. He said, you on the way home? I said, yes, I am. I said, sometime in there he asked me, he said, well, man alive, where's your shirt and your uniform and all this stuff? I said, I got the T-shirt on. I had a T-shirt on. And I said, well, I took it off. He said, it's hot out here. I didn't want to tell him nothing else. And he said, get in here. I'm going to carry you to the house. I said, okay. I got in there. I thought, you know what? He picked her up. And he went up to 40 miles, 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, and he's trucking on towards Dover again. And I thought, here I have lived a year over there in Vietnam, fighting to stay alive and hoping to get home, and this man is going to kill me before I get to the house. I said, he's driving like a maniac. I said, Everett, slow this thing down. I'm not in no hurry. Oh, well, I'm not either, but I need to get this stuff unloaded. I said, well, he gets to Dover, you turn left, you go down to where the Western Auto store was and where the high school and stuff was at. And he's going to have to go down there because he's going to unload refrigerators. And I'm going to get out right there. So if I can just make it across the Cumberland River, I ain't just a little piece from home. So I was hoping it would. We come across the bridge. Of course, he was talking to me and you know, enjoyed talking with him. And we went across the bridge and he come up ready to make a left turn, so he had to stop. Well, I had the door open. I was ready to get out because, I mean, hey, I wasn't 2 miles from the house. And I said, I can walk that in a minute. And he said, oh, wait a minute, boy. Wait a minute. Don't get out in this street, boy. You get run over. I said, that's a better shot than me doing where I'm at right now. He said, you stay in here, boy. I'm going to carry you plumb to the house. And so I closed the door back down. I said, oh, man, just let me live this. Just a few more miles. Just a few more miles, and I've got it made. And when he stopped down there and turned into the house, I said, wow. And I looked at him, and he said, buddy, I brought you all the way to the house. And I said, I sure do appreciate it, Everett. I said, and from that day on, that man told everybody I know of, and if anybody knows Everett Watson or any of the Darrell or Brian or all of the Watsons, they would know because he has told everybody about picking me up hitchhiking from Vietnam. And so ain't no telling how many people he's told. And so that was, when I got out of the truck, I looked inside. My mother, I'd sent a letter back earlier saying, hey, they blowed up everything here. We don't have any way to get out. And I was in North Vietnam. So I said, they wanted to get to us to pick us up. and let us come in, but they couldn't get to us. I was supposed to have got home like 2 weeks before, but I was hung there for that whole 2 weeks waiting to get home. And of course, the reason for that is every time that they'd try to, we'd fix the road, they'd blow it up. Or they'd blow up a mess kit place where we ate, whatever, get something to eat. They'd blow that up. And that's where I got the shrapnel that I found in a piece of bread. I was eating the next morning and found that piece of shrapnel. But I didn't find the shrapnel. I found a loaf of bread that had never been cut up. And I started eating on it. I knocked the dust off of it and started eating, or sand really was what more was on it than anything, because where the sandbags tore all the pieces, it scattered sand everywhere. So you beat it off and then started eating it, but I noticed a brown spot in the bread. And I just kept eating it, and when I got probably half a loaf of bread, that's where that round had come out, and it was red hot, and it hit the end of the bread, and it went all the way up in that bread and stopped. And that's some of the shrapnel I brought home, of course. And I bit down on it, and I said, well, I will be dogged. Look at here. I said, I'm going to send this to the house. It wasn't but just a little bitty piece, diamond-shaped square. And so I sent it to the house and told Mama, I said, put that up. I said, I found that in my bread. But while I was over there, my weapon was a M14. And then they came out with the 16s that began to jam on everybody. And there was a lot of soldiers killed while they were broke the gun down trying to fix the gun when they lost their lives. And I had asked for my 14 back, and there was a captain, had to go downtown, and any time that you had to carry some one of them, that's what the Viet Cong looked for. And what they looked for was a Jeep with 2 antennas on it, meaning you had an antenna with the place you was going and an antenna from where you was from, where they could keep up with him and where he was going, and they'd try to catch him and blow that Jeep up if they could. And I told him, he said, I need you to carry me out of here. I said, I'm getting out of this place. And we had to bury a Connex for him when he stayed up there for 2 nights, I think. And then they got him out before anybody else could bother him. But we had to dig that hole and put the Connex down in the ground. He didn't stay on the ground in behind the sandbags like we did. He got to go underground in the Connex, and he would still radio and talk, and antennas sticking out. And I don't know what they were doing, but that's what they did when he was there. And he came to me, and I said, they just give me the M16. That's the one that jammed. And I didn't like it because I knew some of the friends of mine that had ended up using them. And I said, he said, do you feel any safer about getting me to Dong Ha? And that's about, I'd say 15 miles away. And I said, no, not really. And he says, well, what is it you're scared of? I said, I'm scared of your 2 antennas. That's the first thing. And I said, the second thing I'm scared of, they trying to blow that up. And I said, I've got a 16 here that jams. And I said, I don't trust it. I said, I know I can carry more ammunition, but I don't want it. I'd rather take a 14 because I was trained on it. He said, what'd they do with it? He said, they took them up and give us these 16s. And he says, where'd they? And he picked up this phone, he rang on it, and he said, you go down there and get the 14 back. So I went back down there, and they gave me the 14 by him telling them, said, you give it to him. And then when he come back, he said, are you ready to go? I said, yes, sir, I'm ready. So we hopped up, and away we went. I brought him to Dong Ha. I sure did. And we made it. We had a beach sweeper go out in front of us. Of course, they really tried to take care of an officer. I felt safer driving him once we got on the road. And if there wasn't somebody ambushing us somewhere, well, it was a good chance because he had a beach sweeper go down the road and it was just running the blade through the road. And if there was a mine in the road, it'd blow it off and he'd just drive on through it, and it'd go out. And then when he'd pull off the road, well, we had it clear to go on, So that's how that was when I got the whole situation. When Everett wrote me in there, my mother was inside the fish market tying on a net. She was building a fishing net at home. And she had no idea, and I've never seen a happier woman than she was when I got in. She was really, and of course, there was a happy boy there too. I was very, very happy to get to the house, knowing that I didn't have to go back. So my mother wanted to baby me real good. I was really eating that up because I hadn't had none of that in a long time. It's just pure old hugging and saying, hey, you get up here, what you want for breakfast? I was getting all of that good stuff. So, but then I said, well, I need to get me a job. And she said, well, I don't know. I don't think people like you from TV, what we get on TV. I said, I know that, but I said, hey, I don't mind working. And so I went to Will R. Brigham's and asked him, could he use me? He said, well, I can't use you too much, but I can use you some. And so I started working with him, but I didn't get to work very much. He laid me off, but I worked with the carpenters or framers who put the frame up. I worked with the pipers who done all the plumbing. I worked with the roofers who done all the roofing. Installations and all that. He put me at doing everything that was hard work. But I didn't get to work very long. So Mr. Harville Martin, who run Harville Martin's Grocery, asked me, would I like to have a job? And I said, yeah. He said, well, come on. I'm cutting trees. So you ever log? I said, well, yeah, with a 49 model case tractor clearing new ground, but I said, been a long time ago. And he said, oh man, I said, we got mules and all. So I started logging, and I was dragging the timber out, unhooking, go back in the woods, cut another tree, drag it out, and then he'd come by with a truck and load them and haul them to the mill. And that was my job. And then Will R. Brigham started calling me back, wanting me more. And I would work for Will R. Brigham a little while, then I go back logging. One day, E.J. Pratt, the superintendent of Fort Donaldson, talked to my father and said, hey, is Marvin want a job? And he said, yeah, he needs one. He's doing some logging for Harville Martin right now. And he said, I tell you what, tell him to come see me in the morning. I'll hire him. And so the next morning, Daddy came home that night. He said, boy, I said, you want to go? You want a job? I said, yes, sir, Ray. He said, I can tell you where you can get one. I said, all I can tell you is what he told me. He said, all you're going to be doing is just driving a pickup. And I said, man, that beats dry following a horse any day. And doing what I'm doing, I said, hey, I'll take it. He said, be there in the morning. So, son, the next morning I got on, put me some skivvies on, some wingtip shoes, and I thought, hey, I'll drive anywhere that got me to go. I got it made. And when I got in there, well, they told me where to go, and I went down to what they call the maintenance center, where they done all the dirty work. And I went in down there, and Smitty Wallace was one, Jim Crutcher was one, Sidney Sykes was one, Robert Sykes was one that worked there. And they were all ready to go to work that next morning. And I walk in, and I look at them. Park uniforms wasn't no uniforms then. You just come to work with what you had. So and they had just old overalls on, old boots, and it was dirty. They was all done put their overalls on, and they had their wheelbars up in the cemetery. and the picks and the shovels and all that. And I said, I wonder what they want me to do. I'm going to be carrying them somewhere or something. And so I thought I was going to haul them somewhere. Well, they said, what are you doing down here? I said, well, I'm down here because I'm waiting for the superintendent. He's supposed to be here. He coming down here? I said, yeah. He said, I'm going to be driving a pickup. He said, you're at the wrong place then, boy. I said, no, I'm not either. It's where he told me to come. Well, he was coming down out of the cemetery where the flagpole was, walking down the road. Well, he come behind the old building. You could see him coming down the road, but he was just walking down, had his uniform on, slick looking uniform. I thought, well, maybe I'm going to haul him somewhere, So he come walking down the road. He didn't have nothing in his hand, but he had set a pick outside the door. And when he went by, he just picked the pick up and held her down. And when he walked inside the building, he come through the door, he set the pick just on the outside, leaned it up against the door and come in. And he said, well, you fellas meet Marvin here. Said, he's going to be working with us. And I looked at them and I thought, well, something don't seem right because I'm just not dressed for this. But I said, hey, this is better than being shot at. So, hey, who cares? I said, I can work one day and quit. It don't make no difference. Well, they all wanted to laugh at me. I said, hey, I still may be carrying them somewhere. He said, Noel was his name, and he knew him called. They talked to each other. He said, Noel, did you tell him what he'd be doing? I said, yeah. He told me I'd be driving a pickup. And he said, well, he sure didn't lie to you. He said, I'm going to tell you something. And all the time he was telling me that, he was standing at the front door. And he just opened that door. He just swung her open. And the pick was leaning up against her that he sat there when he went in. It wasn't there when I went in. But he grabbed that pick and he come around like this. And he walked over to me and he said, see this? He said, this is a pick. And he said, we've got 3 soldiers coming in from Vietnam that's been killed. And we got 7-foot graves to dig. These men can't do it all by themselves. And we need you to help dig the graves. And the first thing I thought of, well, I wonder if it's some of them I know. But I didn't know them. And I said, oh, no, man. I said, I don't want no job like this. Burying people that I work with. I said, I work today, but I ain't working no more. I'll go to house this scene and I'll find me another job. I'll go back to the Muse. So I got up there and got to digging the graves. You had to dig a hole 7 foot deep if the person was married and asked for a place for his wife to be buried. Then, or if he had his wife died and he was married to her, she would be buried 7 foot deep and he'd have to be buried on top of her. So all of the graves I was digging at that time was 7 foot deep. And you start on the ground and you say, you got what they call a crate that the dirt stays there to fill the grave in once he's in the, and you start digging here going down. And you're going down and this is going up because you're throwing the dirt up high. And when you get down about 6 foot, 7 foot, you've got to pitch it all 6 or 7 foot high, and then it's got to get on top of the dirt that's already piled up. And so, I mean, that was a job, but that's the only way that they dug them. I said I was going to quit that day, but they all got to really pranking, Sidney, Jim, all of them. I got really liking talking to them. I mean, a horse won't talk back to you. And you're out there in the woods by yourself, and, I said, hey, these old men, they're halfway good. I like shooting a jam with them because they was asking me about Vietnam. They was wanting to know what I was going to do. And I said, hey, man, I ain't looking at nothing. I'm living at the house. But I said, I'm going to think about building me a house. He said, what are you going to build a house with? I said, well, I sent every penny I made when I was over there and I was drawing hazard duty pay. I didn't have no place to spend the money. Of course, I didn't have enough to build the house with anyway, but that was what I was going to start with. I was digging graves by hand. And I told them, I said, hey, y'all get me a backhoe. I can dig these graves. No, hey, we'll save you. Send 2 or 3 people to do something else. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do these graves are only 4. I don't care how far apart they are. I said, hey, I can dig them. I can dig the grave. If you'll get, I said, I ain't run one much, but I've run one enough to know that I can dig faster than I can shovel and dig. And I said, if we got that many funerals coming in and the parents is waiting to get their loved ones in the grave, then I said, hey, I can give my part right now. I said, I'll dig them. Well, he went to Fort Campbell and screened the first backhoe that ever came to Fort Donelson. And when he screened that backhoe, I wasn't big enough. The boss wouldn't let me operate the backhoe. He didn't like it. He said, you can't do this. You're not paid that scale, so you can't do it. I said, well, I ain't charging you. I'm just going to do it because, hey, it's easier on me. He'd say no, and he'd stay there and run the thing, but he'd get tired of it and didn't know how I was doing it anyway. And when he would leave, I'd get it. And they said, you going to get fired, boy. I said, I don't care. I was looking for a job and I got this one. Well, when he get back, I'd be done with the grave, be starting on another. He said, I told you not to do that. You're working out of your classification. I said, hey, I was hard to dig a grave. It don't make no difference how I do it with a shovel or a backhoe. And I said, it works. And you got it sitting there and you think I'm going to just keep digging? No, I'm not going to do it. If that's working, I'm going to make it work. And it just killed him. But when it did, the superintendent said, hey, we're catching up, man. We are catching up. Keep up the good work. And, buddy, I stayed there until I filled the cemetery up. It stopped having funerals other than the ones that had to be buried with their spouse that was already buried in there, the 7-foot graves. Most all of them were 7 foot. When the crash of Afghanistan soldiers had came home on Christmas and their plane crashed and killed all the soldiers that was on it. And they were trying to get them in national cemeteries. And so we had several graves. And I dug graves, man, evening, night, and morning, trying to get all the graves, one right after the other, to get the soldiers buried. And that closed the last grave. We took what we could get, and that's how we didn't get no more from Afghanistan or where they came from. We didn't get no more because the cemetery was full, and they couldn't get no more. And that's how I started with a backhoe. And the first backhoe I got, I gave $3,000 for it, and they told me I couldn't have it. It was a wore-out backhoe that the Fort Campbell got rid of and sent it to the Fort Donelson. The superintendent got it, and when it got wore out and I began to dig with it and was making it work, the superintendent put in for a backhoe, and he got it, and then that put this one up for sale. And I said, I'm going to buy it. My working foreman, my boss, said, you can't buy it. You work here. I said, well, I'll have somebody else buy it. Oh, you can't do that. I said, I will. So I got a fellow by the name of Wendell Edwards. I said, I want you to buy something for me. And he said, well, you'll never get it. You'll never get it. And I said, well, I'm going to try anyway. And so the next day I told JT, I said, I'm only off tomorrow. What are you doing tomorrow? I said, I'm going to set the post. I'm going to show you. I'm building a shed for my backhoe when I get it. And he said, you will never get that backhoe. I said, well, you'll see. And when I told him, when I called him that night, I said, I don't care what it brings, buy it. I knew I could afford it because it's the cheapest thing I'd ever found, and that's what I'd wanted in the first place. But I'd never be able to find one. That's $3,000. But back then, that was pretty good sized money. And I'm sitting here right today that gave $190,000 for my backhoe. I'm 77 years old. I'm retired, but I love backhoes. I love to run them. Brigham called me into work one day, and he told me he was beginning to like me a lot because I'd do anything he told me. And he said, I said, well, you know what? I'd like to have me a house. I said, would you build me a house? Well, yeah, I'll build you a house. I said, well, what would it cost me? He said, well, get me some drawings. So I just went book, tore me out some drawings. And this house right here, it looks like, I looked at it. It had places where, had how many bedrooms it was, and the bathroom, and didn't have but one. But anyway, it wasn't nothing modern. The only thing I had in it was I wanted to build me a fireplace. So I picked the one that had a fireplace in it. And to do that, the windows were a lot bigger where the fireplace went, and the flue and all this went up. But anyway, that's what I looked, and he gave me a price. And the price to build that house was $13,750 in 1968. And that's the house I'm living in right up there right now. Only I've added to this and now. And I said, I tell you what, I think I'll take that. So I go home, and I'm just happy as I can be. And of course, Mama's just as sweet as she can be. She always is. And I said, guess what, Mama? I said, I'm building me a house. Building you a house? Yeah, you are. What you going to build your house with? I said, it ain't going to be with straw like the pigs did. And so I said, I've got Will R. Brigham's going to build it. You ain't got no money. I said, well, if you're willing to work, I said, and I'll get a job somewhere. There's somebody will hire me doing something. Right now, I can dig graves all day long. There's so many people dying, you can dig all day long. Because that was the only way you could dig them. Well, I said, I'm gonna start right there. Well, and that's what I done. And so I worked for Brigham. And what days I didn't work for Brigham, I'd either be logging or whatever. And so I kept myself busy. And I mowed yards. I'd do anything that anybody had something to do. That's what I done. So then I went to working with him full time. So I quit the grave digging and went to working with him full time. And of course, then I mean, that was really working, but I kept trying to get back with the government. I knew I could get a 10-point veterans if nobody else fought against me. But everybody that wanted to, they'd just knock your 10 points off and they'd have it. So
why are they knocking 10 points off?
Well, you were supposed to get, especially if you had been to service and then in a hazardous duty where you drew a little more money, and that made a lot of people mad. They didn't want us over there, and they didn't like what money we got because we was being shot at and all that, because that's the way I always thought that the government looked at it. Now, I don't know what it was, but you could have a 10-point veterans, but it didn't help you at all. But it later on did start helping. I mean, it was, hey, I went probably, oh gosh, I don't know how many years. And nobody ever said, hey, thank you for what you done. Thank you for going to Vietnam. I never heard that at all.
Now I'm just curious, what do you think changed over the years from 1960s to up to now?
That's one of the questions that I asked. Matter of fact, Whitey Vaughn, the first person I ever had came into a store and bought me and Marty our lunch and came over to the table and said, I want to thank you for your service in Vietnam. And I'm looking around and say, who else is in here? I was stunned. And his name was Whitey Vaughn. And he called me about 2 hours ago, and I'll call him tonight. He lives in Oklahoma. And he met me and Marty. We was on a motorcycle trip. I was riding my motorcycle when I met him. had no idea who he was. He walked in, came over and thanked us, thanked me, and for thing. He didn't tell me he bought my breakfast or supper. It was supper. And man, I was chowing down on it, you know. So when I got my food, she brought the plate and set it down, and she paid. And I said, she must think I ain't gonna pay. Ma'am, I'm gonna pay for it. She said, you don't have to. It's already paid for. I said, what do you mean? You know the fellow that talked to you a few minutes ago? He said, buy their lunch. Whatever they eat, you pay for it. I'll be back in here tomorrow, and I'll pay you. I was just in the border of Oklahoma.
When you came back, how did you deal with normal life?
Well, it was hard at first. I mean, if you hear a car backfire, if some kid was burning fireworks, I didn't like the fireworks, but I would hunt because I knew when I pulled the trigger, it was me. The racket it made, I was ready for it, but I wasn't ready for a backfire in a car. Sometimes my mother said, I'm afraid to ride it over you if a car was to backfire or something, you'd have the door open and coming out of it. And it's still going down the road, you know. You get so, well, your mind just, I don't know. It's hard to say just exactly how it just never goes away. It never goes away.
Do you have nightmares?
Well, every once in a while, I used to have them quite often, but now it's very few and far between. I don't know where my age has done it or the time. It's easier for me to talk about it, but I don't talk about it to, well, you're like this. I'm opening up just everything I've got. If what I've told you is the truth, what I've done, what I've did, that's the way it was. But I've learned to live with it. And yes, it bothers me. That's just how it was. And that's, you know, and since then it's been a whole lot better. I've never been sorry. There were times that, you know, it makes you feel bad. You know, I'm asked, and I don't comment about the deaths and stuff. If I'm into a situation and I have to fire, whether it be with a rifle or where I have to fire a cannon, they go up to 30 miles. Did it kill anybody? I'm sure it did. Did I maybe get them in my sight? No, I didn't. I knew where I was firing because that's where they were. I knew that some of the pictures you've got with people, sandbags pulled over their head, they were in our camp. That's all that was left. And they were got with rifle fire, hand grenades, mines, guns, cannons, and every bit of it. My hands is in all of it. So they say, where were you at in that bank robbery? I knew if you were there and you're doing something to aid someone, or you are doing it, you like to think, well, hey, that's them doing it. I'm not doing it. But, hey, the closest you'll get that I would say that maybe one time they were trying to overrun, that you didn't even have time to get a bullet in the barrel of the gun. So you just rammed the powder in there and shoot it straight out towards the concertina wire, and it just scatter with burning powder. Now, I mean, it didn't make no difference where it hit a bull, a kid, a mean person, a good person that was coming in a no man's land. Was that parallel, the DMZ. Anytime you see DMZ, that's nobody is to be in it. That is the north, and this is the south.
So
And it's so wide and so long.
if there's people in there, they shouldn't be there anyways.
Right. They shouldn't be there. They were by us saying, that's why they put me off the ship and put me with the 3rd Marine Division. To go through, to peck on the doors. And I've got some of the sea ration crates that their houses was built out of that we ate out of. That's all they had. Their whole house was nailed together with sticks. You've seen them on my pictures. They lived there. And when we went in, we would say to them, look, you're going to have to leave. This may be your hand. I don't know where you bought land. I don't know where you homesteaded. I don't know how you got it, but you've got to leave. Because we're trying to make peace in a world that we're not even at war with. We're going to make this the north and this the south. That's the way I took it now. I don't know how they wrote it, but my situation, it told how far it was to Hanoi, and it told how far it was to Saigon. And from the sign that says Saigon, and that's on one of my films, the other side of it says Hanoi and how far I got to go. I didn't go way up in Hanoi like the planes did when they were bombing, but I had to stay in there from all the trails that they were filtering coming through. And so that's where I stayed the whole time. So that parallel zone, DMZ, is where all of that took place. That's about what I've done. Now, the hairiest part, I guess, is when you do start on the trail, like you see you coming back in, you never know when and what to hit. I never really understood because I couldn't understand it myself. I said, why am I going? When they told me I was due to go home. Now that's a real scorcher because you're due to go home and you can't get out. And they're fine bombing and we're fighting back just as hard as we can fight. And I'm off. And instead of wading through the swamp, I said, man, I just want to go to the house. And time for me to go. And it's just terrible. And I said, man, if I could just get to the house. And so they just had the mess hall done got blowed up. And so I just hung it was a metal pan, a plate, had little holes where you put your food. And it done blowed all of it up. So I had it on a hook, my old canteen cup, all of it. And I just reached up and I hung it on front of the barrel where they wasn't firing out of that one. They were firing over there on the others. And I said, I'm going to lay down here and rest. This is a good, safe place, and they'll be around going off here. When it goes here, then I'm going to be ready. Well, I'm in, and man, I just got to thinking about home, home, home. It got to feeling so good. I just dozed off. I mean, I really went to sleep no matter, because I knew it was time for me to go home. I made it this long. I'm going to the house, and so I'm laying there. And all of a sudden, the fire mission come in and said, hey, they are overrunning you. You're going to have to let go. And so the cannon was sitting right over me, just like this. His barrel's out in front of me out there so far. And I'm sleeping, and I had it hanging on an old 2x4 that was up there braced up, and I just had it hanging to keep it out of the sand. And I'm sitting there like that, and all of a sudden that thing went off, and when it did, I had my shirt undone. I was just ready. It was hot, and I was laying there just like it. And all of a sudden it fell about like from the ceiling down, and it hit right in my chest. Yeah. And when it did, I was asleep. I woke up, and I just heard. And then of course I'm hearing other rounds go off, and they're exploding. And I said, "Oh man, I know I'm cold up there. I know I'm blowed plumb open." And I said, "I'll never. Oh man, I made it so close to getting to go home." And I'll never forget. I laid my hand up on my chest, and when I laid my hand up on my chest, it said U.S. fork. It was a big old Army fork with U.S. on it. It come off the wire, and it hit me right in the chest, and then the pan fell on top of me. And I didn't know what that was, so I started getting stuff off of me, just like you would do when they blow the sandbags up me. You start getting stuff off of you, and it's cold, and where the old fork, it just stuck me just a little bit. Didn't even raise the blood, but yet it's just like getting a shot maybe. And I thought, oh no, man, I'll never make it. It's right at my heart, you know. And I sat up, and then all of a sudden that all fell out my lap right there. I felt like an idiot. I said, man, you're all right. Hey, I'm all right. I'm going home. So I guess that was the highest time I had when I was in Vietnam. I mean, that'll never be forgot. Way.
Because you're starting to feel like you're just numb.
Yes, it's numb. It's just, I mean, hey. You're already worried when you go to sleep, but you are played out because you're so tired. And I drawed hazard duty from the day I got there till the day I left. You were on hazard duty when you were off. You couldn't go out nowhere. There was no place to spend money for. There was no movie to go to. There was no milk to drink. That was the only thing that they ever flew up to you was the worst tasting diet drink that Coca-Cola ever made. Tab, I think, was the name of it. And man, that was the most terrible tasting stuff. It'd leave a taste in your mouth. Ooh. I couldn't stand it. But everybody down south, they'd get RCs, Pepsis, Dr. Peppers, all of those drinks that were modern. But when they got up to us, they'd stop at all the places down there where they had theaters and had things going where the regular time. But when they got up to where we were, man, it wasn't nothing. I mean, hey, you was lucky to get your toothpaste. And half the time you didn't get that. You was in the boondocks. And you can see by some of the roads and streets that I'm on, and everything is tore up with pictures that I had. It's just all two pieces. When I went to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, in the Army, when they put me on a train and said, I want to go there so I can turn around and leave on my own. Instead of being shipped out on a rail going to California, everybody protesting, couldn't get on my ship, flew a helicopter out on the train track, dropped the flare, and had the whole train stop. When she got killed, then I went to see a lawyer. I'd already been classified as 1A. I was already there. But most of the time, you had a little time. If you were going to college, I didn't have no money to go to college, so I said, I didn't want to go anyway. I mean, I've never been sorry I did not go to college. Never, ever. Because I done what I like to do, And I was real happy. If you're not happy at your job, it takes twice as long for a day to go by. I was happy doing what I was doing, even when I was doing the grave digging. It was really bad times when I was over there. That was about some of the worst times there was when Vietnam was going on. And my mother had always made the statement. She said, well, I think they sent you over there to get killed, where it'd all be over. And I said, well, I hope not. But anyway, it didn't work because I told her, I said, I'll be back home. Don't worry about it. And I'd write home, and those tapes that I've got, if I could just find some of them and play some of them, you could hear the cannons going off all time, man. You'd have people hollering and squealing. I'd be recording, trying to write home, and I'd say, don't worry about it, Mama. That's just somebody over here. They firecrackers already shooting out here. I mean, it'd be a troop that's we're trying to protect them, to keep them in, because I'm off duty sitting down in a foxhole with water up to here, and that's where this Agent Orange come in. So I've been it just eating me up. It was just nothing really went good at all with that part of it. I just didn't have any worries when I got home. It seemed like everything was very easy because I'd lived a time when every minute you breathed was this your last breath, or is it what's going to happen before I can wake up?
Marvin Nolin generally leaves for work about 7 in the morning.
Well, it makes work a lot more fun to go to.
Marvin's a maintenance man at the Fort Donaldson National Park on Barkley Lake, 6 miles from home by road, and maybe a quarter mile straight across the water. The boys at work said he'd never make that shortcut on his three-wheeler, but all it took was a little angle iron, some plastic foam, and a few feet of water pipe.
Some of them say, I don't believe it. He said he was, I guess he is.
Most people wouldn't go to that kind of trouble just to cut a few minutes off their drive to work in the morning. But where a floating three-wheeler truly comes in handy is when you are dealing with the really important things in life.
It's just like fishing with a regular trolling motor. You can cut the motor off, turn around sideways on it, and just try to fish. You don't drop anything in the bottom of your boat because you don't have a bottom. And once you get the fish a hold of him, you better clamp on to him, because if you don't, if he gets off, he don't flop around. He goes right on through.
You'd think someone else would have thought of it first, and maybe someone has, but not up on Lake Barkley, where the three-wheeler is Japanese, but the boat part is entirely American. The product of a month of tinkering, $100 worth of parts, and a man who just couldn't stand to take the long way home. Craig Olympia, Channel 5, Eyewitness News.
Go fishing on the way to work. That's not bad.
And he ought to sell it. Good night.
Good night.
You've been watching Eyewitness.
Well, I made that wanting to have something that would float. And I wanted to be able to go right down here and go down the ramp and go right across the river, go to Corps building, go up, and I'm at work. It's about maybe a mile by the way the crow flies here. If you go down the road and all the way back around, it costs about 5 miles. So I kept fooling with it till I made it float. I got these, and you see how bigger they get back here at the back? because I had to figure my weight for my battery and my trolling motor, and I had to pour foam. Them's filled full of foam to where they won't leak. They float, and you don't have to worry about it. And this was when I first started, because I started using it and didn't got no points on it, so it was slowing me down. It was hitting the water, so I made me some points to put on it, and then it got it to floating level. And then on the TV, the people that could see it, it moved along in the water pretty good. And then it was catching fish on it. They were,
You're fishing on it.
yeah, fishing on it. And that's what I remember telling him. He asked, he said, what do you do? He said, well, so I said, a lot of times I'll go to work a little early and I'll fish all the way till it's time for me to just drive up the ramp and get off the bike and go in. I'm ready to go to work. I drove it down to run it in where you see how before you go. They had 3-wheelers that they tried to make go to the island. If you could go out to the island, you get the prize. I think it's $100 or $50. I don't know what it was for sure. But anyway, I said, well, hey, man, I can do that with mine. I already got it built. Wasn't planning on that. And they said, well, it's down there at Turkey Bay. So we just, hey, come on, let's go. So I went down there. And I carried it with me, but I had it in a trailer. And I just watched them. They had 4-wheelers out there. Some of them they was working on them, taking the carburetors off because they done turned them upside down and got water in the motor, and it wasn't working. And everything was just a total mess. And nobody had ever went to the island. And they says, anybody else? Yeah. Hey, I go out there. Any rules? No. You got a 3-wheeler? Yeah. Well, I can go. What'd you get? And I don't know. It seemed like it's $100. Yeah, I'll take $100. And I go down here fishing every day. I know good and well mine works. And he said, well, hey, go get her. Well, I come down here and I didn't even slow down. I just kept going. And we can see that lever or not. I think it's right between my leg, goes up there and turns right there. And that's the lever that lets that front end fall down right level with the ground. That makes that front wheel come up because that foam is down there lifting it up. Gives it a little pitch. If you ain't got a trolling motor, it'll move 2 or 3 miles an hour. But if you got a trolling motor, it'll get up 3 or 4 miles an hour. Well, I didn't even slow down. I just shoo, boy, and I hit the water. And everybody else, they was pulling their ears back out, and the 4-wheeler's upside down and out there on the water. I go all the way out there, and I said, boy, this feels good. I've done something there ain't nobody else done. And I said, well, there's the island. I was just supposed to go to the island, turn around, come back, and get my money. I said, no, it's too good to let this go right now. So I just give her a little more gas and hit my trolling motor where you give me a little speed. I hit it. I knew it was muddy. When the front wheels hit, I flipped that thing over when the wheel started rolling. And then the back got a hold of it and it pulled up. And I'd done about 2 donuts out there in that mud. And then right back off the water and hit my lever and went back down. Come right on back over to it.
So
Then they said, hey, you can't believe this. Where'd you get all this? And I said, hey, I go fishing on it all the time. And I said, well, hey, a while ago when you done that, I said, you've caused a lot of ruckus. I said, we've had people come from a long way around. They're building, that started the Yamaha and all these other 4-wheelers and 3-wheelers. And he said, they're wanting to talk to you and look at yours. He said, you've got it put back up in your truck. I said, yeah. I said, do you mind if they look at it? I don't care. What do I care? I said, I wanted slick pipe because I was going to get me what do you call it? A patent. Yeah, get the patents on it. But anyway, if you get signed what you're going to make it, I wanted me slick pipe because it slide through the water better. But I couldn't find nothing but rigid pipe. Now, if I could have found slick round pipe, I could have done it. And I didn't know how to make this foam that you see poured in the end of that. I had to go to Nashville to get a 5-gallon can and mix it all together, and had to pour it in a hurry and get it all in there. And just got a 2x4 running all up and down here, and this bar runs straight through here. That's what holds the motor up and the four-wheeler up. And then these bars run down. And then by that time, when they asked me, I said, well, I don't care if they look at it. So there's some Japanese come out there, and they started looking at it. And I can hear them going, you up, and then they'd measure this and they'd measure that. And then about a year later, in duck season, it says, get your duck retriever and you don't have to carry your dog with you. He don't go get the ducks. You go get them on your three-wheeler. They take a three-wheeler ride out there and get them. And they had it fixed up more fancy. And I guess they probably had a patent on it. I don't know, but I've never seen no more, really. I mean, three-wheelers got to be so dangerous. So many people was losing their life, they just quit making them. And so that stopped the three-wheeler business. But I had the one that I could fish in. I told that fella there, and he said, what do you leave so early for? See, so I told him, I said, well, I fish. Oh, you do? I said, yeah, see, here's my rod and reel. I said, it's just like a boat. You can fish out here. But I said, you got to remember one thing. Your boat ain't got no bottom in it. If you drop that fish, he's gone.